I don't know what to fucking tell you. I'm sick and tired of this, but it is fucking happening, right? Little boy, how you doing, bro? Wait, did the stream just die again? Ah, for the love of... Alison, how you doing, brother? Oh my god, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that, bro. Is the stream down? It shouldn't be down, right? Rurikon, how you doing, bro? It seems like it's okay. This is 100% Twitch shit, by the way. Because on my side, it seems to all be going well-ish. Abaddon, by the way, thanks for the prime sub. Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the money. I wish that would fix the fucking problem, though. I wish I could just throw money at this problem and let it go away. Then I could do a GoFundMe and be like, fix my internet for 1,000 or whatever. There doesn't seem to be any fixes here. Is the internet still down? Can someone tell me whether we're streaming or not? Because on my side, it seems okay-ish. Airboy, yes, you will be banned for those words specifically. Because there's no need for those words. They're fucking useless words. Streaming, but it's been unstable. Dude, I know. Look at that. All right. I don't know why, because it shows that it's coming through perfectly. How you doing, bro? So let me just show you guys. Okay, so as you can see here, 0 drop frames. The internet seems fine-ish, right?
Let's boost this stream so more people reach this amazing stream.
Metal Fan from Hell, I really appreciate the bets, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, you guys already started a boost. All right, let's see how high you can boost this. Can you go to level 5 on this Kamar strain, or is level 5 a fucking pipe dream? Boy, you're allowed to post whatever the fuck you want, as long as it's not slow words. Like, if your words is purely designed to get a rise out of someone, so if you use the N-word, for example, or you call people faggot or whatever, yeah, that's not going to work, right? That's going to give you just insta-ban, because why the fuck would you use those words? Those words are designed to piss people off. They don't mean anything. They're just designed to piss people off. Using Stream Elements OBS? Dude, what the fuck's the difference? Are you telling me that Stream Elements OBS is worse? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Alright, everybody, take care of yourself, bro. I'll make sure that you don't come back if that's what you want to do. Peace. Dude, Stream Elements OBS is by no means worse than anything else. It's fucking brilliant. I like it. I enjoy it. I like the fact that everything is online. No matter where I go, I can always have my stream up in about 10 minutes. It just works. And this is definitely not a Stream Elements problem. This is a South African internet problem, I'm pretty sure. You have a plan for when you're watching Hell Reach? Because at the moment it gets buried because it was posted too early on the Reddit lifetime. Metal Fan from Hell, whenever I know my internet is fixed. So that's probably going to be in December. Because I'm moving on the 1st of December. I'm moving into a new house. And I'm moving away from specifically Octotal. So here's the problem, right? In South Africa, we have fiber providers. And then we have ISPs, internet service providers. So my fiber provider at the moment is Octotal. They're the guys who own the fiber line that I'm connected to. Cool Ideas is my internet service provider. So on that fiber line, they provide me with internet. My problem is with Octotal. Their line seems to be creating problems. The issue is they refuse to send people out because on their side, it shows that the line is connected and working. So I have to do a number of tests that I can't do. Like, I'm physically not able to do those tests before they'll even, like, attempt to send someone out. Or even start considering to send someone out. So it's just like, well, okay, so you need me to do tests that I need special equipment for, that I'm not for a fuck gonna go buy just so that I can do this test. But you guys have the equipment, but you won't come out and do the tests because I need to do the tests first, because I need to be able to tell you exactly where the problem is. I'm telling you, the problem is on your fucking line, right? So they've been as unhelpful as can be. So I have just decided to fucking, luckily where I'm moving now, Frogfoot is the fiber provider, and that should hopefully fix things, right? What we need is enough subjects to get access to solar power. Enough subs to give me solar power and SpaceX internet. Dude, from what I've heard, SpaceX internet is like stupidly expensive. I don't know if I would go on SpaceX at all. Regular OBS, and I guarantee you'll cut your stream problems in half. Dude, I don't have stream problems outside of my internet problems. Like, I have no stream problems outside of my internet problems, and I don't know how normal OBS is gonna overcome internet problems, because it's the same thing, though. There you go, Avon. I like that. But no, we'll, hopefully we'll be able to stream at least somewhat normally today. Get at least a few hours of streaming in without bullshit, and hopefully we can fucking do the Q&A today, because I really want to get that done. Fiber to the home in Ireland, but the disc is hella expensive. What is the price of the disc? Like, how much does the disc cost you? To be fair, it's still in beta mode. What is still in beta mode? Get cheaper when it goes fully commercial. Oh, you mean, okay, never mind. I know what you mean. To be fair, I don't know if you can actually stream on Starlink, because it would be like streaming on Wi-Fi, which mostly it would be fine, but every once in a while you're gonna get dips that will just be inexplicable. If it's overcast, like seriously cloudy and stormy, there's a good chance your internet is not gonna fucking work with that. And in Cape Town specifically, that could mean my entire winter is fucked. Right? So let's say I got Starlink here. Winter time is when we get a lot of storms and a lot of cloudy days and a lot of rain. And this year, for example, most days are completely overclouded and rainy, which means you won't have fucking internet whatsoever during that time. Basically early adopters using it at the moment, and rich bitches wanting massive internet capability on their super yachts, living at the top of Everest or something, or Akalon turning his internet on. I don't have that yet. Mental Fan from Al, yes. I'm just playing the last ads, and then we'll do the Discord notification. I'm playing the ads currently, Al, so don't worry about it. Dish in a box is €600. Then service is €85 a month. Jesus, €600 is pricey as fuck. Yeah, probably wouldn't be okay with paying that. That seems super fucking pricey. What's the speed then that you get? Like, what speed are you streaming at then? Or what speed are you just getting? So there's that. Yeah, but it's not the same thing. It's not cheaper than normal fiber. No, I think I'll wait with Starlink. Because I do think that satellite internet is our future. That I do believe, kind of. I'm just not sure if, like, how far that future is from actually being realized, and I think it's gonna be a while before we realize that. At least that's my opinion on it. CDJ, how you doing, brother? We're going, yeah. By the way, Rurikon, do you want to jump into Discord and discuss your latest video? Because I only saw the title and thumbnail. I haven't watched it. But I mean, just based on the thumbnail and title, there's definitely some things that I would like to discuss there, if you're up for it. Because if... Like, that is so bonkers to me. If that is actually... Alright, wait. Let me just quickly get Rurikon in here. Rurikon, how you doing, bro?
Very quickly, is my mic good?
Yeah, your mic is fucking decent. How you doing, bro?
I don't want to start talking normally and then subject your audience to a bunch of friggin' static.
No, the mic is perfect. The mic is perfect. They can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just saw your video, right? And on, like, just based on the title and the thumbnail, it seems like Blizzard have confirmed that those things will not be account-wide. So reputations...
No, okay. That's the best part of the video. Now, here's the thing. This is based on a video that I saw on YouTube, because that is a video reaction, but also based on two people that were in my chat who both, these are, one of the people at least is usually in my chat quite often. So I believe him. They told me that they do have access to the beta, and they told me that, yes, that is the way that things are working. So what appears to have happened, and again, people can feel free to call me out on this, but my interpretation has been through all of the videos that I've watched from other content creators, is that there's this general sentiment, and also according to what the developers themselves have said, there's this general sentiment that, like, oh, reputation, the renowned thing that they do for all the reputations, is account wide, right? Is that also the idea that you had?
Yeah, that's what, well, at least from what I consider, based on an interview that Ian did, let's say 4 months ago, maybe 5 months even at this point. But in that interview, he said they want to make as many things as possible account-wide. They want to get out of the player's way so that the player can do things that's just fun. That was,
so here's the way that it actually works. Again, according to what people have told me and according to the video that I was watching.
Okay.
It is the rewards that you get from the reputation itself, those are account-wide, but the actual reputation is not. So say, for instance, I happen to be playing a warrior tank, right? I go into Dragonflight, play warrior tank. Meantime, my raid leader goes, hey, we actually need you to play Paladin for the next tier. I'd be like, well, that's fine. I'll just grab my Paladin. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go.
Yeah.
Problem is, I didn't play Paladin at all, so I didn't grind any rep or anything like that.
Yeah.
So in that character, the rep is back to like level 1 or level 0, whatever you want to consider.
Yeah.
So in the warrior, it'll be at like level 5, and the rewards will be available to me, but not the actual rep. So if I want to continue grinding with that other character, you're going to have to start at level 1 and grind it all the way up to like level 5 or 6 or whatever you were with the warrior previously.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. So let me just repeat it back to you so that I make sure that I understand and that everyone understands it. When you play in Dragonflight and your main character, you're going through all of the different, let's not call them covenants, but Dragonflights. And
the reputations.
You're leveling up with all of them, and you're getting rewards, obviously, because every tier gets you better rewards, and we now have the renown thing that's coming in, right? So those will probably also be rewards that you will be able to get. Those will be account-wide, so you'll be able to do that no matter what character you're on. But the actual physical number, the bar that's going up, that is not going to be account-wide. Is that correct? Am I understanding it correctly?
Yeah. So the rewards are the rewards you get.
Yeah.
The actual level of the reputation you don't.
What's the fucking point? Okay, so I don't mind this. I'm not against it because at least you're still getting the rewards. I'm more sort of in the camp of going, why though? Like, if you're already getting the rewards, then surely the bar doesn't fucking matter, right? Like,
yeah, that's isn't that the question, right? You're just like, why are you doing this? It's the problem that I personally have with it is, like I said, imagine that I'm maining warrior and then suddenly I want to swap and I want to play Paladin. Not that that's probably not going to happen, but let's just say that is the case.
Yeah.
Then it's like, of course, I'll want to do the world content and all of that stuff with the Paladin.
Yeah.
But it's already behind because I've been grinding with the Warrior. So the Paladin's behind. So now I have to grind with the Paladin again. And then say later in the expansion, I'm like, you know what? I actually want to play a Death Knight. Now I'm even further behind. Because like say that the Paladin is like, I don't know, at level 20 after I've already regrinded the first 10 levels that I had grinded on the Warrior.
Yeah.
Now I have to grind it all the way up to 20 with the Death Knight again to catch up. Like, how does this make sense?
See, you just mentioned something that I did not even think about. Kaki, how you doing, bro? Chat, by the way, I want to know what you guys think of this. Like, how do you feel about this change? But you just brought something up that I did not even think about. And that is, if you do swap mains, so like you just said there, you're asked to go on the Paladin, you are effectively fucked unless you grind out those levels. Because now, before people go, no, you're not, you're already revered. That's not how it's going to work in Dragonflight. So the whole revered thing and exalted thing, that's going away. We now have renown, right? So renown is levels that can be added on, which means that each of those renown levels will, in future patches, have new rewards that come with it. So if you swap your main in the middle of the expansion and you don't catch up, so let's say that current renown is level 20 and you're still level 0, now the next patch comes out and Blizzard adds another 10 renown levels with new rewards. Well, guess what? You're not going to be able to unlock those on your main or your alt.
Here's the interesting thing about it, right? It's that, and this is what most people are going to say, and probably the developers themselves, is that you don't need those rewards because they don't affect your player power. Supposedly, they're probably not going to be affecting player power according to everything that we've been told.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh yeah, but I still want to do the side content. Like, just don't do it, I guess, if you want to play multiple characters, or you can grind everything on your one character and then just, play the alts whenever you need them. But it's, I don't know. I just don't understand why it has to be this arbitrary thing. It's just like, dude, just make it a count. It's not that hard, and it's not that interesting to grind that reputation twice. It's not.
It's not interesting at all, right? Reputation grinds is just fucking stupid. It's always been stupid. There's no reason for it to exist. Because it's not the same as getting geared on a new character. Getting geared on a new character means that you're going to experience dungeons in a completely different way. It really is a brand new experience. Reputations isn't that. Doing world quests on a tank or a DPS or a healer is exactly the same fucking experience insofar as it's a miserable experience. No one wants to fucking do it, but we do it anyways because that's just part of the game of being an MMO player, right? You have to have some mindless grinds, and that's fine. What I don't understand about this system is I don't understand why. The why escapes me. Because you already have the rewards there. Why not just make it so that you can upgrade your level or your renown on any character on your account? So it doesn't matter what character you're doing it on, you're gonna get XP on all of your characters, right? And it basically becomes a bar that you can track across your account.
I don't know. I don't know why that's just not the case. It's really weird for me because that, and not to mention, not only that, because you said you don't really like doing the reputation grind. I'm actually not against the reputation grind once. Yeah. I'm fine. You do it once, that's okay. I don't have a problem with it. I'll grind it once. What I'm against is doing it like, hey, I feel like playing this character now. I feel like playing that character now. Okay, you're not going to have all of these reputations that you work for. And fundamentally, that is something that always keeps me from really getting attached to alts because I'm always thinking, bro, but I've grinded all of these things in my warrior that I'm never going to have in these other characters because it's not account wide. And so I always end up going like, I just want to play my warrior because I guess that's one of the reasons why Asmongold also just wants to play as warrior because like he has all of this progress done. And if you make an alt, none of that progress carries over. It makes no sense.
It is a stupid. It's a stupid system because on the one hand, it really punishes people that are forced to switch mains in the middle of an expansion. On the other hand, it punishes people that just want to play a lot of alts. Because if you want to play an alt, there's literally zero that alt helps your main. Your alt does not benefit your main in any way, shape, or form. Like you could probably make an argument that kind of claim that it does it maybe influences it a little bit with professions, but
yeah,
I mean, even there, if you spend time on your main just grinding gold, you'd probably be much further along than just trying to get all the professions up on your alt anyways. I don't know how much benefit that would have either. Personally, I think just someone said in chat, actually, Valakdro just said there, it's dumb because they already do that with honor. Why not do it with renown? Yeah. I mean, are we considering renown more interesting than honor? Because I think fucking not. Like, at least with honor, it's actual PvP, right? Yeah, it makes no sense. I don't understand why Blizzard would. Why is. I'm still confused as to the why. Is there anyone in fucking chat that can explain the reason for this? Because maybe there is a good reason, and maybe I'm not seeing that reason.
The thing that I've seen people comment on my video is people saying, well, it's because it's supposed to be about different choices for different characters. So, for instance, you had the situation of the Aldors versus the Scryers. And to me, it's like, okay, if that's such a big deal, if there are people that are so invested into, say, the RP, where they're like, no, I want this character to be my red Dragonflight character and this character to be my green Dragonflight character. If that is such a big deal, make it an option. Just tell me, hey, just toggle this, and all of the characters that I make leech off of this main character's honor or something. Do you want to have it, or do you want to have it separate? You know, or just give them an option when they're creating a character. This character is separate from all the others when it comes to reputations, so that you can role play to your heart's content. Because I can assure you that, like, over 90% of the player base will be like, no, just make it. Just give me account wide. I don't care about any of this other nonsense. Just give me account wide, and I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the option. I don't want to have this character be separate from all the other work that I've done in the game. No, just have it be one big pile of work and combine all of the reputation, which would be even more interesting, because imagine, for instance, you have an alt, right? And for some reason that alt is really powerful. Like in my case, I've played Warrior throughout a significant chunk of my experience in World of Warcraft. But like in BFA, I had to play Monk because Warrior wasn't viable at all at the start of BFA.
Yeah.
And it's like, what if all of the progress that I did on the Monk contributed to my account so that I can then play any other character that I want, and they would still have the reputation benefits and all the things that I've done on the other characters? Why is this such a big deal? I don't understand. Like, you've played Final Fantasy XIV. You know how much it costs me to swap between Paladin and Warrior? Nothing. It's literally one button click, and I have all of the progress that I've unlocked. I don't have to redo the MSQ. I don't have to redo all of these quests. Everything is just done. Good. Perfect. I mean, this is swap the play experience.
You see, this is sort of something that a lot of other games have already figured out. For example, in ESO, your crafting bag is account wide. So it doesn't matter on what character you craft on or go profession hunting on, all of those mats, all of those items that you make that goes into the crafting bag is available for everyone everywhere. So a lot of other games have already realized that alts should be like, so I don't even want to, just back on the point of making it an option, fuck that. The RP crowd can do what they do anyways at the moment, which is pretend everything, because they already fucking do that with World of Warcraft. Let's not bullshit ourselves, right? They get married all the time. There is no actual way to get married in World of Warcraft, but they fucking pretend like they're married, and it's all good. So they can just pretend like they're a dragon for the fucking Raid Covenant or Dragonflight and be done with it, right? Fuck them. I don't give a shit. Just make it account wide, for the love of fuck. Dude, I'm sorry, but when I said the player housing should be a thing, and when I said that Blizzard should start looking at things like adding weddings, the RP crowd were like, no, fuck off. We like the game the way that we are. In that case, well, fuck you then. I don't want Blizzard to do jack shit for you. What I want Blizzard to do is make the game better for those people that will actually be affected by these things. Because you guys clearly like the idea of fucking struggling through crap and just pretending like everything is going well, right? So I don't even give a shit. I just don't understand. Because all this does is it makes me not want to play my alts. And alts is actually one of my favorite things to do in WoW. I like leveling every single one of my alts. But in the last few expansions, it's been such a hassle. So yeah, let me just give you guys a little bit of an overview of how I used to play the game. Let's use Cataclysm, right? In Cataclysm, I leveled 6 alts, including my main. So I had 6 main characters at max level. Every single one of them had full reputations on each of the factions in Cataclysm. All of them completed all of the normal dungeons, all of the heroic dungeons, all normal raids, all heroic raids. Every single one of my characters had completed everything. Why? Because it was very straightforward, very simplistic, and back then at least, reputations was kind of necessary because there were a lot of there was sometimes gear behind the reputations, but there were also, like on a blacksmith, you would need reputation with this faction because there's a recipe there for blacksmithing at Revered or at Exalted. You know, so there were reasons for grinding these things out. And I did it with all of them because it was relatively straightforward. In Legion, I leveled every single one of my characters to max. I did not, however, max out everything on every single character. In BFA, I didn't even level every single one of my characters to max because I couldn't be fucking arsed. And in Legion, in Shadowlands, I think I leveled 3 characters to max. And just the sheer amount of shit that I would have to go through in order to get this character raid ready and viable was too much for me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to do another batch of world quests and shit just so that I can be raid ready, just so that I can have my legendaries. That was just never going to happen for me. So I was looking forward to Dragonflight, specifically because Ian said this is the most alt-friendly expansion they have ever made, insofar as they want to make everything account-wide that matters. Well, those levels, because they are now renown levels, they're no longer reputation levels, just to be clear. Renown is the new reputation, and renown can constantly be added onto. So if you decide mid-expansion, well, fuck it, I want to switch. Well, fuck you, right? Because you're now 40 levels behind. Before you can get to the new stuff, you are going to have to do one or two things. Either grind the last 40 levels of your renown and then do the next 20 levels in order to get all the new gear, or play 2 characters. The one that already has everything unlocked up until level 40, that isn't your main now because you swapped mains. How is that fun? You know, I don't see how that is fun for anyone. Outside of the people that only play the one character, right? So if you're someone that just plays one thing and one thing only, you don't mind this at all. I don't know why Blizzard would do this. Because they had a study that showed that the more people play, the more money they waste on the game. So I think that they are trying to dip into both of those aspects. Right? Well, yes. But there is an inverse to this, okay? The truth is that psychologically speaking and also statistically speaking, the more people play the game, the more likely they are to spend money on your game. But here's the flip side of that. What happens when people just stop playing your game altogether? Due to the fact that you kept designing things to increase the amount of time they spend playing the game. Because that is where we are now. Blizzard's sort of constant push for engagement have led to people en masse quitting World of Warcraft. And I mean, I'm sure there's going to be someone in chat or someone in the comment section going, actually, Blizzard's, like, the game has more people than ever. Whenever I log on, Orgrimmar is full, Stormwind is full, I can barely do quests, as if layering and sharding isn't a thing in World of Warcraft, where you can have very few people playing and still make it look very full because you have the sharding technology already at your disposal, right? for anyone that is sort of in that camp of thinking, well, no, actually, there's no evidence, Akalon, that Blizzard's numbers have taken a massive hit. Dragonflight is the evidence for that.
I mean, just watch the Bellular video where he talks about the completion numbers, and you should be able to. I mean, to a point where I even when at the height of like 9.1 or whatever it was, I firmly believe that is when they dipped below 1 million. I think that is when they dipped below 1 million. I wouldn't say concurrent; it's active, right? 1 million active users. People that actually have an active sub. I think they dipped below 1 million during 9.1.
So I have sources inside Blizzard Entertainment, and I have been informed that they've, for the most of Shadowlands, they've hovered anywhere between 800 and 900,000 players. For like after somewhere before 9.1, and then right after 9.1, player numbers started massively dipping. And then the lawsuits happened, and that's when they just saw the game crashed through the 1 million mark, and they've not been able to get it over that. This was a few months ago, though, so things may have changed in the meantime. But a few months ago, we're talking maybe 4.5 months ago, I had this discussion with my source, and they couldn't get it up. Not even 9.2 could get the numbers back over 1 million. They were struggling to try and get people to get back into the game. But even more so, right? Because many people will point to that and say, well, who's your fucking source? Fuck you, you're lying. Okay, let's not use any sort of inferences or anything like that. Let's just look at the facts. Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands were completely different to anything else Blizzard have ever tried to do. No other expansion had this amount of just borrowed power that we saw in Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands. If that was so successful, if it was working so fucking well, why in the world then is Blizzard going back to the old days of game design? Why is Blizzard going back to the days of Wrath and back to the days of Cataclysm, where the game is much more like no borrowed power, no power systems, just get in, play the game, get your gear, and fucking, good luck to you? Why then? If it was so successful, if players kept playing, why is Blizzard changing the formula?
I think that regardless if it's sub 1 million or not sub 1 million, there's no denying that there was a massive dip, like a huge dip during Shadowlands because they screwed the pooch.
Oh, you would be surprised how many people are denying that. You would be surprised how many people deny that.
I saw some guys start talking about like, but in China it's really successful, and I'm just like, bro.
Yeah,
bro.
The Chinese are barely allowed to play games, bro. Like everything, any game that can work there is successful.
Your argument is that like, but the China numbers are doing great. It's like, okay, but in here we usually talk about Western numbers, but sure, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the Western numbers is still a driving force. Even though we might not be as large as China, the Western numbers is still a driving force. And I think companies are starting to realize that. I think more and more companies are starting to realize that China is not the sort of end to all of their problems as they have thought that China would have been. I do think that more and more companies are starting to realize that the Western numbers do matter at the end of the day. I think they know it's dead. They're milking what they can with classic and short-term schemes designed to pump subs for the next quarter or half year to get enough cash to work on their next big thing. Abaddon, yeah, I can see that. Although at the same time, I want to be careful to sort of. I don't want to assume the worst just automatically from Blizzard Entertainment, because I have to imagine that there are still very passionate people that work on World of Warcraft, that a lot of those developers still love that fucking game and really want to see the game return to the top of the pile, best MMO in the world. I have to believe that, because we wouldn't have had Dragonflight if that wasn't the case. It's clear that some of them are still passionate, right?
there's an argument to be made when it comes to like nowadays a lot of the people whenever they're talking about World of Warcraft, and I probably myself have used this argument multiple times where it's like, look, it's just not the same team. It's just not the same people that are there. It is a different amount of people. Not a different amount. It's different team basically. And the thing that you have to realize is also that, you know, after the lawsuit, they got rid of a lot of the people in the company that were sexual predators. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, the old team was all sexual predators, but I am saying that to an extent, right now should be a better working environment than before the lawsuit, because a lot of people got fired, like Afrasiabi, who turned out to be a complete sexual predator.
Yeah.
And, you know, others. There are others there that were just like absolute idiots, just like running around molesting women and whatnot, and it's fucked up.
True.
But so now that those people are gone, there's also the argument to be made, okay, so now they have a better working environment. Could they potentially do a better expansion? Now, is that going to happen? I don't know. And that is why I'm not recommending people to jump back into the game.
Yeah.
But I am going to see for myself, and then I'll be reporting back whether that is the case or not.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say whatever Blizzard pays me to say. No, I mean, Blizzard would not pay me jack shit. I've said enough bad things about them. Camise, thanks for the Prime stuff. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation, fam. Appreciate you. Thank you. So the thing with the lawsuits, right? Because the lawsuits was really the final straw for me.
There's a new one, by the way. Did you see it?
No. Wait, what? Are you for real?
No. Yes, I'm for real. There's a new one, dude. There was a lady, they haven't identified her. I mean, just look, Blizzard lawsuit. You'll find
like, shit. Everywhere.
Yeah, there's a new one.
Shit. Oh, breaking news, chat. All right,
dude,
wait.
It is pretty fucked up too. Like they go, you should see the Kotaku article because they have actual quotes. I don't know if Eurogamer has those, but they have actual quotes from the court case that go into the very description of what this absolute fucking predator was doing. Some guy called Miguel Vega, allegedly, because nowadays there's accusations thrown around everywhere. I'm more inclined to believe it due to the fact that, we've heard about the previous lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
So I'm more inclined to believe it. But yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Like this dude was pretty much just like actually sexually harassing this woman all the time, telling her if she would like to suck his dick. She would ask for a promotion and he'd be like, hey, you know what you got to do, and then point towards his dick. And it's like, it's pretty fucked up. All right. It's pretty fucked up.
Kind of based as well.
Whoa, bro!
No, I'm obviously fucking kidding. It's a video game, guys. Just don't worry about it. New Activision lawsuit makes revenge porn sexual harassment allegations. The suit targets both the publisher and the plaintiff's former manager. All right. Over the year after the first reports of government investigations into the company began, publisher Activision Blizzard is facing fresh lawsuits over what is described in this latest case as a pervasive frat boy workplace culture that is a breeding ground for harassment and discrimination against women. I hate I just fucking hate this whole pervasive frat boy work culture thing. Like, I don't even know what the fuck that means, to be honest. It just seems like there's a bunch of fucking animals working there. The latest suit, filed in Los Angeles by an unnamed former employee of the company, targets both Activision Blizzard itself along with the employee's former manager, Miguel Vega. The complaint alleges Activision Blizzard's failure to curb sexist and harassing conduct emboldened manager Miguel Vega to abuse, belittle, and insult Miss Doe by making comments to her about oral sex, masturbation, and orgasms, threatening her job if she would not consent to sex, mocking her breasts, and commenting on other female employees' attractiveness. All right, that last part, I think is bullshit. I don't know if that matters, because, I mean, dude, girls do it too. Don't even fucking lie. You do it too. When you see an attractive guy, of course, you're looking to your friends and going, oh my God, he's so hot. Of course you're fucking doing it. Now, if he was doing that to her in some way of going, why aren't you as hot as them? That is fucked up. But just commenting on other female employees' attractiveness, I don't see that as the biggest issue. Mr. Vega also repeatedly threatened to expose a compromising photo of Miss Doe. Where the fuck did he get the photo?
This is one of the problems that I have with this case.
Yeah.
Is that, and they say further in the article that at some point in 2011 they became friends, and she sent him nudes, and it's like, look, the moment you send somebody nudes, that's not friendship anymore. Okay, that's friendship with benefits.
Fuck, does anyone want to be my friend? If that's the kind of thing friends do, Jesus, I'm open to friendship, boys. Let's go. That doesn't
make it okay what the guy did, but I do feel that, like, just like casually sending over nudes, like, I don't understand if this is a normal thing.
No, it's not. Of course not. Like, this is just one of those things. Like, I'll have to, like, sit down with this person and actually speak to them. Because if this is what I think it is, then it is a relationship that she, at least in part, fostered because she sent fucking nudes to the guy, right? And then maybe something went wrong, right? Maybe the relationship went bad, and a lot of these conversations may have happened while they were still together. Listen, so while they were still dating, he may have made comments like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna suck my dick later."
No.
Okay.
No. That's not it. Like, just read the rest of the article.
All right, let's keep going.
There's a big gap in dates between him having her nudes, and she working at Blizzard.
Okay. Let's hear. We take all employee concerns seriously. When the plaintiff reported her concerns, we immediately opened an investigation, and Mr. Vega was terminated within 10 days. We have no tolerance for this kind of misconduct. Oh yeah, fucking bullshit. Like, all of the previous lawsuits show how you, the HR, just buried this shit. You have no tolerance for this kind of misconduct since the lawsuits happened. The suit says the unnamed former employee, referred to here as Miss Jane Doe, first met Mr. Vega in 2010 before she started working at Activision Blizzard, when she participated in a game night with members of Activision Blizzard, which included Mr. Vega. Mrs. Doe says the pair soon formed a virtual relationship, and she regrettably sent him compromising photos of herself. Miss Doe says their friendship ended in 2011 when she met her future husband, but that in 2016, Vega helped her get some independent contractor work at Activision Blizzard, which later turned into a full-time position at the company as a community engagement coordinator for the player support department. All right, so there is a massive fucking gap here. So what I think happened here, most likely, is that this Vega guy is the epitome of pathetic men, right? Yeah. This is what I fucking loathe. Whenever people go, oh yeah, men is the problem. No, pathetic men is the problem. Because this Vega guy most likely couldn't accept the fact that this girl had moved on, right? The fact that she had once sent him photos meant that she must always send him photos, and she must always be okay with sucking his dick. He just couldn't let it go. It's pathetic. The problem isn't me. Like, the problem is this fucking soy boy bullshit. Yeah?
The problem that I have with this is how it's like, Miss Doe says their friendship ended in 2011.
Yeah.
How is this a friendship? You can't just call that. You send him your nudes. It's not, oh, he's a good friend, so I'm going to let him see my naked body.
I've never had that level of friendship with someone, which is...
Yeah, I guess I haven't gotten the right friends either.
Yeah, it's maybe just a deeper kind of friendship that it's just something new.
Yeah.
That I've never experienced.
But again, it's one of those things where I'm not saying that what the dude did was right, but like, you shouldn't just like send your nudes, because that, guys, particularly pathetic guys like that guy, are going to see that as the green light, and they're going to keep coming nonstop. Because it's like, oh, she sent me, she loves me. She sent me, you know how there's some guys that are like on the internet, and the moment a woman talks to them, like they immediately picture in their head, like, oh, dude, we're going to be living together. She's going to have my babies. Just because she just because she was like nice or just courteous or something. There's a lot of guys like that. Mr. Vega strikes me as one of those people. It's like, send me nudes? Damn.
Yeah, he was already fucking. He was already planning the wedding day, bro. This is why I said soy boy fucking weak ass man. That's the problem.
Keep reading, because like Mr. Vega still has a couple of surprises for you.
All right, let's see. At work, Mr. Vega repeatedly groped Miss Doe's breasts around a dozen times. On each occasion, he would squeeze, grab, or poke her breasts, and she immediately recoiled at these unwanted advances. He often attempted to kiss her at work. All of Mr. Vega's sexual advances upon Miss Doe were unwelcomed. After each time she rejected him, he'd assure her that one day it'll happen or one day you'll give in. Dude, this is just disgusting, right? This is just absolutely fucking disgusting. Like, look, guys, I'm not for the whole new woke movement that basically wants to paint every single advance from a guy as being unwelcome. That is not true, right? Shoot your shot. By all means, fucking go for it. Shooting your shot, however, does not mean grabbing a girl's breasts. That's not shooting your shot. That's just going over the fucking line, and you're skipping a few fucking points there, right? There's a few things that have to happen between you shooting your shot and grabbing her breasts. A few things have to happen before you get there. You've just skipped a whole bunch of milestones there. But shoot your shot. At all fucking, like, try it, right? Go to the girl, tell her she's beautiful, she's got a nice ass, whatever the fuck, and hopefully she says, yes, I'll suck your dick, no problem. If she doesn't, though, if she says no, you walk away. It's as simple as that. You've lost the fight, bro. Live to fight another day. But this is just bullshit. Telling a girl one day it'll happen or one day you'll give in. Of course, we'll have to, like, we weren't there, so we don't know exactly what this no is, because not all no's are created equal. And anyone that says they are is fucking lying, because there is a massive difference between no, stop it, and no, my God, stop it. What the hell are you doing? There's a fucking massive difference between those two. They are not the same. But it seems like this was the sort of no, stop it, kind of no. So for now, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to Miss Doe here. It also alleged that during meetings, Vega abused, belittled, and insulted Miss Doe, telling her that her ideas were terrible and that she was failing a job a monkey could do. He would also say reportedly she was a no one whose opinion don't matter, and that she doesn't know shit. The suit then lists specific examples of sexual harassment allegations against Vega, which include: at an Activision Blizzard office party in 2017, Mr. Vega walked Miss Doe to a vacant part of the office away from the party, and he asked her if she would give him oral sex if he were to whip it out right there. No. When Miss Doe expressed to Mr. Vega on several occasions that she felt underpaid, Mr. Vega often replied with a quid pro quo proposal. Well, you know what you need to do, while he pointed to his crotch. Dude, there's literally no way in which you spin this that the guy just doesn't sound like an absolute fucking maniac, right? Mr. Vega told Miss Doe that he is a very sexual person. Oh my God, dude, that is such a fucking chat line. Like, 100%, right? That is what every guy says to a girl.
Yes.
Like, every guy says this to a girl. You have to excuse
male
me.
move.
Exactly, right? It's when you're texting the girl and you constantly want to make things sexual and the girl isn't really interested in making it sexual, and you go, you have to excuse me, I'm a very sexual person. It's like, get the fuck out of here. You're just horny, bro. That's it, right? And you're not a sexual person, you're just horny. Anyways, this is funny as fuck. Alright, so Mr. Vega, I'm a very sexual person, and that he thus needs to jack off at least twice a day. Dude, that is not a very sexual person. You have a problem. You might be addicted to fucking masturbation. Mr. Vega asked Miss Doe how often she plays her... Dude, if it's your girlfriend, you can I don't even know. I've never asked a girlfriend this.
Here's the thing, right? Even further up, like, the dude was asking her about oral sex and all of these things and orgasms and all this. This is not like casual conversation that you have with your significant other. You're not like making your breakfast eggs and you're like, hey babe, want to suck my dick? It's like, just, you know.
Dude, I agree with you. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
While I'm making these eggs, it's like, hey babe, how many orgasms did I give you last night? While he's making the eggs. This is not the type of conversation.
Dude, I have never asked this of a girl ever. Mainly because as long as I've come, we're good, right? I've won. It's not. It doesn't matter how many times she played it herself. Like, what the fuck kind of question is that? Like, why would this even matter to you?
That's
Jesus.
That's like the Dave Chappelle thing. It's like, no. You tell me I come early, I come exactly on time. I'm breaking records.
Exactly. Mr. Vega asked Miss Doe how often her husband made her orgasm. Dude, this is just not on. Like, I can't even make jokes about this. You do not.
That one is just you don't. You just don't do that.
Oh, dude, but there's something about marriage. There's a sanctity there that you just don't cross. I get a little bit annoyed at the fact that, like, I can try to make something funny, but this is just not funny. When someone's married, unless they've expressly told you that they're open to advances within their marriage, right? And their partner is fully okay with it, so it's an open relationship. If it's not an open relationship, you just don't go there. There's a sanctity to that fucking. It's more than just, we're dating.
But it's like the thing. One of the things that also bothers me a lot whenever we're talking about these things is like how. And again, I just can't understand it. Maybe it's just like my mindset or something.
Yeah.
But the moment the woman is not into it, I'm not into it. It's like if she's not into it, it's just like a massive turnoff. It's like, okay, fine, cool, whatever.
Are you talking about flirting or are you talking about sex? Because
I'm talking about anything. Flirting, sex, anything. To me, all of those, the moment that I see that I read the body language, or even just like in her case, it's not even body language. She just flat out
she
told
fucking
him,
told
I
him. I don't care this.
It's like, this isn't even like, oh, maybe the guy's bad at reading body language. No, she told him she's not interested. And it's like, how is it that people, they just keep going? It's like, I'm just like, okay, she's not into it. That's fine. Okay. You shoot your shot. She's not into it. Fuck it.
I mean,
leave.
I wouldn't
find another one plenty of fishing to see all of that.
I wouldn't belittle myself to this extent. Like, if I met a girl and she's not into it, I would not belittle myself and keep going for it. Because you're just making yourself a fool at that point. And I refuse to fucking do that. Ms. Doe's complaints also accuse Vega of threatening her career if she ever reported him to HR, which she first did in 2017, saying Activision Blizzard did nothing. Of course they did nothing. And that up until August 2021, weeks after the company's culture had become international news, he continually threatened to publicly release the compromising photos he had of her. The suit says Vega was finally reported directly to Ms. Doe's manager in August 2021, and that shortly after Mr. Vega left a voicemail for Ms. Doe in a poor attempt to mitigate the harm he caused, Vega was then terminated from his position on September 1, 2021. So Blizzard now, after their whole culture change, seems to have finally taken this shit seriously. Ms. Doe's complaint is calling for a full jury trial of both accused and is ultimately seeking damages, legal fees, lost earnings, and medical costs. Medical costs for fucking what? Both Activision Blizzard and Mr. Vega have been contacted for comment. Mr. Vega isn't going to give you comment. The dude his life just ended. Because, dude, most guys that do this think they can get away with it. They think that it won't happen to them, right? They think that no one's ever going to find out about this. I'm so glad these girls are speaking up about this. Because if true, if Mr. Vega actually did the things that she alleges in this article, I know he's not going to go to jail, right? Sekinek, thanks for the 0-1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 9 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. But guys like this, in my opinion, should get jail time. It's not on. You're not supposed to do things like this. I believe that rapists should get the fucking death penalty. Pedos should 100%. Get the death penalty. And if you assault women or harass women, you should go to fucking jail. To have other... Because in jail, you might finally understand how those girls felt. Because the guys in jail, I'm told...
He's gonna
really
meet
care
Tyrone
about
in
consent.
Jail.
Right? Yeah.
He's gonna meet Tyrone in jail. He's gonna have a good time.
I mean, the dudes in jail don't care so much about consent, and the laws of sexual harassment is different when you're inside. And guys like this needs to experience what the fuck these girls are going through, because I can just imagine the incredible pressure you're under as a woman in an office, and I know there's going to be guys that immediately go, dude, what the fuck does this mean as a woman? You know, women don't have it harder than men. But they do, in the fact that for a girl, right, she has all the same social pressures that you as a guy have when it comes to things like this. Like for guys, speaking up about sexual harassment isn't easy either. Very few guys actually ever speak up about these things because it is putting yourself out there, making yourself vulnerable, showing the weakest side of yourself. But for girls, there is that added thing. That guy is stronger and bigger than her. So if she really upsets him, there's no way for her to know what is the limit that this guy would go to. Right? She doesn't know that. She doesn't know if she goes to HR, this guy doesn't wait for her in the parking lot and beats the living fuck out of her. Right? And that is a constant fear. It's sort of like this thing. My brother and I were talking about this the other day. So one of my brothers just asked the girl out, right? So he went up to the girl. He told her, "Oh my God, you're so beautiful. Can I take you out for dinner?" And her reply to him was, sorry, thank you so much for asking, but I'm in a relationship. And my brother was immediately like, "Okay, no problem. It's cool." And then about 2 days later, she came up to my brother and she was like, "I lied to you. I'm not actually in a relationship. I didn't know what to say. You kind of caught me off guard. And genuinely, I've never had a guy respond this, like, chill, you know, to me telling him, no, sorry, I can't." And my brother was sort of confused about this. And I told him, well, girls lie because they want to avoid the inevitable fallout. Because a lot of guys seemingly can't take no for a fucking answer. And I didn't know this was a thing until I started talking to girls about it. And you hear some fucking horror stories from girls just going, "Sorry, no, I'm not into it." And then that guy just fucking will not stop. He goes on the attack for the girl saying no to him. So you can all obviously, like, you can put yourself in her shoes and realize that girls will oftentimes be less willing to come out and say what have happened to them because they're not sure what that blowback is going to be. The same way that they're lying to guys about being in relationships, because that's really the best way to hopefully, you know, tell people no and not get your shit kicked in. A lot of guys respect an imaginary BF more than the girl. Very sorry. That is true. So what are your thoughts on this, Mr. Urukon?
I mean, it's just like again, when it comes to women, like you said, a lot of times they end up being in a much more tough situation when it comes to this. And especially because nowadays there's also been a lot of women that have came forward and basically lied about a lot of allegations, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So now there's not only the problem of them being, like, you know, physically weaker, like you stated, but there's also the problem of potentially people not believing them. Yeah. Because of the fact that a lot of other people have came before them and kind of like poisoned the well. So now there are people that are inclined not to believe victims of sexual assault and all of that. And on top of it, they can be not believed, and then they can continue to be getting abused. So it does become a situation that is incredibly hard to navigate from any potential perspective that you look at it. So yeah, it kind of sucks. And as you can see, it took her plenty of years to come forward, and she's probably coming forward because she sees like all the support against Blizzard right now because of all the stuff that has come to light last year. Yeah. So yeah, it's hard to blame her for the situation. I just feel like we still do need to follow due process to make sure that things happen like they're said. And if things happen like it is being reported on the court, I already said in my video, I want this guy fucking destroyed. I want his life to be completely over. Fuck this guy. Like, what the fuck? You can't just be going around grabbing women's titties. Like, what the fuck is this?
I wish you could, right? It would be great if we lived in a world where girls were just grabbing your dick and you were just grabbing their tits and it was all good and fucking healthy and everyone loved that.
So long as that shit is like consensual, then yeah, sure. If you have like 10 women, they're all like, yeah, we fully consent. You can touch her tits. And
did you call Tiger Shock? What kind of strip clubs are you fucking going to, bro? Because it might be brothels that you're visiting. Just FYI, you can't grab a girl's tits in a strip club. What the fuck?
No, you can't. You can't do that. Like the security will come up to you and break your
Yeah,
hands.
they'll break your shit.
If they're any decent. But it's like it's just fucked up that these types of situations continue happening because again, whenever I try to put myself in this situation, because I always like, okay, let's look at this. How would I react in this situation? I'm like, I can't even put myself in this situation because I would just straight up not be able to fucking do this. I wouldn't be able to physically do this because it's fucked up. Like, I can't even imagine myself making a woman uncomfortable to the point of coming up and just like grabbing a tit. Like, what the fuck is that?
Dude,
like, Jesus Christ.
I barely look at girls when I'm out and about. Just walking up to a girl and fucking grabbing tit. Yeah,
Whoa.
I don't think we're there yet.
Barely looking to girls? No, dude.
No, I don't. I seriously don't. And it's not a choice.
I look at everybody. Hey, it is what it is, man.
No, I usually just walk wherever the fuck I need to go, grab whatever the fuck I need, and leave. I don't spend a lot of time looking around, trying to pay attention to people. Especially because what the fuck am I going to do when I see a hot chick there?
No. But the way that you're describing it is like, no, I keep my head down. I look at the sidewalk. I make sure not to look at any hot girls. What the fuck, dude?
No, if I notice a girl by accident, sure, I'll look.
Don't nobody show this clip to my wife, huh? What the
fuck? If I notice a fucking girl, I'll look, right? Obviously. Today it happened, actually. I was just at the shop. I went to go buy some fucking strawberries, and as I got out of the car, like literally opposite me, this girl got out of her car, and bro, oh my fuck, she was hot, dude. Now, obviously, there I can't help it. I was looking up, and I looked into this girl's eyes, and I was like, oh my, I want to marry you. I didn't say that, but that was what I thought at the time.
You should do like your brother, go up to her and be like, hey, you wanna go have dinner?
Bro, there's a fine line between sexual harassment and flirting, and whenever I walk up to a girl, it is firmly sexual harassment. So I don't walk up to fucking girls just like that, right? No, I mean, the whole thing with sexual harassment and flirting is how hot is the guy. Right? If it's a really hot guy, he can get away with a lot more than a fat guy can. So I could just walk up to the girl and be like, hey, how you doing? And she'd be like, oh my God, you're sexually harassing me. Get the hell away from me, you pervert. I'd be like, oh shit, sorry. I didn't know that. But no, I think personally, you said something earlier and someone in chat actually said this too. Apparently they made a fucking dress that can now record whenever someone touched you. Your solo squad, by the way, thanks for the 2 months up. They really appreciate the 2 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate your fam. Thank you. The whole believe women thing. So we've gone we've gone all over the place with this because at first, when these Me Too things started happening, there was this hashtag believe all women, right? Which I was never in favor of because it's hashtag believe all people. Are you nuts? People lie. So I'm not just going to believe someone because they happen to say something. I'm going to need some proof. And I think there were a lot of people that were like me, very much in the camp of, show me the evidence and I'll fucking believe you. Otherwise, fuck you. But there's a large swath of people that have sort of fallen to the point where no amount of evidence will ever convince me. And I see this. The last time I covered anything from the lawsuits against Activision Blizzard, most of these things were now confirmed, right? So these weren't even things that Blizzard were denying anymore. And you still had people in chat going, dude, these women are just fucking lying. It's like, oh shit. All right, so we have this one group that says hashtag believe all women. We have the other group that says women can go fuck themselves. I'll never believe a word they say. And then we have me standing in the middle looking at both of these groups thinking, you both are fucking nuts. Like, the middle ground here is, okay, this girl made an allegation. Let's see where this leads and if it ultimately leads to justice. And if the guy did what she alleges in this lawsuit, then he needs to go to fucking jail. He's not gonna, because for some reason that's not a punishment, even though that's the only punishment there should be.
It's like, this is one of the reasons why I feel like you need to report stuff as soon as it happens, as fast as possible. Just like, hey, he grabbed your tit like today. Like you should report it by tomorrow. Like just fucking get it done. Get on the case. Like do not hold back, because like the longer you wait, the harder it becomes to prove. And then people start questioning, do you have an agenda?
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. And it's like, I just want justice at the end of the day. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I just want justice.
I'm
Fuck
the
these
same
people.
there. I'm the same there. But this couldn't have come at a worse time for Blizzard, dude. They're trying so hard to refresh their image, you know, to get back to some sense of normality. And now this comes out. Another lawsuit. And again, evidence of HR not doing anything. And, you know, finally in 2021, this shit gets taken care of. I mean, no one should have to suffer for this long under a fucking predator. I'm sorry, but that's just not on. So whoever this Miss Doe is, if you're ever watching this or ever see this, I think I speak for me and for most of my viewers when I say we're truly sorry for what the fuck you went through. Yeah.
And I think it's like the one of the things that I said, like, now look at this from the perspective of Mr. Doe. Like, did she tell her husband what was happening? Did she not? Because she's married. Did she tell her husband? Did she not tell her husband? Is her husband finding out now? Like, I'm just thinking, if I'm Mr. Doe, Mr. Vega is getting fucked up. Whether he's going to jail or not, he's getting fucked up. Maybe I'm going to jail, but somebody's fucking going to jail. Like, what the fuck? Can't be like harassing my wife for years on end, asking her to suck your dick. Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, you're getting fucked up, motherfucker.
Dude, yeah, it's wild to me that you're doing this to a married woman. And why do guys, is there just some men that don't understand the sanctity of that ring? That just go, wow, doesn't matter, right? You know, she can suck my dick and go home to her husband at night. Is that just a thing that exists somehow that no one really gives a fuck?
It's very weird.
What am I looking at here? Oh, yeah. True. Very true. Abaddon. Oh, shit. I didn't even know this was a thing. Fucking hell. Ah, Blizzard at it again, bro. Oh, motherfucker.
What are they doing?
No, just the lawsuit. I mean...
Oh, okay, the lawsuit thing, yeah.
There's just... Oh, shit, wait, what? Elden Ring gets massive combat overhaul as it makes way for DLC.
Yeah. And as it makes way for DLC is a little bit baited, I would imagine. It's just a major patch, which seems to indicate, like, they are really paying attention to, like, PvP and stuff. I'm just mad because, like, they buffed all magic and nerfed shields, and I was like, bro, what the fuck?
Isn't magic already super overpowered?
Yes, it is.
Because you can basically like one-shot things with magic, right?
Yeah, it's even more powerful now.
Oh, shit. I should go play Elden Ring again and just go for a full magic build. You know, make the game easy for myself. Once you green lights it, but I'm inviting you back? Yeah, but, I mean, dude, the problem with these sorts of things that happen in these lawsuits and stuff, it's so difficult to actually know, which is why I'm always on the side of, well, either thing can be true here. Because a lot of what we... Sorry, I just want to say, a lot of what humans do requires so much context, right? Because you can say something, and, you know, Bill Burr actually has such a good fucking thing on this. I wish I could remember what it was. That Bill Burr, like, there's a clip of him where he goes, you know, the girl was saying, no, stop it, don't do it. Oh my God, you're so naughty. Why the fuck are you doing this? And then when he's in court, the reader is reading it back, and she's going, no, stop it. Oh my God, you're so naughty. Stop, please. What the hell are you doing? And he's just like, she didn't say it like that. She didn't fucking say it like that. If someone can find that clip for me, I would love to fucking watch that right now. But that's sort of the thing, right? Humans are just, it's so difficult to know what happened between two human beings if you don't understand the context of what had transpired there. You know, what spirit were things said in? How do things, it's called Bill Burr, no means no. Oh shit. All right, let's quickly see here. All right, I just need to watch this quickly.
No means no. That's another one. No means no. It's like, no, it doesn't. All right? Look, no means no. No, that means no. All right, but no, stop it. What are you doing? Oh my God. You're being so bad. Stop it. No. Yeah, that's not a fucking no. That means I want to do it, but I'm afraid you're going to judge me, so I'm just going to make it look like it was your idea so you don't figure out that I've already performed this act with 40 other fucking people. Right?
Oh my God, based.
Then you go to court and you get a bad read, and there's some guy reading it. Your Honor, she said no. Stop it. What are you doing? You're being so bad. Yeah, and you're just sitting there like, she didn't fucking say it like that. She didn't say it like that.
Bro, oh my God, Bill Burr is so based, dude. I fucking love this guy. Thank you, Ja. I appreciate that. I needed this. But yeah, so much of it is context. It is about, you know, how do we say things that we say, because just the what doesn't mean jack shit. The what alone is completely useless. So I'm gonna just hold off on this until we get some more information. Yeah, it's fucked up, boys. It is fucked up. But I guess that's life.
Yep.
No, fuck it doesn't. Well, I was talking about the strip club when they invite you back to the private rooms. Ah, Tiger Shark. Okay, so you're talking about the level of strip club that's like above what most of us ever go to do in a strip club.
Listen. You still don't get to touch your titties in a lap dance unless that's like some different type of strip club. You're still not supposed to touch the dancers. The dancers get to touch you though. That's like the point of the lap dance.
See, I wouldn't do it. I don't see the point of a strip club. It is like the ultimate cock tease. Like, why are you going there? It is just a factory for blue balls. That's what it does there. They just make blue balls there. Because you're going, you know you're not going to get off. Unless, of course, while she's touching you, you cream yourself. In which case, fucking disgusting, but whatever, right? Like, you're just going there to put yourself in a very difficult position. Because you're going to see hot, naked ladies, but you can't fuck them. And they most likely don't want to fuck you either. Because they have a boyfriend twice your fucking size at home. So what's the point? I don't understand why anyone would go to a fucking strip club, to be honest. And I'm broke all the time? Well, there you go, Tiger Shark. Maybe you're broke because you went to too many of those fucking places. No, I have a friend that actually fucked a stripper once. When I was younger, I genuinely thought that he was the luckiest man alive. Now that I'm older, I'm not so sure. Because if a stripper is willing to go home with you, there's a good chance you're not the only one, right? And there's a good chance that that happens on a nightly basis almost.
Finding a royal baron.
Finding a what?
Her oil baron.
Jesus. I mean, that is also possible, right? What other news is there? Like, is there anything else? Like, any huge news?
I haven't seen a whole lot of stuff yesterday because I reinstalled World of Warcraft.
What the fuck, bro? Like, why?
I told you I was gonna do it this week.
And what's the take? I literally just installed New World last night. About 29. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel.
I'm just doing like the streamline thing, and they put you in Zereth Mortis real quick. Like you don't even have to do Korthia. You just go to Korthia, and then you instantly leave. It's a quick stop, and then it's interesting too, because like they try to have this scene
Yeah.
where it's supposed to be kind of like emotional, where you have a big army all ready to invade Korthia,
Yeah.
and I'm just sitting there. And I'm like, I don't know any of you fucking people. Like,
shit.
and they're like, give everyone a rousing speech. And I was like, all right. I press the button. My character does the commanding shot animation. It's like, ah! And then everybody just like, yeah, the Maw Walker, woo! And everybody just charges in. I was like, wow, that sure was something.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, most of those scenes in video games in general is pretty fucking cringe. Like, you just
No,
don't pull it
that's
off
the
in video
thing.
games that well.
In 14, they're amazing.
I haven't had too many of those in 14. Not that I
Oh,
remember,
yeah.
at least.
There's some of those, and they're fucking amazing. And then here's World of Warcraft trying to do the same thing, and I'm looking at it like, what are you doing? I don't know any of the people here. Whereas, like in 14, there's a scene very similar to that, and I'm like, oh, I remember that guy. I remember that one. And then, oh my god, they're coming through. This is amazing. Like these are people that you've quested for like
Yeah.
a long time ago. And then they kind of like show up in the story again to make sense. Whereas in there, it's like, oh, here's the armies of the Shadowlands. They're all behind you. And I'm like, I don't know any of these fucking people. I don't care about any of them. Like, what the fuck? They could like go into Korthia and die 5 minutes after they cross through the portal, and it wouldn't even make a dent on my day. Not in one way or another.
There's a
But
clip
yeah, I
that
mean-
I really want to fucking watch here.
Go for it.
Lord, how you doing, bro? Adriana Lee claims sexual assault against men is taken more seriously.
What?
Okay, so right off the bat, I want to say fucking miserable take. Like, such a bad take. I don't even know what the fuck she's gonna say, but
No, wait a minute. Hasn't it been on TwitchCon where some chick like was going around, grabbed XQC's dick and grabbed Kai Cenat's dick or whatever?
yeah.
And I don't think anything was done about that.
Yeah, that's literally what fucking happened. Like, XQC was sitting, and this girl was just grabbing his thighs, running her hands up to his dick, and probably nothing's gonna happen. You want to know why? Because when you as a guy go up to other guys, and you're like, so I was standing there, and suddenly this girl just grabbed my dick. You want to know how most guys react to that? Bro.
Yeah.
Bro,
Right
like,
on.
fuck yeah, man. And at that point, you feel too stupid to tell your friends, like, dude, no, I did not, I didn't want this, right? And
I
even
think
if
that- I
you
think it
do,
was
your
in
friends
the-
are like, dude, are you gay? Like, come on, the girl touched your dick. It's like, yeah, but I didn't want her to touch my dick. It's just
It's
not,
like,
yeah?
was it in the UK or was it in the US where there was a teacher or something like that who was considerably older,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
she fucked like an underage,
Yeah, like a
teenager
14-year-old
student or
boy
whatever.
or some shit.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And everybody and most of the men were going like, fuck yeah, dude, yeah, great. It's like, how are you gonna have a take like that in a
Dude,
world like this?
the-
And I also don't think anything happened to the teacher, as far as I can remember.
I
don't
think she
was,
lost
like-
her job. I'm not sure. Like,
Oh
technically
wow,
speaking,
she got fired.
yeah, but well, technically speaking, by law, I think the same thing will happen to her as with a man. The problem is that yes, the public outcry isn't nearly as bad. Because
Yeah, nobody cares.
I'll tell you, before I actually had time to think about this, I remember reading about that story, and I remember thinking to myself, dude, that guy is so fucking lucky. Like,
Yeah,
Jesus.
exactly. You're like,
When I
wish
was
that
14
me,
years
right?
old, there were so many teachers that I wish
would've
were
thought, yeah.
open to it, and they were never open to it, right? But then you think about it, and you realize, wait a second, there's something that happened there that, even though it might seem really cool right now, for that boy, there is some psychological problems waiting down the line that's
yeah.
gonna hit him like a fucking truck. And he's not even necessarily going to know where these problems are coming from. There's a reason why we've outlawed this. There's a reason why we've said, no, you're not allowed to do this, because of what it does to kids in relationships like this, right? When things like this happen. But that's the problem. Whenever you, like, when she fucking, Shamshang, how you doing, brother? When Adriana Lee, and here's why I hate this, because I was on her side this whole time. Like, I was on her side against the Mizkif stuff because I genuinely believe her, and I still do. But this take is just like, all right, someone needs to shut her the fuck up, because now she's just talking crazy.
Like, look, she can say whatever she wants, and I don't think that this invalidates the situation that she went through. But I think that what that take is significantly out of touch.
Oh yeah,
I think that wasn't there like a while ago, like some experiment. Like I've only seen like headlines of this, but some woman tried to pass off as a man or whatever for 2 years because she thought that men had it easier, and at the end of the experiment, she wanted to kill herself. It's something like that.
Because men do not have it easy.
Yeah, no, we don't.
It is a fucking hard life being a man. The problem is that whenever girls go, oh, we want equality, they don't really want equality. They want to fucking cherry pick. They only want the good stuff of being a man. They don't want all the fucking horrible bullshit that comes with being a man. Only the good stuff. Like the women and children first. No, fuck that. Right? Bill Burr has another great fucking clip on exactly this argument, where it's like, oh, women and children first. No, yucky, you can keep that. Equal pay, I'll take some of that. You know, like you just want the good shit. You can't. You either take all of it or you take none of it. But you can't just go, yeah, we want the good stuff. We don't want the fucking bad stuff.
Having said that, I'd still much prefer being a man.
Yeah, of course, dude. I don't get my period once a month. Like, Jesus. If there is one reason to not be a girl, it's that. Like, I'm sorry, what the fuck? Dude, I would be I would be ready to kill myself if at the age of 14 or whenever the fuck girls get their period for the first time, someone came to me and said, oh, by the way, you're just like gonna bleed randomly once a month and there's nothing you can fucking do about it. It's gonna be kind of uncomfortable if you're one of the really unlucky girls. It is just gonna hurt all the fucking time. I'd be like, all right, well, shoot me now. What the fuck am I doing here? I don't want to live this life. Who the fuck bleeds just randomly? As a guy, when you bleed, you know something's wrong. Like, something has happened that should not have happened at this point in time. Why the fuck am I bleeding? Right? It's just, all the blood should stay inside your body. That's when you know you're healthy. So yeah, sure, fuck it. I don't want to be a girl. I'm very happy being a man, but thinking that a man's life is easy, that's just bullshit. But anyways, let's watch this clip. It's probably going to be deleted. Oh, thank fuck.
Been dealing with lately, because it's like, at the end of the day, like, if I was a man in this situation, everyone would believe me, and there wouldn't be questions, and I wouldn't be getting called a clout whore and whatever, and
it's not true. If you were a guy, people may have believed you, but no one would have cared. So you have to accept this. If you were a guy, yeah, maybe people wouldn't be like, oh my god, he's lying, but people would just be like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, dude, all right, so the girl touched your dick while you were passed out. Fuck. I wish girls would touch my dick when I'm passed out. That's what you can expect from most guys, right? From most people. So just in that, I would say bullshit, 100% bullshit.
I'll tell you something about that though. After you get married, that kind of like changes. Like, I don't want random girls touching my dick anymore. Fuck that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want random girls touching my dick, and I'm not even fucking married, right?
If I wasn't married, I might like that. I'd be like, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know though. How hot are they?
No, fuck
like,
that.
how hot are they though? Like, if it's Kate Beckinsale, yeah, sure, she can touch my dick whenever the fuck she wants, right? I would not. She doesn't even have to ask. But if it's not Kate Beckinsale, then maybe some discussions need to be had beforehand, you know? So that does depend, but the problem is that, yes, most people will believe a guy about something like this because most guys don't speak out when things like this happen. So when a guy finally speaks out, you know, people sort of know that, yeah, all right, this maybe happened, because very few guys would put themselves in this position. But the problem is that most people don't take it seriously after that. Like, they just don't give a fuck. So this happened to you. Who gives a shit? Right? So just there, I don't. And plus, so many people fucking believed you. Most people believed you. Don't let the small number of people that never believes women, and you have to understand this, the simps and the fucking incels online that don't know who a girl is, they've never even spoken to a girl, they have made an active decision never to believe any girls. Even if you had video evidence, they would say fake, right? They would say, no, that's fake. We can see your lips moving, or whatever the fuck. Why are you talking about this? Because most of us believed you.
Like, people are telling me, like, oh, well, you shouldn't have drank then. Like, that's your fault for drinking. And, like, and things like...
Wait, no. There's a massive thing here. Absolutely, you should not have drunk. Like, absolutely. It is not your fault for these things happening to you. 100%. But you should not as a guy, not as a girl, you shouldn't go to a random party where you know most of the people not at all and get blind drunk to the point of passing out. Like, what the fuck are you doing? That is the most dangerous place you can ever put yourself in. Why are you doing that? That doesn't excuse what fucking Crazy Slick did. It doesn't excuse what he did. It's still a fucked up move from Slick. The problem is that two things can be true at the same time. Crazy Slick could have been a complete fucking animal, but you too should not have been in that position. You should not have gone out and got blind drunk to the point of passing out at a party where you didn't know everyone there. I would say ever. As a guy or a girl, you should not get that drunk ever unless you're at your own house and you're with people that you absolutely trust. Because getting to that level of drunk means that a lot of things can happen to you and you will not be present enough to really make the best decisions for you in that moment. Apocalypse, thanks for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 37 months leading the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, I think I don't know. I don't think, because I definitely did say that at the time, and if that's what she's referring to, then she is sort of mischaracterizing the argument there.
That it's like, I don't know. It's really like discouraging because like even with like the Sienna May thing, like everyone supports the victim in that situation who was also asleep and got touched, because for women don't want to support sexual assault or harassment on any level, if it's a guy or a girl. Women see this girl doing this to, like Sienna May doing this.
What the fuck was she saying next? How do I see the rest of this fucking stream, bro? Is there a way to see? Oh, here we go. I need to see what the fuck she said next year. But I want to see it from where the clips start.
Yeah, if you hit watch full video, it should go
at the end of the day, like, if I was a man in this situation, everyone would believe me.
All right,
and there
let's
wouldn't be questions, and I wouldn't be getting called a clout whore and whatever, and like people telling me like, oh, well, you shouldn't have drank then. Like, that's your fault for drinking. And, like, and things like that. It's like, I don't know. It's really, like, discouraging because, like, even with, like, the Sienna May thing, like everyone supports the victim in that situation who was also asleep and got touched. Because for women don't want to support sexual assault or harassment on any level, if it's a guy or a girl. Women see this girl doing this to, like Sienna May doing this to someone, and they're like, fuck her, like, we don't want to support this. But when a guy sees another guy do it to a girl, it's like, what was she wearing? What was she doing?
Oh my fuck. No, Jesus, no. That is so unfair. When dude, I will show you girls that do not agree with this shit. Like, all girls are not just fundamentally the same person. There are girls that don't believe you. Guaranteed, because I've met some of them. There were girls who DM'd me saying, Akalon, you shouldn't be so quick to make judgments and believe her. I think she's talking shit, right? Actual girls that fucking thought that you were talking shit. And there were guys who fundamentally believed you. In fact, I would argue that most guys will believe a girl more so than what they will believe a guy. If a girl comes out and says, this happened to me, most men have this built-in protection fucking gene. They want to protect the girl, so they're obviously going to believe you. It's not the case that this is a male versus female thing. This is a problem of the modern era. We have too many women that have come out looking for clout, that have completely ruined it for the actual victims of sexual assault. This is not something that has just happened to you and it's because guys are this or guys are that or anything like that. It is because that over the course of the last 5 years, with all of these Me Too movements, there have been some legitimate cases of sexual assault and sexual harassment, and then there's been a shit ton of fake cases where girls will just come out and pretend like something had happened to them when nothing had happened to them. And then when they finally fucking get pushed, they admit that it was wrong or that they got their facts wrong or whatever the case is. So now a lot of us are sort of always going to be on the side of, let's wait and see. Because we've been lied to so many fucking times by narcissistic assholes that just want to be famous that we're no longer just willing to believe it. And that is for men and women both. I find girls way more to judge you and be like, well, what were you wearing, doing, than guys, to be honest. Dude, don't even fucking get me started on this. I have a massive issue with the modern era. Because girls blame guys for a lot of things that guys don't actually do. You know, so girls will complain about, oh my God, you guys want us to always look so beautiful and we always have to wear all of our makeup and we always have to wear high heels and we always have to look perfect and we always have to have our hair just absolutely perfect. I wish I was a fucking guy so I could just go out looking like shit and no one would even care. And us guys are listening to that going, what? Hey, we don't care. Like, I don't actually give a shit about that. Like, you know, do whatever the fuck you want to do. If you don't want to wear makeup, don't wear makeup. In fact, most guys prefer that you don't.
I've always been of the mentality that it's like, hey, if you want to wear makeup, wear whatever you want, do whatever you want. It's not really a big deal. Personally, I tend to prefer no makeup on so that I can actually see what you look like. Like, that to me makes more sense. But,
yeah,
you know, if a woman wants to wear makeup, then go crazy. Do it.
Makeup is fake.
It's none of my business.
Makeup is fake advertising. 100%, yeah, right?
The thing is, don't put on like 3 layers of makeup on my behalf because I don't want that.
No,
like, if you want to, go ahead. But to me, no, don't need that.
I'm on the side that sort of just whatever the fuck you want to do it, right? But I don't mind either way. But we get blamed as guys for, oh my God, we have such unattainable standards for what women should look like. And it's like, no, we don't.
No.
You think we do. We fucking don't. Like, as guys, we're happy to see titties. Like, that's pretty much it, right? That's how fucking high our standards are. Are they titties? Yes. Great. Right? We don't really care much more than that. It doesn't go much deeper.
And there's this notion that's like, no, they have to be a certain size. Like, no, I like them. Small, big, average. I like them all.
As long as they're titties.
Yes.
We couldn't give
good
two
titties.
fucks.
I like them all. Small, big. I like them all.
I just think a lot of girls sort of think that guys want things they don't want or don't care about, and then blame us guys for those things. Like somehow we're the ones. Whenever I see things or whenever I look at the world, it seems like those who judge the harshest are girls judging other girls. Like, girls will fuck you up. Like, dude, girls are so mean to each other. Like, whenever we go out, like me and my friends, it will always be the girls in our friend circle that judge other girls. Oh my God, did you see what she was wearing? Did you see her makeup? She looks fucking awful. And all of the guys at the table are sort of like, what girl? Like, we didn't even fucking notice. We didn't even know that there was a girl that had bad clothes on, apparently, or that didn't do her makeup correctly, apparently. We just didn't know. We didn't even notice it. So I do think girls sometimes underestimate just how shallow guys are. Like, girls, we don't have a lot of depth. Like, for us, as long as you're hot, in our opinion, you're good. And lucky for you, every single man has a different opinion of what's hot.
No, to me, just being hot is not enough.
And you're not talking about marriage and fucking relationships. We're not going that deep, bro.
No. I'm just talking about, like, I'm attracted to more than just like how hot a woman is. Like, if she's hot, but she's like, you know, that's all, that's her whole personality. It's like, oh, I'm just hot. That's it. It's like, it's not as engaging. Like, there needs to be some kind of like common ground there to at least for me, it makes it more arousing personally.
To fuck? Like, for a one-night stand?
To anything. Yeah.
Bro, if it's a one-night stand, I couldn't give two fucks.
I mean, I guess I don't do one-night stands, so it's whatever.
Like, if it's just a quick wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Like, who gives a shit whether she's intelligent or funny? I don't need her to make me laugh. I just need her to have sex with me. If we're talking marriage or relationships, the different story. You know, hotness isn't everything, unless of course you're Kate Beckinsale, in which case she is so hot, you just
you're
know she has a beautiful personality. You just know it, right? You just know Kate Beckinsale has the perfect personality, perfect woman right there.
Sure thing.
I mean, it is true. Happy Nexus, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. I get that, dude. I'd like to get brain from a girl with brains, you know? Hey, I can respect that. I can respect that. But no, yeah. The basic crux of the matter is just I think girls don't always know what guys want, and then they judge what guys want based on how other girls judge them, and then somehow that becomes the beauty standard, even though that isn't the beauty standard. Not even fucking close. So I'll give you guys an example of this. I have a friend that actually went into, like, she's quite famous in South Africa, at least. This girl was arguably one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. I remember in college, we were in college together. We studied together. I remember seeing her for the first time. I was in my second year, and she came in as a first year when I was in my second year. And I remember we were sitting on this bench in front of the rostrum, the theater, and we were smoking. And I saw this girl walking into the campus, and I just looked at her and I was like, Jesus. Wow. Right? And I still told my friends, dude, I need to meet this girl. She is super fucking hot. She was gorgeous and very intelligent, very funny, great personality, like the whole fucking 9 yards. And due to a very drunk evening, I managed to fuck up my chances with her. Not in like I did something bad, I just didn't read the signs correctly. And then after that, she was just completely fucking cold towards me. Like, she invited me over to her apartment. We were out drinking, and she invited me out to her apartment to... I think I took her home, actually. Oh, yeah. That's exactly what happened. So I drove her home, drunk driving. Never do it, but never mind. So I took her home. I walked her up to her apartment, made sure that she was safe there. And we were just sort of chatting. And she asked me if I've ever seen Gangs of New York. Right? Like, I've never watched the movie. So I went, no, I haven't seen it. Oh my God, you have to watch it. I'll put it on. I'll make us something to eat. Do you want something to eat? And I'm like, no, I'm fine. Because I'm thinking I want to get back to the party, right? I want to go drink. I'm starting to lose my buzz here. I'm like, no, I'm fine. You know, I need to get back. And she's like, no, please. I want to cook something to eat. I'll make us something to eat and we can watch Gangs of New York. I'm like, no, it's fine. You know, they're waiting for me back at the party. I'm going to go drink, right? And I just left.
Dude, you're such a fucking idiot. Oh my
bro,
God,
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Oh my God, dude. What is wrong with you?
Dude, I didn't know. I just wanted to go back to the fucking bar.
She's like, please stay with me in my apartment. You're like, no, gotta go. It's like, well, what do you mean?
Yeah, I went back. I got drunk. It was a good evening. You know, I had fun.
Not as good as it could have been, motherfucker.
True, but it still fucking happened, right? I was young, bro. I was stupid. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, right? So I left. After that night, she was so cold, bro. Like, we were still friends, but she was just that connection was gone, and I could never understand why, because we were really close. But anyways, the story that I actually want to fucking tell, I saw pictures of her the other day for the first time ever. She actually reached out to me on Instagram and she was like, hey, you know, haven't seen you in such a long time. How you doing? Whatever. And I'm like, oh, wow, fuck. Finally connecting with her again. But she's had so many procedures done, right? Botox and shit. Because she's trying to adhere to what she considers to be, and she's still beautiful. Don't get me wrong. She's still a very beautiful fucking girl. But she was more beautiful before all of the Botox and shit. Like, now looking at her, it just looks a little fake, you know? And she would have been more beautiful if she just didn't have all of that shit going.
It's like, look, I don't want to like shame people. You do what you want to do. But like, I've had plenty of, for instance, like actresses that I have seen where, you know, they hit off on a successful show or something.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, wow, I'm like one of the protagonists. Better get some work done. Then they get some work done. I'm like, oh my what the fuck did you do to yourself? Oh my God. I've seen so many instances of this. I'm just like, that's such a massive downgrade. Why couldn't you just age normally like everybody else?
Yeah, instead, you end up looking so fake.
You butchered your face.
Exactly.
Like, no.
Exactly.
And there's been so many examples, and again, I don't want people to feel uncomfortable about their decisions. Like, hey, you did it.
It's your fucking life.
Speaking for myself, I immediately found most of those less attractive. I think there's yet to be a situation where an actress goes and like changes her face significantly, and I'm like, wow, she looks way better now. I'm be real. I think there's been very little situations where that has happened. Not that this matters, because it's not like I'm interested in having a relationship with them.
Yeah.
I'm just talking specifically about my personal taste. I was like, less attractive. But you know, you do whatever you want.
I'm the same, considering the fact that the most beautiful a girl can look, in my opinion, is at home wearing fucking slacks, a hoodie, and her hair tied back. Like, that to me is the sexiest look.
Listen,
I don't like the fake bullshit.
One of my favorite pictures of my now wife, at the time my girlfriend, was of her sitting in my bed wearing my t-shirt, and I'm like, that's a good fucking picture right there.
Every guy likes their girl wearing their fucking t-shirt, because it's like the ultimate, this is mine. Right? All the other guys can go get their own, but this is mine.
This is my, that's very incredible.
It is yours.
Possessive.
No, it is yours. Your wife looks exactly the same way at you, in that exact same way. Look, there is a difference between saying this is mine and being obsessively possessive, right? Just because she is yours, because she is. She said yes, she married you. She of course belongs to you. But that doesn't mean that you are now the arbiter of her life's decisions, right? You don't get to decide for her what she can and can't do. It just means that she's yours. You know, she belongs to you. You belong to her. It's what marriage is. And if it isn't, then fuck me. Why would anyone ever want to be married? You know, unless of course you're in one of those open marriages, in which case, hey, you know, you do you. To this day, though, and this is a bit off the cuff, but I wanted to mention it. Actually, like today on earlier today during the morning, this video popped up from Destiny where him and his wife Melina they're giving relationship advice. Bro, Destiny being like in a poly relationship with Melina breaks my brain. Like, if you're dating a girl that fucking hot, why would you ever want to have sex with anyone else? Because Melina is actually like fucking stupidly hot. Like, she's just legit super fucking beautiful.
The thing that you need to consider there is, like, you don't know what their life experience is. This is your life experience. I have my life experience, and Destiny and Melina have their life experience.
Yeah, but I can still say I do not fucking understand it. Because
Yeah,
you wouldn't
like-
want anyone else if that is your fucking goal.
Hey, look, it's like it's not even just about how attractive she is. It's just about whether or not that is the type of relationship that you want. But here's the thing.
Maybe.
I'll tell you what. For all of that, they seem to be way happier than a lot of other couples that you see on the internet that are constantly like breaking up over dumb shit.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They're at least like, hey, you fuck that guy or fuck that girl, whatever. And Destiny's bi. He fucks guys too.
Yeah, he does not discriminate.
Yeah, so, you know.
She doesn't either, actually. She's also bi. So
Yeah,
they
they're
both
both
fuck
bi,
whoever
and
the fuck they want.
They're both bi and polyamorous, and that's what they want to do. And I think that's fine. I
Yeah,
do believe
I
that
couldn't do it.
in a couple of years, I think that they will kind of like start settling down and this is what I'm thinking. I think that they'll eventually settle down and become exclusive. But again,
Yeah.
it's none of my business. They seem happy. So to me, it's like, dude, that's healthier than most of the fucking relationships we see online.
I'll
You know
say,
what I'm saying?
yeah, I
Both of
agree
them
with you.
seem happy when they're on camera, at least, so they have a healthy relationship.
I
And
agree
here's the
with you.
thing: it's better than the people that fucking cheat on the side and are fucking dishonest about it.
True.
At least this way, it's like, hey, you know, I fuck around, you fuck around, good stuff, whatever.
Yeah, you see,
But
I
you
wouldn't.
always come home back to me.
You see, I wouldn't be able to do it. Like, just legit,
neither.
I wouldn't be able to do poly. I'm just too jealous for that. Like, I'm not a super jealous guy, but I know I will be too jealous for that. And I think that's true for most. I think most people wouldn't be able to do poly relationships. But the truth is, and this is where I will agree with you, most poly people that I have ever met have eventually transitioned into monogamy. Like, there comes a point where either both or one of the partners can no longer like do it, right? Where one or both can just they can't fucking do it anymore. And then it's time to move the fuck on, right? Then it's time to change the relationship. But just to like, you've seen Melina before, haven't you?
Yes.
All right, just to show chat why I said it doesn't
Don't
make
ever
sense.
call me out
to
like that again, Mel, or I'm gonna.
Like, look at this girl and explain to me. Would you? This is his wife, by the way. Like, would you be able? Like, not be able, but would you need to go out and fuck someone else if this is your wife?
She's Swedish, right?
Think so? Yes. Yes, I think
Yeah,
she's
dude.
Swedish.
Swedes are just built different, man. They're just fucking built different.
Yeah, she
It
is
what
like.
it is.
She is one of those I'm gonna go cry to myself that I'm single kind of hot, right? I guess she's pretty, but like you said, we all have our preferences. Yeah, everyone's gonna have their own preference, right? To me, this is stupidly hot. Maybe it wasn't his decision to go poly. He accepted because she was either way. Apocalypse, no. Like, he was poly before he even met her. Like, she just happened to also be poly. I think actually that's one of the reasons they started dating. was because they were both poly and bi. She's beautiful, but I sense some psycho energy in her. My alarms are ringing. Dude, the only psycho energy there can be in this girl is that she will ride your dick off, probably. That's the only... Dude, no. Based on what I've heard her say in the past, she is naughty as fuck, bro.
You were just talking earlier about how you don't talk certain way about another man's wife. That's another man's wife. What the fuck, bro?
They're in an open relationship. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, she's another man's wife. What the fuck?
And I said, unless they're in an open relationship. I did say that. Okay. I did fucking say that. So you can go back and check the tape, bro. I did say that.
check the tapes. The evidence is in my favor. Is that what you're going for?
Yeah, I have the fucking evidence, bro.
I have the high ground, Anakin.
Yeah, fuck it. I can say whatever the fuck I want, bro.
Oh man.
No, I mean, fuck. All the power to them, right? As long as they're happy, I don't really mind. I don't understand it, but it's not my job to understand it. It's got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, like I said, it's one of the healthiest relationships I've seen online. So it's like I got literally nothing to point at them.
But to be honest, though, I wonder how many relationships, especially online, especially when it comes to like Twitch and YouTube relationships, I wonder how many of those relationships are driven by narcissism and clout seeking. Because that's sort of whenever I see these relationships, whenever they implode, it's like 100% the most unhealthy relationships you can ever be in. They're screaming at each other and abusing each other and fucking just destroying each other. And you just wonder to yourself, how the fuck did you ever even get in a relationship in the first fucking place? Like, how did you start dating in the first place? Shiny, yeah. I do think this is actually one of the problems I have with people making the argument that humans are supposed to be poly. I reject that fundamentally. I reject the entire argument that humans are supposed to be poly. Because most humans wouldn't be able to. Like, most humans wouldn't be able to. Most people that I've met would suffer in a poly relationship. And also, monogamy wouldn't have become the premier way of dating if most people were poly. So, yeah. The fedora. Avedon, what the fuck are you doing? You got a smoking hot girlfriend, give it a few months, and she's had diarrhea at some point. It becomes normal, and you're tempted to chase the mystique of someone else.
What the fuck? Listen, dude, one of the best times in my life was when my wife first farted in bed, dude. I was like, fuck yeah! Woo!
I don't know if I would agree with that. Dude, this is the coolest hat ever. What the fuck?
No, it's like, cause like after that point, it's like, now I can fart all I want in bed. It is what it is, dude. It's fucking awesome. It's the freedom, just the pure freedom.
Yeah, I would be.
I need to take a piss. I'll be right back.
I would be beyond pissed if my girlfriend farted in bed. I would be super annoyed at that. This is a cool fucking hat, by the way. Where the fuck did this guy get that hat? I need a hat like this. Oh my god, bros. Is it a nice guy hat, though? It seems like one of those gangster hats. You fought and pulled a sheet over her head to show dominance. Dude, the reason I would be pissed off if someone farted in bed with me is I don't do it. And if I'm not gonna fucking do it, then better not do it in my sort of... What's the fucking English word for that? I don't know. What the fuck? Why is that word escaping me? In my presence. Vicinity. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you. Do you have a P.O. box? Because now you have 20. Tiger Shark, I do not have a P.O. box yet. I have to get a P.O. box. And I'm slacking on it. I'm slacking like fucking crazy. So you straight up just go to the bathroom to fart? No, I just hold it in and then it goes away. Or I wait until I'm alone and then I'll fart. But only when I'm alone. I won't do it in front of other people. What the fuck? They didn't sign up for that. Like, dude, okay, so when you're farting, you're pushing small little fucking micro bits of shit into the air.
Bro.
And now I'm gonna be fucking smelling that shit in. Like, your shit is gonna go into my nose? Fuck that. Like, fuck that. No. Pootron laser. Yeah, no, fuck that. You can keep your poo to yourself. Thank you very much. Like, get out of bed, go outside, go fart to your heart's content, and then come back. But not in fucking bed. Like, Jesus.
Oh my god, dude, you are way too sensitive about this. What the fuck?
Dude, no, it is like one of my fucking rules, bro. I do not allow that shit. It's like farting and burping is just off limits. Do not do it in front of me. It disgusts me. Like, I'm pretty sure if I dated a girl and she farted in front of me, she would disgust me. It would probably be the end of the relationship. Because I would never be able to look at her the same way again. It would be disgusting to me.
Dude, that is very, like, you do understand that women need to burp and fart as well, right?
Yeah, where the fuck I'm not. Like, do it wherever the fuck I am not. Like, I wouldn't do it in front of you, and I expect you not to do it in front of me. Just a simple quid pro quo.
That is very weird to me. That is very weird.
If Kate Beckinsale did it around me, that would be harsh, I think. I would struggle with that one.
Wow.
I would struggle with that one.
Not even for like your big crush. Damn.
No, dude. It truly disgusts me. To the point where I will have, like, oh my god, why am I struggling with words today? A gag reflex. No.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Over a fart? Come on.
Dude, it disgusts me because I'm imagining that as you pooped, right, as you farted, small little microbial sized bits of shit is now traveling the air, hitting my nose, and I'm literally inhaling your poop as this is happening. Because that's what it is.
Listen, you better never go to a public bathroom. You're gonna have a bad time.
Dude, I rarely. I will never use a public bathroom.
Oh my god.
Right?
Come on.
I will never use a public bathroom. I will hold that shit in. And it has happened before where I get like a massive shit and I'm in a store somewhere. I will fucking hold it. I will will not. Dude, what the fuck? You're going to go sit on a toilet that someone else sat on?
Incredibly. Listen, let me explain to you. I have stomach problems.
Yeah.
And let me tell you that what you are saying is incredibly unhealthy. It's like it's actually very bad for you. And it's going to be something that is going to be bad for you in the future. That's how bad it is. It's pretty fucking bad.
Dude.
To hold it in over long periods of time, that'll fuck you up. Real bad.
I would rather deal with the fucking problems than go shit in a fucking public bathroom. I don't know who shat there. I don't know if they were clean. Like, they could have shat all over the fucking thing and just wiped it off. No. I have, like, dude, it's such a fuck up for me. So when I get a piss, for example, like a massive piss, right? And I need to go to the bathroom to piss. I'm in this catch-22 because I've just taken a leak. Now I need to wash my hands, but I don't want to touch the tap where you wash your hands because someone else just pissed and they touched the fucking tap.
That's OCD. That is just OCD, dude. Listen,
it is horrible.
You can only live germ-free to an extent. All right, you're gonna be exposed to germs. It's just that simple.
I don't care about germs. I can take germs, but someone else touched their fucking penis, and now I'm touching the tap that they just touched after they touched their penis. So basically, I'm touching their penis. That's the problem, right? I don't want to touch another man's penis.
So it's not a germ thing, then it's what? Is it a homophobia thing? You're just like, am I gay because I touched another man's penis?
Jesus,
What
we
are
just
we
jumped
getting
into
at?
fucking problematic state here. So tell me, bro, how racist are you actually? Like this whole thing really is just about black cock, right? It's like, no.
Yeah, exactly. Let's continue escalating it. Take it to the next level.
Yeah, let's just go as problematic. Let's see how quickly we can get Akalon cancelled. No, it's legit just about I don't want to
I get
touch
it.
the
I
fucking
get it.
top.
Listen, I get it. I usually have. Usually the thing for me is touching the door after I've washed my hands, because I know that a lot of people don't wash their hands. Because like if I touch the tap, it's whatever. Because I'm gonna wash my hands anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. I'm gonna wash my hands.
Yeah, but then you have
The
to touch
problem
it
is,
again.
A lot of people will straight up not wash their hands, and then they'll go up to the door. And see, that bothers me, because I'm like, okay, so you didn't wash your hands. I did. And I not only I washed my dick off of my hands, now I have your dick on my hands. Yeah, that does bother me.
So
It's fucked
I
up.
don't mind the taps. You know those pushy taps? The ones that you push in and then the water comes out for a set amount of time? Those taps I can use because I'll wash my hands and it's going to stop on its own, so I don't have to worry about it. But a lot of places in Cape Town specifically do not have those pushy taps because water conservation. So the water comes out and you have to open and close the tap and whatever. In Pretoria, this was actually brilliant. One of the malls there, when you go and stand in front of this the sink, the water just starts coming anyways. Like automatically, the water just comes out. And you just wash your hands. Fucking beautiful. As soon as you take your hands away, it all stops. It's beautiful. It's fucking awesome, right? Those are the kinds of things we need. Also, the button pushing after you've taken a piss, that should also be motion sensors 100, right? I don't want to touch any of that shit. When it comes to doors, there's a nice way of doing this. So paper towels or just tissue paper, right? Whichever one you have, toilet paper or paper towels. Just take like a handful of that, right? And then you touch the door with the paper towels. And then you open the door with the paper towels. No fucking problem. I've taken care of that problem many a times before. AJ, how you doing, brother? And the ones in Pretoria. Yeah, I think the mall in Pretoria, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the Brooklyn Mall. It may have been mainland, but I highly doubt that it's mainland. I think it was the Brooklyn Mall. My elbow for doors? That's only if you can. Because if the door opens to the inside, your elbow isn't fucking, like, it's not
too much, yeah.
built to do that. Mate, I'll scratch my balls, then shake your hand. I will fucking slap you if you did that. Like, dude. Oh my God. Okay, so actually, I should show you guys this. I bought this biltong yesterday. I have not eaten of it. It's literally just in this little bag here. I will not eat it. I will actually throw it away. And the reason for it is... Sorry?
What is that?
Biltong is dried meat.
Okay, so like jerky.
Yeah, just much better than jerky. But kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I went to the store. I got me some nice biltong, right? It's nice and fatty. It's perfect. And as I left, I already paid. As I left, I saw the lady that had just cut my biltong stick her finger in her nose and just sort of wiggle her around in there for a bit. And I was like, well, fuck this. That is $100 worth of biltong just fucking gone. For the love of fuck. Why? I was looking, why couldn't you just wait like another 2 seconds for me to leave the store so that this could be blissfully ignorant of me? But now I will never go back to that store.
Extra protein.
Oh my God, no, bro, no. That would just, that is like my worst fear. Growing up, one of my worst fears was eating at a restaurant and then finding a boogie or a booger somewhere in my food. Like, that was one of my worst fears. I remember actually, I had two great fears growing up. That was the first. The other one was someone's, like, there was a story when I was around 9 or 10. There was a story in the news of a McDonald's worker that was caught spitting on people's burgers. So for the longest time, I would open my burger in a restaurant and I would fucking look closely. Like, I would inspect the shit out of that for any signs of any sort of gop or spit or of like anything that I could see that looked out of place. I would just be like, yeah, that burger looks disgusting. Maybe someone spat in that. I'm not having that. So I'm pretty fucking anal when it comes to shit like that. Bro will eat ass, but not his snotty biltong. Dude, eating ass depends on the girl, though. Like, you won't just eat any ass, right? But if it's a hot chick, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, you can't just eat any ass. It requires some preparation, bro. It's not just like you don't just like, oh yeah, let me just go ahead and eat your ass. Like, you know, that's not how that works.
Lone Courier, and yes, the answer to that question would be yes, absolutely. That is good eating right there, right? Food fit for a king, as they say. But yeah, of course. What the fuck? Why are we talking? Like, how did we go from the conversation we just had to eating ass? Like, what kind of fucking transition is this?
It was about farting in bed, and you took it like to the next level.
Bro, I didn't take it to the next level. This is
Yeah,
chat.
you did.
How?
Chat. I have Chad as my witness that you took it to the next level. It wasn't me.
How the fuck did I take it? I didn't talk about eating ass.
I accept no responsibility.
Yeah, I wasn't blaming you. I was blaming chat. Because fucking chat is talking about eating ass now. We all saw it. This started as farming in. Kate Beckinsale's 50-year-old butt equals gourmet Michelin star meal. Dude, Kate Beckinsale is still so fucking hot though, bro. So I'm thinking you were breathing in ass particles. I want to chat if you've ever ate ass. I wonder how many people would actually like. Fuck! It's Twitch. Most people will probably type 1 year. Chat is a reflection of the streamer. No, it's not, because I am a wholesome, family-oriented streamer. I am wholesome as fuck. It's just chat.
Oh, yeah.
Like, people come in here and they think, oh my god, what is this satanic bullshit? But meanwhile, like, dude, mothers love me because they know how good I would be to their daughters because I'm such a wholesome guy.
I was about to say mothers love you because you're a motherfucker.
Bro, there are some moms. I used to date a girl way back in the day. Dude, I swear to God, I think I dated her for as long as I did just because of her mom. And I never even got to fuck her mom.
Oh,
but her mom was so hot, bro. Like, her mom was so fucking hot. And I think a part of my brain was like, just hold on, bro. She could turn into that. Like, she could be that hot one day.
Oh my God.
You know, it is what it is. Anyways, I have some shit that I want to show you guys. That's a bit more off the rails, I think. Stacy's mom. Oh my god, I remember that song. Oh, that song growing up. That was such a good song. Tiger Shark, take care of yourself, brother. Okay, hold up. Let me first do a couple of things here. Yeah, it's a little bit more. Let's say it's a little bit more like real life stuff that I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, of course, people are lying in the poll. Like, very few people, even though it is online, and I mean, online doesn't matter, right? Valak, take care of yourself, brother. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it, man. What do you mean, what cake? Cake is just another name for ass. Like, I want to show you guys some real life stuff. This is a conversation that I've wanted to watch for a while. A music video, man? Oh, yeah. The Stacy's Mom music video. Oh. I think every teenage boy was obsessed with that music video. Oh, for the love of fuck, it won't let me fucking go. Are you serious right now, Microsoft? Would you just let me into the game?
Sent you a quick message on Discord.
Alright, I'll check it out now. I just wanna get this game to not be so fucking stupid. It is on bordered window. What the fuck is going on? Well, that's not bordered window, but anyways. Hold
Borderless.
Up. Let me check.
What game is that?
Oh no, bro, you're good. You good? Don't worry about it.
Riftbreaker.
You're good. Yeah, this is Riftbreaker.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
It's a good game, but that's not what we're gonna be doing. The fuck is streaming mean? What's the difference between streaming and just playing the fucking game?
What?
I don't know. It's streaming.
Riftbreaker Ashley reporting successful jump procedure.
It's already started, AJ.
Roger that. Begin field-based setup.
It's already fucking started. This is not a weeb game, Abaddon. This is a really good game. But anyways, we're not playing this. Well, I'm playing this, but we'll be watching a video soon. Just not while the cinematic is playing, obviously. Because I'm not fucking crazy.
Spotted something near the LZ.
Are you sure about that?
It's closing in.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of sure that I'm not crazy. At least I'm relatively certain. What the fuck?
Rift jump successful. All systems check.
Dude, these graphics are fucking
1.05
insane.
G. Atmospheric pressure within safe levels. Magnetic field check. Error. Repeat magnetic field check with stationary equipment. Star system positioning check. Milky Way galaxy. Cigarette.
It's very fucking it's very janky. Hold up, let me just fix some shit.
What do you mean janky? It seemed to be running fine on stream.
Did it though? Because it didn't seem like great on my end. Yeah, it's sort of like a survival builder. I'm not gonna have ray tracing on. We can probably turn some of this shit down.
RTX on. Let's go.
I mean, I can turn it on, but it's gonna fuck out with streaming. And I don't know where it doesn't have DLSS for some stupid reason. Doesn't seem to have DLSS. I want to see what this fucking streaming thing is. Oh. So community can vote. Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That's a mistake waiting to happen.
So you can actually link your Twitch.
And then they can vote for shit to happen to you. That'll be great for when you're reacting to videos and everyone's just voting for like the most cataclysmic shit to happen to you all the time. And you're forced to be focused on the game.
Yep.
That'll be great.
What authorization token is it talking about here?
I'm assuming you just press the get token thing. Careful.
Yeah, I've taken it off. Don't worry. I've removed it from mainstream just to be sure.
Want to be careful about that. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, fuck you, chat. You guys don't get to steal shit from me. You bastards. You fucking bastards. Can never trust you with anything.
You seem to be making a lot of accusations there.
Dude, oh my god, if you know my chat, if you know my fucking chat, the kind of shit they would do. Like, they would just start randomly taking all my shit. All right.
For no reason, completely unprovoked, they would steal from you.
Yeah, just
Okay.
like, what the fuck? Bro, why are you taking my shit? This is my money. Jesus. All right, fuck it. Let me just quickly...
Maybe
just
they're
find-
communists. Maybe they think it's our money.
Oh, yeah. No, all my viewers are strictly commies. Like, they all love Hassan.
Multiple.
It's our money now.
My money now, bitch.
Not our money. It's our money. What do you mean?
Oh, I hate that. I fucking hate that.
Oh, man.
Let me just make sure. All right, that's fine, right? You guys can see this video, right? I told you guys that we're going to watch the world burn. I did tell you that we're going to watch the world burn. And so, here we are. We are indeed going to watch the world burn. It's, yeah, it's fun. So let's see what Jim Rickards has to say.
Jim Rickards, author of multiple New York Times best-selling books like Currency Wars and, of course, the upcoming I have already pre-ordered called Sold Out: How Broken Supply Chains, Surging Inflation, and Political Instability Will Sink the Global Economy. It is so great to have you on the show. Welcome.
Thank you, Julia. It's great to be with you.
Well, it's a really important time, too, and that's why I couldn't wait until your book came out to have you on, and I'll certainly have you on again in November when it does come out. But, you know, you're one of these folks who's an incredible thinker when it comes to all things macro, so I was kind of hoping we could just start with the big picture and then start to tease out some of these some of the points that you'll make. But let's get your overall view of the global economy and, of course, the domestic economy here in the U.S.
Well, yeah, if we do the global
plan.
economy, that's definitely the big picture, but it's the right way to think about things. Too many policymakers focus on, U.S. policy, U.S. economy. U.S. is the biggest economy in the world, so it's an important subject, but they don't put it in that broader context. They don't look at what's going on in China, Japan, Germany. You can say the EU, but Germany's the driver there, and you have to do that because of the international monetary system. The financial system's connected. My new book, Sold Out, talks about supply chains. Supply chains were breaking down. Some of that pressure has been alleviated.
Star system positioning check.
Also, please note, he didn't last the hour I predicted. Abaddon, who didn't last? But like a toddler with Paw Patrol on while mom does chores? No, you guys can still fuck me up if you want. I just want to watch this video. That's basically, yeah, I want to watch this video. I like Jim Rickards. I like whenever he speaks about the economy and whenever he speaks about the bullshit that's coming, because he knows what the fuck he's talking about, right? Bunny, how you doing, bro? Which game is this? This is called Riftbreaker.
I'm not exactly human.
Pressure on the way. We can talk about that, but yeah, you really do have to look at the whole world. So just to should maybe take it in the order of the largest economies. The U.S. is almost certainly in a recession. We had the first 2 quarters of 2022 negative GDP growth, 2 quarters in a row. That's the rule of thumb definition of a recession. I understand that it's the decision is made by the National Bureau of Economic Research in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's a panel of, I think, 9, kind of PhD level economists. They haven't said anything yet, so that allows people like Janet Yellen to say, well, there's no recession because the NBER hasn't said so. But in fact, they never do. They often take 9 months or a year sometimes to say, oh, the recession started way back when, maybe by late this year, December, January, they'll say, "Oh, a recession started in January, 2022." Well, thank you very much. We knew that at the time, but you're taking your time to make up your mind. Third quarter, jury's out. Third quarter's over. The data is not in. You kind of get mixed messages on that. We'll see. We'll know at the end of October. But even if the third quarter is slightly positive, which it may be, you're still sort of flattish for the year. So put aside the debate about whether there's technically recession or not. To get 3 quarters into the year with about zero growth, 2 quarters down, maybe 1 quarter up slightly, we don't know yet. But you're kind of close to zero in the world's largest economy. That's not good. But that's not what's coming. What's coming is a very severe recession, and whether when all is said and done, the umpires, the National Bureau of Economic Research says, well, you had first half wasn't really a recession, but now it is, or you had a double dip recession, or whatever. They can call it what they want, but you can see what's coming. Monetary tightening in top of a world where growth is deaccelerating, inventories are sky high. The funny thing about the supply chain is, you go back a year, so kind of this time last year, we all remember headline, supply chain's broken down, Junior's cheesecake can't get cream cheese, they can't make cheesecakes, or the shelves are bare. So all true, that was happening at the time, and that's when I started working on the book. But what a lot of purchasing managers did, and inventory managers, they doubled their orders. They said, well, or tripled the orders. They said, well, if the supply chain's breaking down and I want just a normal amount, I better order 3 times as much or twice as much just to get what I want. And they did. Well, what happened was, by the summer, some of that pressure had been alleviated, and here come the shipments into the warehouses that are twice as much or 3 times as much as what you needed, at the exact same time that the Fed was destroying demand. And so demand drops off a cliff, retail sales drop off a cliff, the warehouses go from being empty to being full to the rafters, and now all that merchandise is sitting there. We've heard this from, Target, I think, was the first one to sound the alarm, but a lot of other, distributors, Dollar General and other stores have said the same thing. So, Nike, just many examples. So what do you do when you're in charge of inventory? You cut prices. You don't want that inventory. It costs a lot of money to keep it in the warehouses, number one. Number two.
By the way, have you guys experienced any price cuts? Because I'm going to be honest with you. Over here, prices are just going the fuck up, bro. Like, we're not getting price cuts jack shit at this point. Like, Rurikon, are you guys getting any price cuts, or?
Quite the opposite.
Unless he's saying it's still coming, right? So the price cuts are going to happen. Because what he's saying here, for anyone that may have missed it, he's saying that they've over-ordered, and so at some point they're going to be forced to cut prices because they're sitting on a shit ton of they're sitting on just an absolute fucking mindfuck amount of goods and services that they can't move, they can't sell. Like, maybe that's what he's referring to, but here in South Africa, at least, I can tell you now, we haven't had any price cuts.
In Portugal, everything has been more and more expensive, at least from what I can tell. Like, usually you go to the supermarket and you buy about the same things. It's just been getting more and more expensive. That's without even talking about stuff like, if you need to fuel up your car or anything like that.
Yeah.
That has just been, in Portugal, forget about that, dude. Like, there's people right now that are beginning to be like, well, I guess I'm just going to start walking to work, because we also don't have a particularly good infrastructure when it comes to public transportation and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a serious problem. But no, we haven't been experiencing any kind of price cuts.
Yeah.
Exactly the opposite, because of the war on Ukraine. Because like Ukraine has all of the wheat and whatever the stuff that you need to make bread.
Yeah.
And therefore, it's like we're kind of fucked now with Putin destroying everything over there. And now everything here is just way more expensive.
The wildest thing on earth for me is, right, I'm from South Africa. we grow everything we need, basically, right? Because it's Africa. We have so much fertile soil. We have so many fucking massive farmers. Like, most food that I eat is completely local. It comes from local farmers. And those prices are going up as well. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? And then I hear economists going, oh yeah, the food prices are going up because of the war in Ukraine. I'm like, bro, fuck you. Like, the food prices in South Africa is not that affected by the war in Ukraine. Like, a bunch of other prices can be, but this is just like the perfect fucking opportunity for the people, the farmers in my country. They're like, oh my God, we can make more money. Let's go, bro. Like, we're going to jack up prices too. So yeah, it's kind of wild to me. By the way, Hapco, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Stuff in Ukraine is just the beginning. We are all going to shitter. Yeah, feels like it.
A lot of it's seasonal. It's like, who wants to buy, a summer dress in December?
Ooh.
Not too many people. So they just slash prices.
Burn, you motherfucker. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Oh, I love when we grow the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When everything is tied to a mass electricity stock market, one country fucking up, Germany, makes everyone's prices go up. Oh, yeah. I heard Europe is kind of pissed with Germany at the minute.
So, and that reduces margins and reduces profits. So we're just kind of flying into the face of all that with the Fed tightening rates into weakness. The Fed will be the last to know. You and I can talk about it. Your viewers will understand it. There are other people, kind of saying the same thing. The Fed will be the last to know because they're very model driven and the models are badly flawed, mostly with the Phillips curve and their focus on the unemployment rate, which is not a good measure of what's going on in the labor force. So we're flying into a really bad recession, and the stock market's starting to get the message, but you've got this pivot narrative. You can't quite get rid of that. Some of the buy the dips people are still around, so count on them to buy into what could be a horrendous bear market. You got your buy and hold crowd. Remember in 2000, 2001, the Nasdaq dropped 80%. And a lot of people got out, but they said, well, just hold on to it. Well, it did come back, but it took until 2015. I mean, that's a long time. A lot of people died in the meantime. You're waiting 14 years to get back to where you were. So those people are still around, but there is what I call the pivot crowd. So the Fed pivot is a narrative, and it kind of goes like this. Yeah, the Fed's tightening. We see that, but inflation is going to come down really fast. The economy is going to slow down really fast. Both of those things are happening. Inflation, a little less so, but the economic slowdown is there. And the Fed's going to get the wake-up call and have to cut rates. And cutting rates, that's the pivot. They're going to pivot from rate hikes to rate cuts. And that's good for tech stocks, so buy stocks. Now, that's the narrative. It prevailed in late July and most of August. The stock market did go up. There was a decent rally in the middle of what's become a bear market based on this Fed narrative that they were going to have to cut rates maybe in December, early January, et cetera. There are two huge fallacies in that narrative. The first one is who says the Fed's going to get the message? And if you look at what Jay Powell said in Jackson Hole on August 26th, and what he repeated in his Washington press conference on September 21st. September 21st was like, hey, for any of you who weren't listening to Jackson Hole, let me repeat it, okay? We're going to raise rates. We're going to crush inflation. We know there's a recession. He didn't put it in quite so many words, but you don't have to be, you don't need a decoder ring to see what Jay Powell was saying. I've been following this for 50 years. I've never seen a Fed chairman use the word pain 3 times in one paragraph, but he did, and he meant it. And so he kind of doubled down on that in September 21st in the press conference. So he knows there's going to be a recession. They're causing it in part. Unemployment's going to go up. He said that, and really September more than in August, he tied unemployment to.
It's so disgusting, quite honestly, because. So I've actually watched a number of economists speak about this. I don't know if Jim Rickards is going to go into it, but the thing they're doing now with the hiking of interest rates, it's destroying. Like middle class and poor people are getting fucked with the driving up of interest rates. The issue is that interest rates will kill inflation if inflation is driven by consumer demand, not if inflation is driven by supply side shortages. If inflation is driven by a lack of supply, increased interest rates do not fix that. It actually makes it worse because companies don't want to borrow money, right, to increase production because borrowing money is going to cost more money. So you ultimately end up in this sort of thing where you're making the problem worse because you're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist with a solution that makes the actual problem worse, not actually better. And it sort of makes you wonder, what the fuck are the people in charge actually doing? Definitely not Jefferson's American Dream. Farmers don't own their own seeds. Royal True.
The people aren't working for you. That's the thing. Like you don't matter. The people that matter are the people that put them there, the people that paid them.
The rich fuckers.
Yeah, they're the ones that matter.
Yeah.
I was watching something the other day where I don't remember exactly who it was, but they were talking about like rich people and how it's actually way harder to tax rich people because they'll own properties across multiple different countries and shit like that, and they actually won't own the properties. Like shell companies will own the properties and stuff like that, which makes it incredibly hard to tax. So it's like, who the fuck are they going to tax? They're going to tax like you and me and the average guy. We're the ones that are going to keep getting taxed because it's like it's easier. Like, what are we going to do? We have a house, we have like whatever. We have, we have a life established somewhere. It's not like we can just fucking up and leave. Like in my case, particularly, I have 2 kids and a wife. My kids are in school. I can't like go to another country, not to mention just the language barrier that would happen because it's not like Portuguese is the most spoken language everywhere.
True.
So it's like if there's anywhere that we're easily able to go would be Brazil, which is worse off than Portugal right now. So it's like those would be my 2 choices. So who the fuck is the government going to tax? Some random guy that's got properties all over the place that they're going to have a really hard time figuring out what he owns, what he doesn't own, all of the bullshit. No, they're going to tax me.
Yeah.
Because I'm easier. It's like he's got one house, he's got kids. What is he going to do? Move to another country? He can't. His kids are in school. There's nothing he can do. He has to pay up or he's going to get fucked. And that's kind of like our reality right now.
Bro, but that's the thing, right? That's the massive joke. And we're the butt of it. The middle class, we're the butt of the joke because all this bullshit talk about cutting taxes and raising taxes on the rich. I was watching a video with, what's his name? He's the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, right? And he was explaining this. So income is taxed in almost all countries, right? And the income on the rich is taxed by 45%, sometimes higher. The problem is that most rich people don't have an income. Most rich people have long since Robert Kiyosaki. That's the one. Theseus, thank you. Yes, they don't have an income. There are 3 types of ways in which to make money. One is through a regular income, right? You and me, the plebs. That's how we make our money. Then there's capital gains tax, and then there's I think it's either asset prices or something else, right? But there's a third way of making money. Rich people make all of their money in the last 2. They don't earn an income. So whenever the government goes, we're going to raise interest rates to 55% on the rich, it's virtue signaling. They're basically telling you, we're going to fix a problem that don't exist because the rich don't earn money. So you taxing them 45%, you're basically taking none of their money because all of their money isn't in their income. It's hidden away in little loopholes left there for them by government bureaucrats so they can keep all their fucking wealth.
Killing basically demand destruction and getting inflation under control. He said, that's how we're going to do it. And you're already starting to see some early signs of that. So if we're so with that as their focus, who says the Fed's going to, get a wake-up call in December, January? Almost certainly not. I mean, they told us what they're going to do. They're going to raise rates in November. They're going to raise them again in December. They're going to raise them again on February 1st. That's the first meeting in the 2023 calendar. At that point, you're at 4.25%, maybe 4.5%, or even higher in terms of the target rate for Fed funds. And then he said, if we see progress on inflation, we'll pause. But pause doesn't mean cut. It means just wait a long time, because at that point, core PCE, that's personal consumption expenditure, core, which excludes oil and food, and that's just how they do it. That's their favorite metric. You can debate whether it's the best one, but the debate doesn't matter because that is the one they use. Let's say that comes down from about 6.5, where it is now, to around 3.5. Okay, it's still not 2. Now, what Powell, which is their target, so what Powell said is, we don't have to keep raising rates to force it to 2. We just have to raise them enough that it'll get to 2 on its own. That's what they call restrictive policy. So, but that's not a rate cut. He said that might last for a year, all the way into 2024. That's when he was talking about rate cuts. Now, again, this can change, but they've told us what they're going to do. I always say, forecasting the Fed's the easiest thing I do, because they actually tell you what you're going to do, what they're going to do. You just have to listen and believe them. Now, the hard part is understanding how badly they're going to destroy the economy and when they're going to get the wake-up call. That's the hard part of the analysis. But telling what they're going to do is the easy part, because they kind of tell you. So the stock market notion that somehow they'll be cutting rates in next winter is just false. But the second fallacy is even bigger. Is tell me why it's a buy signal for stocks if the Fed is throwing the economy into such a bad recession that unemployment is going to go up significantly and growth is going to come down, inflation is going to come down. Why is that a buy signal for stocks? Maybe at the bottom, and the bottom might not be till late 2023. Okay, we'll talk about that next year. There are opportunities to buy the bottom, but we'll be nowhere near the bottom. And the stock market, again, so the August rally was based on the pivot narrative I just described. The September collapse was based on people saying what I just said, which is, hey, that narrative doesn't really make sense. The Fed's not going to cut rates. And then, of course, the sledgehammer on September 21st. And so, this is the beginning of October. Yeah, there was a rally, a 2-day rally. Bear market rallies are really interesting. Some of the biggest rallies in history have been in the middle of bear markets, where you ended up losing everything, but for a couple of days or weeks even, it's, hey, the bottom's in, and you buy stocks, et cetera. So you have to watch out for that. So my expectation is the recession's coming. It's going to be really bad. Inflation is going to come down fast, but not quite fast enough for the Fed. They're going to keep raising rates into early 2023, destroying demand, raising unemployment. And we're going to wake up this winter, although you can see it coming today, we're going to wake up this winter with a severe recession, high unemployment, and a much lower stock market.
Jim, there is so much to dig into there, and thank you for framing it up in such a really in-depth way. You mentioned a couple of times this notion of a severe recession. I'm a millennial. The one I remember the most, obviously, is the global financial crisis. So how do you contextualize it? Like, I know it's hard to predict how. Maybe it's hard to predict how severe, but how do you kind of handicap the severity of what you might see coming?
That's a great question, Julia. I was around for the 2008 financial crisis. I was around for 1998 financial crisis. I negotiated that bailout for LTCM. 98 was interesting because it was an acute financial crisis that came very close, within hours, actually. And I was in the room with the Treasury and Italian Finance Ministry and 19 banks and a thundering herd of lawyers trying to save the world. But we came within hours of shutting every market in the world. If we had not, there was a $4 billion all cash. You couldn't use the word due diligence because there wasn't time. It was just, hey, the Fed wants us to do this, so let's just do it. So that worked. but it was it was a very close call. They would have shut down Tokyo and then around the world, London and finally New York, and they would have opened days later. But that's how, with trillions of dollars of losses, it would have been worse than what actually happened in 2008. It didn't happen, but there was no economic recession at the time. That confuses a lot of people because, and particularly if you're using 2008 as a frame of reference. There are financial panics and financial crises and liquidity crises, and there are recessions, some of which are severe. But they're two different things. 98 was an acute financial crisis with no recession. 2000 was a mild recession, but there was no severe financial crisis. Now, NASDAQ collapsed, but there wasn't a lot of leverage in NASDAQ. There was no contagion there. Yeah, if you owned I forget I think it was pets.com with the sock puppet, if you JDSU, if you own that stuff, you lost all your money. But it didn't spread because no banks failed, no major brokerages failed, et cetera. So in 1990, a mild recession, but no financial panic. October 19,
how you doing, brother?
Interesting. Stock market fell 22% in one day, not a week or a month, but one day, down 22%, and that was a financial crisis, but there was no recession. So they're separate things. However, they can happen together. And 2008 was an example. There we had an acute financial crisis, and the names. Bear Stearns failed in March of 2008. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac failed in June of 2008. Then Congress bailed them out. And I was working on the McCain campaign at the time, and I remember I was on a call, the economic team, and everybody was high-fiving, like, hey, the financial crisis is over. Now we can get back to talking about the Iraq War, which is what they really wanted to talk about. And I was, I guess I play my usual role of messing things up. But I said, hold on. I said, this isn't over. You're not going to make it to election day without a much bigger failure. And I didn't say like September 15th at midnight. That was Lehman Brothers. But everybody knew that Lehman Brothers was the weak link. They always had been. They were the weak link in 1998. So,
everyone but us, though.
I said, you're not going to make it to election day
right?
without
we are the only ones
major
that
crisis.
And
like,
we didn't know.
Ready, come up with a 4-point plan. Doesn't matter what the points are. Just make them up, But get the guy on the steps of the Treasury the day it happens to give the 4-point plan, and he'll reassure the American people, and you'll win the election. I was left off the call. I was not.
Like, this is the thing. This is why I like watching videos like this one. Because they kind of tell you what no one else will tell you. Like, no one else will let us know about this. But did any of you know that Lehman was the weak link? Were any of you ever informed that your money would not be safe if it was left with Lehman? Because I sure as fuck weren't.
Your money is not safe no matter where you put it nowadays because the government can get to it. It's just that simple. Like a lot of people, like they put all their savings in the bank. You think you actually own that money? Do you know how many banks in Portugal have gone fucking belly up and it's like, well, that's it. You guys get nothing. You lost the fuck ton of money. And you know what happened to the people behind those banks? Fucking nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. I mean, that's the funny thing about the 2008 financial crisis.
Not particularly funny, but yeah.
No, what's funny to me about the 2008 financial crisis is a couple of bankers got together, made themselves into billionaires, basically almost destroyed the world economy, and next day were 100% just allowed to continue doing what they do,
Yeah, pretty much.
No one went to jail. No one was fired. Nothing major happened. The banks were supposed to be broken up. The laws were supposed to be placed back or reinstated, and yet nothing happened. We just ended up paying. I'd never leave something I like with Lehman. I would come back with bite marks. Well, it would have been more damage if they closed, so it's damage control at that point. Yeah, but this is the thing, right? The market needs to correct itself. That damage would have been severe. Yes, it would have been horrible. But here's the thing. I think the problems that we're about to go into is going to make those problems look like fucking child's play in in hindsight. Like, we're going to look back after this financial crisis and we're going to be like, dude, we should have just let the markets crash in 2008.
Yeah, most
Invited
likely.
back. That was
Because, you know, this is the thing. Recessions exist for the market to fix itself, to correct itself, to remove all the irrational actors, and to sort of get back to a place of let's call it normality. The problem is that because we keep doing damage control, it just keeps getting worse and worse. The EU has become the worst in saving corrupt banks by bullying the people. Dude, I don't know if the EU is the worst.
It's like we're bad, but like the worst. I mean, I think US did it way worse than we did. But yes, we're basically following their footsteps. Yes, we're getting there. We're working to get as good as the US is at bailing out banks. We're almost there.
Yeah. Let's call it there's competition for who is the most stupid.
Yes.
And the competition is fucking fierce. Like, they're all fighting for that top spot.
at a very short tenure
we
as a
say
political
stupid,
advisor.
but is it really stupidity or is it intentional? That's the problem.
The thing is, I don't know at this point, right? I don't know
exactly.
at this point. Because on the one hand, if this is intentional, it doesn't make sense why. Because if the analysts are even halfway correct, so let's say the analysts get 50% of their predictions correct, the next recession is going to wipe out everyone. Poor, rich, middle class. Yes, the poor and the middle class are going to get super fucked, but even the rich is going to get completely fucking obliterated.
I doubt it.
So here's the thing. You're talking about a recession that's been coming for the last 20 years, right? So the first financial crisis happened back in 1998, and they print a shit ton of money, and they sort of put it off, right? For a few years. Then in 2001, there was a mini recession in 2001. That's when the tech stocks, the tech bubble burst, right? And that was a financial crisis that was supposed to go into a recession that obviously, again, they printed a shit ton of money, made sure that it didn't happen. Then in 2008, the housing market collapsed. Again, we're now supposed to get a correction within the market. The market is supposed to go through its motions, have its recession, fix its bullshit, and then come back stronger. But again, we print a bunch of money and we keep going. Now, we are facing down the recession that was supposed to happen all the way back in 1998, right? So you're looking at a buildup of about 20 years. You're looking at the US $31 trillion in debt. Its debt to GDP ratio is something like 70% at this point, which means even if the US wanted to pay back all of its debts, it physically doesn't have enough money to do it. It actually can't pay back its debts. And the US isn't even the worst country in the world with this. Almost every country in the world is completely over leveraged. They owe so much more than what they actually earn. The world doesn't have pivot room. It doesn't have a way to stave off the next bullshit. It is just coming. So we'll see. But anyways, let's hear what Jim Rickers has to say here.
So then, sure enough, September 15th, the crisis comes. John McCain runs around like a chicken with his head off. He's doesn't know what to do, barges into the White House, and President Bush said, well, we're in the middle of a campaign. I can't let McCain come in without bringing in Obama. So they did. They had McCain, Obama, Bush, and the economic advisors in the cabinet room. And Obama didn't know any more than McCain, but he was smart enough to keep his mouth shut. And people looked at it, and McCain looked scared, and Obama looked cool. And so if you look at the polls, that McCain was ahead in the polls until that weekend. And then Obama pulled ahead and stayed ahead and won the election. And that was the turning point. It was not, Sarah Palin or the debates or all the things people in Washington want to talk about. It was the financial crisis and McCain's kind of panicked reaction. So there we had both, and then Lehman Brothers, September 15th. And then Morgan Stanley was days away from collapsing. Dick Fuld kept calling John Mack to have Morgan Stanley bail out Lehman, and Mack's like, no, we're worried about Morgan Stanley. We're on the ropes now, and Goldman would not have been far behind, and so forth. And the Fed truncated that by making Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs bank holding companies. So then they could bail them out because they were banks. I've worked on Fed applications that took 2 years to get done. That was done in about 2 hours, but they can do what they want when they have to.
Jesus,
but
dude.
of course, there was a severe economic recession as well. But I would encourage.
Did you guys hear that? Like, did you hear what he just fucking said there? Like, in order to do the bailout, they just changed the rules. Just went, oh yeah, you're banks now. Don't worry about it. You're good to go now. We can bail you out because you're banks. Congratulations.
That's always how it happens. Like, whenever it comes to bailing out companies, they'll change the rules, and then they'll say, "Oh, this was in your best interest." It's like, was it though? Was it really?
I mean, it doesn't feel like it was my best interest, and when my taxes are going up and I'm getting fucked. But I guess.
Analysts to separate those two things. Again, they came together. It was horrific, but they can happen separately. My point is, I go back a little further than you, Julia, and I remember 73, 74, because I graduated in 1973, and then and so did my classmates. And a lot of them went to Wall Street. I went to graduate school, so I wasn't ready for the real world yet. So
okay, so your argument seems fine on the face of it, but it doesn't. It's not a good argument, because what you're saying is, well, a world with banks is better than a world without banks, as if that is the only two options we have. We either have banks, and yes, they're corrupt, and yes, they do all sorts of stupid shit, but it's better than not having banks, because that would be miserable. But that's not the only options we have. Right? It's not an, oh yeah, you can either have the banks and also accept the fact that they have a lot of political power and they're going to get corrupt and they're going to do things for themselves. That's not how this works. In fact, I would argue a better world would be a world where most banks are community banks and not these massive conglomerate banks like Goldman Sachs, these investment banks that effectively exist only to make themselves richer. Do you think that if we invent another system and it will not be corrupt? Holly, the answer isn't, can we stop corruption? It is, can we slow it down? Can we get it to a point where it becomes almost impossible, not impossible, but almost impossible for corruption to seep into deeply? And we already know what those answers are. It is to decentralize as much as humanly possible, because the more centralized power becomes, the easier it is to corrupt power, because instead of having to go to 500 different areas in order to infiltrate, you only need to go to one area and infiltrate that one area, and that should get you to where you at least need to go. And Holy, you're making, wait a second, what the fuck are you talking about? Cryptocurrencies, like, is that your example of decentralization? Like, Holy, wait. Cryptocurrencies is a business, and people are stupid. So you have a bunch of businesses, a bunch of people that realized people are stupid, that's coming up with meme coins, and people are trusting these meme coins. But crypto isn't the only example we have of decentralization. 200 years ago, America was one of the most decentralized countries in the world. It also coincidentally is the time when America had the biggest economic growth in the history of the world. Like, legit, there wasn't a single country that could even come close to the economic growth and prosperity that America created 150, 200 years ago, because there was very little power within the federal government. The vast majority of its power lay with local governments. This is why, coincidentally, the US had to go to war in order to get the South to fucking fly right. Because at that point, the federal government couldn't just tell the southern states, listen here, you fuckheads, slavery is now outlawed. They had to have a war in order to convince the southern states, hey, guys, enough's enough. No more of this shit. Because every government had their own powers and could do pretty much whatever the fuck they wanted to do. Decentralization isn't just a one-size-fits-all thing. It's not like, oh yeah, well, look at cryptos. They're bad. So not all cryptos are bad. Not all cryptos are bad. There's actually a couple of really good cryptos out there that works very hard on some very, very good technologies. Yes, there is also a shit ton of meme coins out there, and the meme coins will always be there. Are you gonna get people that is trying to take advantage of certain people over others? Sure, of course, that's always gonna happen. But this is where you need education. You need people to be smart enough not to support people that are doing bad shit. It's as simple as that. Pal Sabubi, thank you so much for the update. Really appreciate that. 9 months in a row. Thank you. USA did railways 200 years ago. That's why they got economic boom. Also, holy. All right, bro. You and I are not going to argue about this because you're literally taking railways, bridges, infrastructure. You're selling it as if, oh yeah, fuck the railways, dude. It's such a small thing. That's why we got it. This was decentralized, done by companies, making a lot of people incredibly rich. You're underestimating the incredible effect the railways had on mining, on farming, on economic activity in rural areas and how that could be transferred to metro areas due to the railways and how the railways worked. You're underestimating the incredible power that farmers had in a more decentralized environment where they could go to the bank, borrow money in order to grow their farms. You're underestimating so much by just selling it off as, oh yeah, well, it's just railways, bro. That's why we got all countries had railways. Why didn't all of the European countries have this economic boom if it was just due to railways? Because they had railways too. Their economic booms didn't happen. Russia. The Soviet Union built railways out of their assholes in the 1900s. They didn't get these massive economic booms. Holy, please be careful that you don't take something as complex as economics and try to simplify it to, what? Economics is much larger than just, oh yeah, fuck it, dude, it's just railways, who the fuck cares? Decentralization have proven over and over and over again to be better than centralization in almost all circumstances. In almost all circumstances, and you and I were specifically talking about corruption. You're the one that pulled this into a much larger conversation, specifically talking about corruption. Decentralization is the answer to corruption. Holy, you're reading a 600-page book about what? Doesn't mean anything to me. I would need to know who's the guy that wrote it. I would need to know the politics of the guy that wrote it, because Karl Marx wrote a book as well. His book is fucking trash, but he did write it. So I could say, yeah, well, I read a book, and the book said this. Yeah, okay, your book is wrong, but hey, congratulations, you did indeed read a book. Before I can trust your book, I would need to read the book myself, or I would need to study the author, because just having a book means fuck all. Many people, Hitler wrote books. Could I start quoting from Mein Kampf? I'd be like, oh yeah, well, it's written in a book. Must be true. Authors lie too. And 600 pages means shit all. I would need to know what the politics is of the guy that wrote it. Like, from what angle is he trying to sell his standpoint, right? Because that's what's important, is what is the angle? Because all capitalist writers will write from the standpoint or the viewpoint of capitalism, trying to make capitalism seem like the greatest system ever. All socialists will write from the socialist viewpoint and try to make socialism seem like the greatest ever. The trick is reading both of these and trying to figure out which one is, where are they lying, where are they telling the truth, and where does it overlap? That's the trick. And the same goes for, I see you're talking about economic history. Again, you can frame history in a great many ways depending on your ideology.
But they all got jobs on Wall Street, and they all got fired like a year later or less, because the recession in 1974, caused by the Arab oil embargo and the quadrupling of oil prices, was horrible. That was the worst recession since the Great Depression at that time. Now
Scott Berg, to that I would say, depends on what you mean when you say capitalism, right? Because here's what annoys the living fuck out of me. The left loves to speak about how bad capitalism is. The right loves to speak about how great capitalism is. And both seems to be incapable of realizing just how much bullshit they're talking. So when I hear someone like AOC getting on TV and fucking bad-mouthing capitalism and how socialism is the answer to all things, I want to fucking vomit. And then I hear someone like Ben Shapiro go online and speak about how American capitalism is the greatest thing to have ever been invented. I want to fucking vomit. Why? Because they're both lying. They're lying through their fucking teeth. Why? Because they are the ones benefiting from the current system. The only difference is that if AOC is right, then she will get to benefit even more from her socialist system. And if Ben Shapiro is right, then he'll just continue to benefit from the current system. Because the current system we have isn't capitalism. It's corporatism. The corporations and the government have become one. They're in bed together and they're making bank. They're making so much money, it is fucking ridiculous. If you are a rich person in the world today, life is grand because companies are making money hand over fist. If you have enough money in the markets, you're going to be rich as fuck. You don't even have to work after a while. Your money's just going to take care of you. And all you need is a corporation greasing the palms of the right politicians, and fucking life is going to be great, and it's going to be beautiful. The entire point of capitalism, was it ever true capitalism? It was for a while. During the decentralized era of America, that was the closest that America ever came to true capitalism, where the government didn't protect you because the government couldn't protect you. There was nothing the government could do for you. If you made bad decisions, those bad decisions would fuck you, right? So when you have a bank that fucks up and then gets bailed out by the government, you don't have capitalism. Because capitalism is the absence of the government in the markets. The government may not be involved in the market. So if the government is stepping into the market to save a private company, that's no longer capitalism. What you have is a weird form of corporatism or socialism, because socialism is the interference of the government in the markets. So that could be socialism, or it could be corporatism, where the government doesn't actively provide the service, but it does have companies that provides the service basically on its behalf. So it would be corporatism. But it is not capitalism, because the government and the corporations work very closely together in order to make money. Lots and lots of it. Explain to me what a community bank is. Holy, this is going to take much longer than what I'm willing to spend time on it. But the broad overview of a community bank, small banks that serve their communities. So we see this all throughout history. The more small community banks you have, the greater the economic development, because small community banks have an interest in lending money to members of the community, right? So if you want to start a business, that community bank is most likely going to lend you money at a very decent rate, because it doesn't have millions of people from around the country and massive corporations that it can lend money to. It only has the people in its community that it can really serve, because it doesn't have the cash reserves to serve the massive conglomerates. And what we see as time goes on, with more and more big banks buying up all of these smaller community banks, is the community starts to suffer. Because if you're a massive, massive bank, right? So the Bank of England, or in South Africa, if you're ABSA or FNB, if someone comes to you and says, I want to start a business, you have no real reason to lend them money, because your clients are multi-billion companies, right? It's massive, massive companies that is your client. So you make money out of those clients. This small guy that wants to lend money from you, that wants to borrow money from you in order to start a small shoe store or whatever the fuck, why would you lend him money? It doesn't make sense. So what you do is you lend him money, but at extortionate interest rates, because I don't trust that you're going to give that money back. Plus, I make my money somewhere else, right? So I don't need to give you fuck. Right? I don't need to give you jack shit. So I end up basically fucking my own community members because I don't care about them. I care about the large players, and the small guy wanting a house or the small guy wanting, a business. That doesn't really bother me. So you want more smaller community banks instead of very large, like fucking national banks. And you have that. A country like Germany, for example, I think have over 800 community banks. The US used to have, I think, over 1,500 community banks. It's been dying out fast due to regulation from the government, basically making it so that all of these big conglomerate banks they're just buying these small community banks to hell and back, right? Just hand over fist, picking these small banks up because they're trying to centralize power. Everyone needs to bank at the same places so that they can keep control of everyone. There's been community banks all throughout history, and they work really, really fucking well. They're all over. Ever see First Community Bank of X town you were in? Yeah, the central bank thing is another problem. You should never have a central bank. If banks are the greatest sin, the central bank is the creator of sin. Like, central bank is just the most evil fucking thing ever. Just based on our size, I still say we have more. They're still everywhere. Royal, the US or where? Holy, that is such a fucking bonkers thing. Every single financial crisis ever has been due to central banks. They start wars. They are just the most evil things ever, and you somehow think they keep everything together because they sold you this lie. They managed to convince you that, hey, bro, we necessary. Pay us shit tons of money so we can create cash out of thin air, and we can create financial crises, and we can fucking bail the politicians out whenever they need money. Just believe that we're necessary. Even though they're not necessary because they didn't exist for a very long time. And America actually didn't want them. Many people don't know this, but the reason the Brits came to the US to fight a war was because the American Congress said, fuck you. We don't want a central bank. You can go fuck yourselves.
Is that you can't get rid of central banks now because back then money was backed by legal tender. I think that was the term that you use.
Yeah, it was backed by gold.
It basically means that each bill was backed by a certain amount of gold, and basically each country's economy was as strong as their reserves of gold and other precious metals. So what ends up happening is the moment that association is no longer made, everything is it's like everything's fake. Like you think you have however many thousands of dollars in your account. You don't. That money doesn't even fucking exist.
Yeah.
Go check out about fractional reserve banking. You'll learn. It's great, dude.
It's all
like
it's
most
all
of the money
screen.
in the world, it doesn't fucking exist. Like if everybody in the world went to their banks right now, tried withdrawing all the money they have, they couldn't because it doesn't exist. It's fake.
True. I mean, I'm Dude, I'm as borderline pure anarchist as you can fucking get, right? I fucking loathe the government. I loathe the state. If there has ever been like a death that I have hoped for, it is the death of all politicians and all governments throughout the world, because I do think that they are fundamentally evil. I think that a world, if you think about it, most normal Americans do not dream of war. Most normal Americans never even heard of Iraq or Afghanistan before they fucking invaded. So if you didn't have a government, they wouldn't have fucking invaded. Like, if you went to a random farmer in Texas and said, like, hey, bro, let's go to war with Afghanistan, the guy would be like, dude, what the fuck? I need to plow my fields. I don't have time for this shit. Leave me be. And he would just get on his tractor and he would fucking go plow his fields. And that would be the end of the fucking discussion right there. The issue is that as soon as you have government, there's some incentive for power. That's all they want. They crave power. They're psychopathic assholes. And all they want is to just grow that influence and grow that power. And then you hear all this bullshit about, oh my God, you know, like this is going to happen and that is going to happen. And it's going to be so fucking horrible if we have full-blown anarchy. And the issue is, you already have that now. Like, show me how you don't have that now. Like, like exactly what you just said there. The strongest will rule. Literally what you have right now. The guy with the biggest fucking checkbook rules. Like, try standing up to the government. I dare you. You're scared of the strongest man fucking standing up? How about this? Stop paying your taxes next month. Let's see how it fucking goes for you, bro. Let's see how this strong man stands up to you. He will knock the living fucking shit out of you, and he will make you pay your taxes, because that's what he does. And you're going, well, you know, I'm scared for the strongest man standing up and ruling. Yeah, because he's not now? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And also, most people don't even know what anarchy is, but they don't like it. Because most people hear anarchy and they think to themselves, dude, it's chaos. It's fucking chaos. Every man for himself, just doing whatever the fuck. That's not what anarchy is. Do you know that it is actual chaos when it comes to the theory of anarchist rule? It is actual chaos because there's so many schools of thought on what anarchist rule must actually look like. And that's one of the things that makes it so beautiful, is that you have all of these intellectuals coming together and sort of arguing and reasoning as to what a good anarchist system should look like in terms of its government. For me, my golden rule, right, when it comes to anarchy and when it comes to what government should look like under anarchy, is that anyone that makes rules must also live under those rules. Okay, so basically you want the rule makers to live as close to the people that they rule as humanly possible. So in other words, you would have local governments, you would have local community governments, or whatever the case might be, and those people will consist of members of the community that wishes to, you know, fulfill some task within society. But every rule they will be rules that they have to live under themselves. So they don't get to sit in some fucking high and mighty town in the middle of America and make rules for everyone else that they themselves don't even have to adhere to. Right? That's not how that works. So you bring it much closer. You decentralize everything. So everyone basically gets to live how they wish to live. And the golden rule that most anarchists agree with, although there are some schools of thought that sort of veer out of that, is that you don't get to tell me how I should live my life. That's it. You don't get to choose for me. That's the basic golden rule of anarchy. You don't get to speak for me. I speak for myself. So the idea there comes, if you are someone that likes a big government and likes a state and you want your state to take care of you and provide healthcare and a police force and an army and all that, then you and other people that think like you should absolutely be allowed to form your government as that. But if I don't want that, I don't have to have that. I can go live somewhere where I can get what I want from people that think the same way as I do. No, I'm not assuming all people will be fair, Holy. That's you assuming that I'm assuming that. I never assumed that all people will be fair. In fact, I make the assumption that they won't, because they aren't, ever. The only difference is that in my community, that should be easily taken care of. In your community, unless I'm a fucking millionaire, taking care of the unfair is basically impossible.
Managed to top that record a few times since, but at the time that was, stock market crashed, unemployment spiked, I think all my friends lost their brand new jobs on Wall Street, but that was bad. 82 was a really bad recession, and that was the one that Volcker induced, kind of doing what Jay Powell's doing today, by the way. And if you want to understand where we're going right now, I would look at that 1981-82 recession. That topped 74 in terms of the worst recession since the Great Depression. That was the worst recession until 2008. And it was induced by
coming from?
Fed, raising interest rates and causing demand destruction, because Paul Volcker was out to destroy inflation. And Paul Volcker, I spoke to him about this, he's been legendary ever since. And as it relates to today, and that was really your question, how do we put all this in context? It's important to remember Jay Powell
I don't know.
is not an economist. He's a lawyer. And lawyers, one of the reasons people don't like lawyers is they actually think about things differently. You go to law school to kind of get brainwashed in a benign way. But they're better at looking at both sides of the issue. They tend to be, if you're Jay Powell, fairly articulate. Jay Powell's a Republican. And he's looking at his legacy.
Fucking hate you guys.
Saying, do I want to be Arthur
fucking hate
Burns,
you guys,
who was considered a great failure because he let inflation get out of control? Or do I want to be Paul Volcker, the man who
I hate you guys so much.
Considered
Fuck
a hero
you
because he
all.
crushed inflation.
Jesus, I don't have.
He'd rather be
I have
Volcker.
nothing.
That's kind of obvious, but let's
I can't survive
remember
this
the cost.
fucking
Let's
attack.
remember what happened to crush inflation. Unemployment was well over 10%. It was like 11 or 12%. This is in 1981, 82. Those are depression level unemployment rates. But inflation did come down, but basically had to trash the economy to do it. And Powell kind of said that may be what it takes. Maybe not that bad, but much higher unemployment and a severe recession. So far, what I just described is not the same as 2008. We may have
I'm getting
a very bad recession, possibly worse than 2008, but just a recession. Now, let's take the financial crisis component, because I said they're two separate things, but they can converge, and they did in 2008. So that's a good for the millennials. I have 3 millennial children, so they.
Oh my God,
that's
CDJ,
when
you
they
guys are in
went
here?
through.
What the fuck? Look at this.
That was a good lesson, because it was as bad as I described. But so then, if you want to say, okay, well, what are the odds of a global financial crisis? Bearing in mind that that's different than a recession. Uncomfortably high. So we may end up with both, and this may start to look like not 2020,
look at
which
that.
is
My own chat's attacking me.
Down
Fuck.
30% in 2 months, March and April 2020, and then up 34% in the third quarter. And what was that? Well, that's what happens when you turn off the lights. That wasn't a business cycle. It wasn't about inventory or interest rates or anything else. It was just, hey, we listened to a phony like Fauci and shut down the economy. And I really fault Trump for letting that happen, but that is what happened. So that's such a one-off that it's kind of hard to use that as a model. I hate you guys. But 2008 is a model. You're right, Julia, and that may be what we're heading for, bearing in mind that these are two separate vectors.
Got it. Again, it's so helpful when you contextualize like that. I want to bring up inflation just because I feel like this is the topic of the day. As topic of every dinner table. I'm spending more on food than I ever remember. So, can the Fed actually do anything to solve for inflation by raising rates? Is this going to be effective or not?
It's going to be effective at a very high cost. So the short answer is yes, but it's so, and I'll kind of flesh that out a little bit, but it's so indirect or roundabout that the cost is going to be horrendous. And that was really at the root of what I was saying about how bad the recession is going to be. So just to just put it in context a little bit. So the editor in chief at my publisher called me in about this time last year, fall of 2021, and said, Jim, we want a book on the supply chain thing. Can you do it? I said, yeah, I think so. And gave him an outline, and we said, okay, let's go, let's roll. And she, she's, it's a business imprint, a portfolio at Penguin Random House. So she said, yeah, we want to do the supply chain. I do a good job, but we want a chapter on inflation, because obviously the supply chain is feeding into inflation. And that was also in the headlines, and inflation was getting out of control. And Powell, he testified November 2021. He said, time to stop using the word transitory. So I think we want to retire that word. And he was right, a little late, but he was right about that. But then I said to her, okay, chapter on inflation for sure, but I want to write a chapter on deflation also, or disinflation. In the book, I explain why they're the same thing, because it's directional. Inflation is coming down. And so the book has that, and she was fine with it, but it kind of seemed like, well, why are you writing about deflation when everyone's writing about inflation? And I said, by the time the book comes out, the deflation is going to be coming down the tracks. You're going to be able to see it, and it turns out that that's exactly right. So you're right. Inflation is the biggest story. We all know what happened to gas prices, food prices, other goods and services, airline tickets. You're absolutely right about that, Julia. But there are two kinds of inflation, broadly speaking. There's what's called cost push. This comes from the supply side. So that's what we had in 1974. That's what we had now, which is it's coming from higher commodity prices, higher energy prices, energy shortages, supply chain bottlenecks, higher input costs, a lot of other factors. So it's coming from the supply side. The other kind of inflation is called demand pull. This comes from consumers. This comes from individuals, and it's a psychological thing. People say, gee, I was thinking about buying a refrigerator. I better go out and buy it now because the price is going to go up. If I wait 3 months, it's going to cost me 10% more. So I'll go buy it now, or a new car, or anything, a suit, a dress, anything you want, go buy it now. Because the price is just going to go up. That's demand pull inflation. And then that plays out in terms of wages. People want to raise. I mean, we went through this in the late 70s. I was working at Citibank at the time. They used to just give us raises without even asking. They would just say, hey, we're going to raise your salary, whatever, $20,000 or whatever, because they knew people would quit, or they were going to ask for it sooner or later. They were just trying to keep ahead of things. And that was true on, I was in New York at the time. I was on Madison Avenue, finance, anything you could think of. So we don't have that yet. Right now, the demand pull inflation has not kicked in. The cost push inflation, and that's what you're seeing at the grocery store, and that's what you were describing, is there. It's what's driving inflation. The difference is the Fed has absolutely no direct power over the supply side. They don't. They don't drill for oil.
Are you fucking cheating? It feels like you're cheating. Lucky Streak goes on a while. Jesus. I need to borrow your luck. I need to make some money. Maybe you hacked the bot. It seems like you guys aren't fucking enjoying this. I'll watch Jim Rickards later. I'm wasting my luck on this pointless gamble. I'm all down to mine. Samran, how many points do you have right now? Evans, you just won. Another 1,000 points. Congratulations. But you should go all in. Like, go all in. Don't pussy out on me. Don't be a little pussy. Go all the fuck in. I lost it a little while ago. There's no cheating if there's no rules. I thought you were a true anarchist. Royal Raven, I told you already. In my version of anarchy, it's not just my version of anarchy. It's most people don't seem to understand that anarchy is about choice. It's about maximizing choice. It's not that there aren't no rules. It's that I get to choose where I want to live and under which rules I wish to subject myself. So if I don't like your rules, nothing stops me from going away and going somewhere where I can live according to what I like. Right now, if you want to do something like that, you have to move country, which can be incredibly expensive and also not always possible, because every country seems to care very much about not letting anyone in. And even then, it's very difficult since most countries are basically the same fucking thing. They do the same shit. Under anarchy, it is basically just that if you don't agree with what someone is doing, you should absolutely be allowed to say, well, I don't agree with this and I don't want to live under it. Digit, how you doing, brother? Let's see what's hot. So, chat, what is hot? Night Lords. Oh, shit. Base video of the Night Lords from my favorite lore channel? Alright, I don't know who this is. I don't know whose video this is, actually.
Some more Warhammer lore?
Oh, yeah. Always. This is what chat fucking lives for. Oh, this is that Voldemort guy that you guys told me about. This is Voldemort. Okay, this is our first time going into the Voldemort stuff. Like, not gonna lie, I'm a little, I'm a little stressed, actually. I don't know what to expect. But all right, let's see what Voldemort has to offer.
Fun. So much fun. Since the Kikatix opened, it has been never-ending fun. The spoiler broke the borders, opened the gates of heaven, and now we can to and fro with impunity. The corpse god's men are former brothers. They cannot defend everywhere, cannot be everywhere. So we hunt. We hunt like we have never been able to hunt in a very long time. What is time to an immortal? I digress. So my warband and I have found a world ready for the plucking, a juicy herd of ape things to play with, and oh, how we have been playing. It has all been work for me, not enough play. Destroying their defenses, corralling their meager defenders, breaking them. My boys are too enamored with playing. They forget how hard I have to work to make them do the things that are required for us all to have uninterrupted play. But that has now finally been achieved. The threats all removed. Now we feast. Now we play. This hive has now fallen, as the corpse god's minions and lickspittles would lament. We control its light, its heat, its every road, its every access point. Time to turn off the lights. Time to cover it with our cowl. The dark, the blessed dark. It brings out the best in the herd. My part is done. The playground is prepared. Time for us all to have some fun. Not just my boys. No, now it is my turn. I cannot neglect my duties, my role, my rule must always be maintained. I must watch my boys and make sure they are loyal, or I will be the one to be played with as I did my old master. He should not have lowered his guard. He should not have lowered his guard. Weak, he was weak, so he became my toy. But now I have them all playing. I have them all playing, so I can sneak in a bit of fun myself. Drat, I will only get 48 hours at a push. Is it time enough? Is it enough time? I think so. I have become so very good at what I do. I make friends. I can do this in time. Yes, I can. I can do this. But it must be a special friend. A friend worthy of the knowing. For I must know them inside and out. Oh, yes, a new friend. But whom? As the ape things run hither and thither, I set to choosing. So much choice. As they run from the explosions, as they flee into our sentry guns and get cut down, I laugh. I laugh. They are so amusing. We set off alerts, evacuation orders. At first they did not run, so we leveled a few blocks. Now they run into our guns, run into our clutches. My pretty birds fall on them and take their pick, dragging them into our home, the darkness, flying like pretty birds and snatching one here, one there, taking them back to a nest ready for the fun. I have one already set up. When we first pushed into the hive, I found it and prepared it. I must find my friend and get them there. Some, like the big ones, they think that they will last longer and will be able to keep up for longer. I know this is not true. The big ones have always been big. It means they have less to tell me. They have less to define themselves outside of their being big or boring. Our newest initiates often like the small ones, the little ones. They have more fire. They've had to be more snappy to get by. But this is often a facade. When you get past the gnashing of teeth and squealing and shouting, little ones are just little. They offer a certain titillation, the wrongness of it, to the newest initiates. But this is the first stage. Doing things because they were wrong is passé. I tired of it centuries, millennia ago. Now, I need a good friend, an interesting friend, a friend worth knowing. Yes, a friend worth knowing. Amongst the wailing crowds, I see two candidates. Medium size, wiry, fast. Let us see. The sentry guns open up as the throng turns the corner, fleeing another slowly slumping amber block. Controlled explosions designed to permit the inhabitants to run.
Okay, wait, you guys... Okay, so there is lore at some point. This is not just a dramatic reading of some kind. Because, while interesting, I'm a little confused. Are the Night Lords actually, like, this? So, they see killing as fun and sort of warring and they see it as fun? Is this factually correct, or is this more just like a fan fiction and then we're gonna get into the more like actual lore stuff of it? Just a bunch of crazy space marines? Okay.
Run. The first rank of ape things are torn apart by bolt sentries, exploding like fountains. All the flock attempt to turn away, but the back of the flock still surges forward, fleeing their sinking homes, so they push their fellow ape things forward into the boom splat. Fountains all, I startle titter. I must watch my candidates. One has stopped. He has a darkening patch around his groin as he pushes his way through the crowd in panic. He seems like he might be a boo-hoo-hooer, like our father cares. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Boring. Oh, the other. He breaks from the herd. He runs, but he is looking up, down, around. He is searching. I like him. Aware of the threat from all angles, his instincts are strong. I like him. I must know him. I must make him my friend. Yes, it will be him. I follow him. He is fast. He is fit. He takes care of himself. Good, good. With a grenade here, bolt shot there, I change his course, his direction. Always he is fast to react, always without hesitation. I have chosen well. I guide him to where I can play. Into an old warehouse, none are there now. I made sure of that. I chose this spot. No, none will know where I am here. I can play without interruption. I am there. When he comes in through the door, I left it open. He runs inside. He immediately hides. Good. He controls his urge to keep running. Not exhausted, but intelligent. One can hear running. He is clever. I start the fun. I walk slowly but heavily. My footfalls resounding on the metal grids. I can hear him. His breath stops. He can definitely hear me. But he does not panic. Oh, he does not hold his breath and just stay in situ and close his eyes, as the little ones do. He starts to reposition. Well done. Oh, what fun. He finds the weapons I placed there. He reaches up and delicately, so slowly, takes one of the stubbers, so quietly. Impressive. I have chosen well. I descend the stairs dramatically and heavily. He knows where I am, I'm sure. I can see him in the dark, but he cannot see me well. So I take a few more steps, and move into the light so he can have his opportunity. I look around slowly. He must think I wish seclusion. I am checking that I am alone. I reach up and slowly take off my helmet, brush my hand over my head, and take in a deep breath and exhale slowly, like a tired ape thing after a long day. At peace, vulnerable. He has not done it. Oh. I turn my back, giving him that little nudgy nudge. He can still see my head. Oh, and it is so vulnerable. The stubbers have scopes. How much more of an invitation do I need to give him? Ah! A piercing pain snaps the back of my head as the clamour of a single discharge echoes around the warehouse. I try not to giggle as I slowly fall onto my knees and then forward to the ground. There is blood, for certain. I can feel it trickle down my neck, then across my head and into my face as I lay there dead. Of course, the stubber was strong enough to break skin, but not to pierce my skull. I am not an idiot.
Ah, Royal,
so
okay, that makes
blood,
sense.
Head wounds. He buys into the fun. He finally lets out a slow and steady exhale of breath. He is controlled for an ape thing. I chose well. Brave. He comes to inspect the body to make certain. He stands above me for a moment. He is weighing up the risk of shooting again. The sound could attract my boys, but he so wants to make sure I am dead. It is then that I simply cannot control myself. I wish I had been able to draw this out, but I start. I roll over, tears coming out of my eyes from the mirth. I hope he tries to shoot me again, tries to execute me. So much fun! Oh! I have to roll forward and snatch the gun from his grasp as he puts it in his mouth. Thankfully, I'm in time. Clever. He nearly ruined all of my work. He is a wily one. I've chosen well. So I flick his temple and knock him out. Yes. He wakes on the lovely board I have prepared for him. His eyes stay closed at first. He does not wish to look. But unlike so many, he then opens them wide as a challenge. He snaps them open. He knows what he will see. This one is clever. His face does not change its expression of anger or hate. He knows. I speak to him. You are impressive, my friend. 1 in a million. I feel you could have been a commissar. Had your history been different, your birth, your station. I want so much to know you, inside and out. He hocks and spits at me. I am right. He had such potential. He will be an honor to know. And it was. He lasted so long. No boo-hoo, no. Screaming, of course, especially with the nerve augmenters I shared with him. He had to feel everything. It was the least I could do for a friend in the last hours, to be truly alive and experiencing everything to its fullest. You see, I am a good friend.
This is
Even
disgusting.
when I showed him his spleen, no boo-hoo. Even when we both looked at his genitalia up close. Even when I showed him his still beating heart. I honor him. I do not leave him as a wormy, zipped up and floppy flop on the floor in the dark, no arms or legs. He is better than this. He was a good friend. My boys have finished playing and now level the hub blocks left over. I allow my friend to see the vids that prove he is the last member of his hive to go, an honor he has deserved. I then finish him. He looked like
Warren,
he would betray himself and begin to boo-hoo. I save him from that. He was a worthy ape thing to know. Welcome, gentle listener. I apologize for the severity of this introduction, but there can be times when the threat, the terror, the horror of an enemy can be denuded by being too distant, too hypothetical. I felt it was necessary to show, rather than tell, the true threat of this, one of the most dark and terrible groups of beings in the entire grim darkness of the future. For today, we will now go into a very brief introduction to the 8th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Night Lords. Please remember that this is an introduction only. Should there be the appetite, I will engage in further entries for this, one of the most terrible forces to stalk the galaxy. For they have been set loose by the opening of the Cicatrix Maledictum. The 13th Black Crusade smashed the bottleneck of Cadia and opened that rent across the entire galaxy. Now they can go back and forth with ease, foraying into the material realm, then retreating back to the warp at a whim. The Warhammer 40k setting has become a thing of even more grim darkness than ever before. To quote, "My sons, the galaxy is burning. We all bear witness to a final truth. Our way is not the way of the Imperium. We have never stood in the Emperor's light, never worn the Imperial Eagle, and you never will. You shall stand in midnight clad, your claws forever red, with the lifeblood of my father's failed empire, warring through the centuries as the talons of a murdered god. Rise, my sons, and take your wrath across the stars in my name, in my memory. Rise, my Night Lords."
Wait. Were the Night Lords really never part of the Emperor's army? Or is that just a little bit of sort of historical fuckery? So they were once part of the Emperor's army, but Conrad sort of couldn't give two fucks, so he just rewrote the history a little? They were in Renegade, later in Crusade. They were, but they weren't liked for their tactics. Yeah, I remember the Emperor had a real problem, because these are the guys that would eat people, right? They would cannibalize entire worlds and do, like, seriously horrible shit. Big Good Bear, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. They were very effective. Yeah, but also very fucking horrible. These are the terrorists, skin you alive kind of guys? Wait, aren't they the guys that... No, but they do... I mean, he showed the guy his insides. Do they not eat people? Although there's a few fucking legions that do eat people, so it's kind of hard to know. Some Blood Angels chapters are. I think it's more trying to say they were shunned rather than never being part of the Imperium. He was in the army, but I've never seen a Night Lord with an eagle, even while loyal. They basically completely ignored Codex-type tactics. They'd go behind enemy lines and do ridiculously bad shit to a small amount of people that would then scare the living hell out of the enemy, so they'd just give up. Okay, so they aren't cannibals. They just do bad shit. All right. Thanks for the clarification there, chat. I really appreciate that.
And a quote. Conrad Kurz, Primarch of the 8th Legion of the Legionis Astartes, the Night Lords. Truer words have very seldom been said in all of the grim dark, for the 8th Legion were not akin to any of their brother Astartes. Where they had shining armor and a bold image of their own worthiness and righteousness, the 8th were under no such illusions, even from their inception on Holy Terra. For when the Emperor of Mankind designed his 20 Primarchs, from which his 20 legions of Space Marines would spring, he calculated all of the facets and forces he would require. His intent was to form the perfect army, the perfect warriors, the perfect tool for him to not only take every star and system of the Milky Way galaxy, but also to then hold them. For this he would need many tools, for each of his Primarchs was to be a mighty general with the most formidable force the human race has ever produced, the Space Marines. Each legion of Astartes, Space Marines, was to have a very specific role. Indeed, each would be able to wage war the likes had never been seen, but each would also have a niche, a specialization. Many were shining knights of honor and power, designed to represent the greatness and goodness that resided in the breast of humanity. They were to be paragons and glorious examples that could be displayed to all of the universe as the best of what it was to be human. Not so for the Night Lords. For every organization, every government, every military need have those who will follow orders, will do unspeakable things without complaint or resistance. Forces that will elicit terror in their enemies and allies alike. For the Emperor knew that his race was fractious, and that the combined goal that they worked toward would not be enough for many. He knew that it was inevitable that some of his fellow humans would become greedy, would lose purpose, would seek to aggrandize themselves at the first opportunity. The Master of Mankind, who had witnessed every age of humanity from their earliest forays into civilization all the way through the golden age of technology, and even through the calamity of Old Night, the age of strife, with humanity almost gutted out. He knew his race. He knew that many would simply bend the knee while his armies were present, only to renege on their oaths of fealty the instant he had departed. So, being the shepherd of all of humanity, he knew that he needed to have a deterrent. He needed to have a healthy respect from all of those worlds brought into compliance, but also a very necessary fear. Only in this way could he be guaranteed that one most elusive of all things, unity through loyalty.
The problem with the argument, now, I'm not sure if this actually happened, if the writers actually thought about this, but the problem with the fear argument is so often that it doesn't actually work. Because fear is only a good motivator as long as the other person is actually afraid of you. And while this can be maintained for a long time, it usually can't be maintained forever. So you can do it for a very short amount of time in the grand scheme of things. So you can keep someone really afraid of you, but eventually that fear is going to worn off or wear off. And as soon as it does, it's very difficult to get it back. So I'm not sure if that ever actually backfired on the Emperor, but it is a bit of a weird tactic to follow. Let's just add this to all the weirdness that the Emperor has done. As the Dark Eldar, pretty sure these guys are still feared after 10k years. Warren, it depends, right? Because there might already be people that don't fear them at all.
Humanity simply had no choice in his mind, or he would not have arisen.
And isn't the Dark Eldar basically fucked at this point? Like, I'm pretty sure the Dark Eldar is pretty much non-existent at this point. because most of them, if not all of them, were consumed by Slaanesh. Now, that's not the same. So one could absolutely argue that certain armies throughout history is still feared today. And yeah, that is true. But I'm talking more about direct rule. So if you're constantly in contact with the thing that you fear because that thing is using fear as a driving force, then that's how you get immune to it. Just dealing with an incredibly powerful force and being afraid of that force, if that force was legendary, yeah, that fear will probably persist for much longer. No, they are existent. You should read about them. They are one of the worst fuckers in 40k, which says something. Yeah, I've heard a little. Bricky did a small interview on the Dark Eldar, right? And just based on that, I mean, these guys were fucked up enough to bring about a literal god, right? So it makes sense.
Not have thrown off his cloak of secrecy and taken the reins of direct power and leadership. Humanity had to be unified or would be wiped out from his perspective. One that was very hard to argue with considering the horrors of the Age of Strife, where Xenos, aliens, and demons had dominated and annihilated so many of our race. Hence, not all of his Primarchs, not all of his legions of Space Marines could be the examples of virtue that was allotted to many. He needed a tool of fear, a bringer of...
Yeah, Red EU, are you talking about the... Because you have the two types of Eldar. You have the ones that come from those ships. I can't remember what they're called. But it's like they left the Eldar Empire long before. And then you have the current Eldar that basically do some deprived shit in order to keep Slaanesh happy so that Slaanesh won't consume them. Those are the ones that I know of. Right, so they basically try to stay out of Slaanesh's way by continuing to do very horrible shit. 3 Typercraft worlds, Dark Eldar, and the Ynnari. I don't know who the fuck the Ynnari is. I've never heard of the Ynnari.
Of terror. He needed a force that would be used to scare his people into staying compliant, to staying loyal. He had his Night Lords. The Primarchs were stolen by the powers of chaos and spread throughout the galaxy, but still the legions had character, and were employed without their fathers, the Primarchs, to lead them. The 8th, the Night Lords, were recruited from the most brutal prisons and pits of despair in all of Holy Terra, the present name of Earth, the cradle of humanity where the Emperor began his empire, his Imperium. They were scum. They would blanch at no activity, would bring a level of ferocity and sadism to their campaigns that would act as a deterrent forever after. When the Emperor had dominated all of Terra during the long and bloody Unification Wars, his instinct was proven right. Almost immediately, one of his defeated allies, the Saragorn Enclave, turned and rebelled. They continued to tinker with genetic engineering, were attempting psi-breeding, eugenics to attempt to create powerful psychers, a practice utterly banned by the diktat of the Emperor. The Master of Mankind was informed, and is reputed to have said just 3 words. Just 3. Send the 8th. The 8th Legion were deployed and assaulted the Enclave.
Send what? Cesius, why to stop playing what? And yeah, I fucking love bacon flavored cheese spread. So fucking good. The 8th, he means 8th Legion. Send the 8th. Ah, okay. Okay. Send the 8th. All right. Thank you, chat.
But they did not roll in with tanks and overwhelming firepower alone, as other legions would. They made a bloody horror of the entire region. They hunted and tortured each and every person there. They wiped the entire population away with a viciousness that was beyond belief. Jesus. With this as an example of exactly what would happen if any rebelled, Terra stayed loyal. All of it. This was the way of the Night Lords. Fear. To act in such terrible and sadistic ways that entire star systems would then surrender to them when they had witnessed their savagery. Jesus. It was true that any rebellion throughout the stars was almost instantly quashed by the mere mention of their name. Many a governor would toy with the idea of declaring his world independent of the Imperium, as humans are so oft willing to forget their own history so swiftly. The scars dealt to them during their domination and compliance would often lose their sting over a mere generation, but the threat of the 8th would dispel their errant dreams very swiftly. The mention of them alone was enough to loose the bowels of most. So even before they eventually turned to evil, theirs was never a force that could ever be described as good. Such a thing exists in the grim darkness of the future.
Not really.
When they were reunited with their Primarch, Konrad Curze, they changed very little. When some legions found their Primarchs, it was either a magnificent time where they were enhanced and saved by their sire, as in the case of the Blood Angels and Sanguinius, or it was a time of change, as in the case of the Death Guard. But few legions were left without some form of transformation when their genetic father and spiritual leader, their Primarch, was discovered. But this was not so for the Night Lords. Curze's world was not a place that would ever engender a good man to arise from it. Despite Konrad being genetically predisposed to try to seek for justice, for law and order at every point, his methods were twisted by his early years on the world of Nostromo. For it was a cesspit of lawlessness, a horror of a world where survival of the fittest was the only law, and murder, rape and massacre were nightly events. They were, until Konrad subjugated the world through fear alone. But this is a tale for another time, when we can discuss the tale of Konrad Curze in full. It was the habit of the Emperor to gift the world of that a Primarch had grown up on, had usually dominated, as Konrad had Nostromo, as a recruitment world for their legion. As such, the 8th's recruits were from that world and had a part of its darkness. Later, Nostromo was to only give reinforcements from the worst and most vile of all of its denizens. The Night Lords started badly, but would get progressively worse as time went on, as each and every Marine was a travesty of a thing that could barely be called human, and it was even before they were trained and used by the Night Lords to perform their reigns of terror. For the Night Lords would take pride in their work, but their goals were not the same as their Primarch. For Konrad thought that the ends justified the means. The horrific butchery of one city, not just the callous extermination, but the torture of his entire population over an extended period while being broadcast to all surrounding areas, would then lead to the entire world surrendering out of fear. In this, Konrad could very realistically state that his tactics and strategies did not affect infrastructure and would mean a tiny proportion of the casualties that would have been created if another legion had invaded honorably. And he was right. But the fact remained that his legion did not have his ideal at their fore. Their eye was never on the ends, just the means. They did it because they could butcher and torture indiscriminately. They did it because they enjoyed it. And so Konrad eventually ended hating his own legion, something he was never shy of letting them know either. He went mad. His legion was declared rogue even before the drop site massacre on Istvan V, but was still ordered to act in that assault, one which would turn out to be an utter betrayal, as the Night Lords turned traitor and helped massacre the 3 loyalist legions of the first wave. But I will go into the massacre at Istvan in more detail in the future. With the Horus heresy now in full swing, Konrad did not so much follow Horus, but to rebel against his father, an act of spite, perhaps, for the poisoned chalice that was passed to him by the Emperor of Mankind, to be built to strive for justice, but to lead a legion he despised, to perpetually perform actions he could never actually forgive himself for having ordered performed. But the Night Lords have never really gone fully into the fold of the other legions that began the wholesale and emphatic worship of chaos. Although there are some faithful amongst the legion, theirs is not a religious crusade. For them, following Abaddon on the path of chaos is not about zeal or serving their new dark gods. It is simply that they can now do whatever they wish to whomever they wish. The chaos gods leave them be. Konrad was slain, despite being one of the most powerful combatants of all of the sons of the Emperor, but he let his legion know he despised them before the deed was done, a deed he even permitted. Since that time, the Night Lords have been a thing of terror, not for, but against the Imperium of Man. The true levels of their viciousness I hope you gained from my introduction, but I shall one day go more into their tactics and more of their history. For the
who was the guy again that let the assassin kill him? Was that Conrad? I'm pretty sure it wasn't. The guy that let the assassin kill him was the guy that could see the future. Was it Conrad? Ah, okay. So not only was he fucking evil, but he also, he had these visions. And he just hated his own fucking Space Marines, lol. That is wild, bro. Just fucking couldn't stand them.
Time being, I hope, gentle listener, that you can see why the forces of chaos are feared, and why the Imperium is the way it is. In the face of enemies such as the Night Lords, perpetually a threat, perpetually just one slip away from penetrating your defenses and letting their evil loose on any sector, one can do nothing but become a thing of tyranny to prevent the greater evil. And at least, this is their argument. For the Night Lords are the thing that comes in the night. They are the lords of sadism and fear. They are the lords of the night. And the opening of the Cicatrix Maledictum means that they can go near anywhere, at any time. Nowhere is now safe from their predations. The beast, as they say, is well and truly abroad. I have been Voldemort, your faithful servant. I hope my introduction to the Night Lords has been enlightening, no matter how unpleasant. If so, then please do consider liking and subscribing. If you are a regular gentle listener, then do please also consider supporting us on Patreon, if you see the worth in what we are doing and wish it to continue. If you are unable to do this, then please do consider just sharing. I would like our tribe to get slightly larger, shall we say. It would help continue the work. Now, no matter what you do today, please do try to make some time for fun. Toodaloo.
This was a good fucking video. Like, we already learned a little bit about Conrad and obviously about the Night Lords, but this was a really, really good fucking video. Like, this Voldemort guy knows how to deliver. I like it. Yeah, it was fucking crazy fun. We're about to, in about 30 minutes, we're, yeah, in about 30 minutes, we're doing the Q&A. I quickly want to go get some more tea, have a piss, and stretch my legs. Dude, I wouldn't say he's that underrated. He's got like 172,000 subscribers, which is obviously fucking great. He's got incredible delivery, and his editing is really good. So I would say the dude is doing the right stuff. Right, the problem with that is I've always believed you have as many subscribers as you deserve, which is why I never get angry or annoyed when I look at I think I have 48 or 47,000 subscribers. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's sort of like, you have as many as you deserve. And if you don't have more, you have to figure out what you're doing wrong. If anything, right? Maybe you're not doing anything wrong. Maybe that's just your limit. It's all you can have. You kind of just have to go with it.
Bro, I'm hopping off. I'm going to eat, and then I'm probably going to stream later. So,
all right, dude. Take care of yourself, man. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Had fun.
All
See you later.
Peace out, dude. Q&A when you are doing a video on how you cook your $2 steaks? No. No. We're just going to do a normal Q&A. But I'm going to go grab some tea, go to the bathroom, stretch my legs, all that kind of stuff. So take 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Oh my god, dude. Leg day is fucking ruining me, bro. What are you guys talking about? Wait, Darktide is out? I don't imagine so. Well, is it really? See. 40k Darktide. Oh, closed beta. Fuck my life. There's 108 streamers get closed beta. Dude, I'm not like I'm obviously not gonna get beta. I mean, I'm not I'm not really a Warhammer streamer. We do a lot of Warhammer reactions, but we don't play any Warhammer games. Like, we've only ever really tested things out. Okay, I'm only in my suggestion under Accolon viewers also watch section. Ah, okay. I just don't like the fact that it's first person. I'm gonna enjoy Rogue Trader much more, I think. I think I'll enjoy Rogue Trader more than this. Alright, where do we sign up for? Here we go. It's final call, boys. It's final call. Don't want to play test. I'm not allowed to sign up. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. Yeah, request access. Thank you. Same, the character reveals for Rogue Trader are so cool. Dude, Rogue Trader looks like my kind of game. It's, you know, it's CRPG. It's isometric. It's, yeah, that's my type of game. I will play the shit out of that. I actually, I'm still going back and forth between, oh, what's the game that I also want to buy? Chaos? Is it Warhammer Chaos something? Is it Chaos Gate? Yeah, Chaos Gate. Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate. Like, I think I want to play this game. Those are small ones. I think this game could be insane. Just because this is my type of game again. I like the XCOM sort of genre. I really enjoy it. I don't know if it's multiplayer, CCS. I don't really care about that ever. I prefer just normal games. I hope it's canon. In what? Rogue Trader or Chaos Gate? Plus, it seems like overall it's very positive. Like, recently, people have really enjoyed this. Lead humanity's greatest weapon, the Grey Knights, against the corrupting forces of chaos in this brutal and fast-paced turn-based tactical RPG. Root out and put a stop to an insidious plot to infect the galaxy with the Bloom, an intergalactic cosmic plague capable of rotting worlds into oblivion. Wait, but are the Grey Knights actually the world's greatest weapon?
Morning, Echo.
Yo, Morning, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. The Grey Knights are all psychers, actually. They've been trained extensively to not only hone their psyker ability, but to withstand demonic possession. No Grey Knight has ever fallen to the whims of chaos.
Ever?
Ever.
Not a single one.
Nope.
Seems like that's about to change. Like, would Games Workshop let that stand?
Yeah, they do actually. The Grey Knights are rather sparse in number, just because of the immense training that it takes, as well as the their gene seed in particular. I'm actually pulling that up right now to kind of refresh myself, because there's like several rumors as to what their gene seed. Here it is. Yeah, they don't have a Primarch, first of all. Their gene seed was created from the genome of the Emperor of Mankind himself.
Wow.
But by that logic, it means that they are kind of below Primarch, but above normal Space Marine, because their gene seed comes straight from the Emperor instead of a Primarch like the other legions.
Yeah.
And that accounts for their immense psychic potential.
Okay. Cookie Rumper, how you doing, bro? What about the mysterious Silver Knight who came into contact with Slaanesh himself?
That's a good question.
It hints that it was a Grey Knight. Wait, is there videos on that?
I'm showing that the Silver Knights are, well, nope, that's a chapter, not the Silver Knight. Here is the Silver Knight. Okay.
Dude.
There is rumor that it is perhaps a Grey Knight, but no, right now no Grey Knight has been known to fall to chaos. But then again, the Grey Knights are unique in the sense that no one, upon their initial conception, nobody knew that they existed but one person, Malkador the Sigillite, Malkador the hero. And every time Grey Knights are sent out, unfortunately, whatever they're sent out to protect is also put down. They leave no traces of either friend or foe. Those who witness them are executed because they need to remain secret.
Fuck. What book would I read in order to learn about the Grey Knights?
Let's see. Looks like they're spread throughout several.
Oh, wait, here's a good question. For you and chat, Money. Someone spoke about this. There's a story about an Inquisitor that's apparently fucking amazing. Some famous Inquisitor. Henry Cavill. Was it Henry Cavill that said that he doesn't want to be the Inquisitor?
That could be a couple people. The one that comes to mind.
Eisenhorn, I think. It may have been Eisenhorn. Like, Henry Cavill didn't want to be him because he just wants to be a good guy, and apparently that Eisenhorn guy, he's a good guy insofar as he works for the Imperium, but he's not a good guy.
Yeah, let's see, notable inquisitors.
He wants to be a Primarch, but which Primarch does Henry want to be? Do you know? Rabute Gilliman?
Gregor Eisenhorn. Let's see, he's a member of the Ordo Xenos, so he's an Inquisitor sanctioned to destroy Xenos races. He's a infamous Inquisitor who orchestrated the downfall of Quinox the Blight and the Pontus Gaul using a stolen demon host named looks like they just named it Chernobyl.
Easy.
a former tool of the Blight. He seemingly vanished soon after the downfall. Eisenhorn changed over the course of his career from being such a staunch Puritan into a radical Inquisitor, though through the justified choices he made. Those choices included keeping the Malus Codium for himself and trying to save his comrades from an attack by summoning a demon.
What's the Malus Codium?
Probably a demonic book.
That's always good to keep those for yourself.
It is a grimoire with that detailed a large number of powerful sorceress rituals.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You know which books you always want to keep? Those books that, so if you got your hands on a book that said like property of Satan or something, you can keep that. Nothing bad will happen to you. Like, that's always a good book. Or like, sure, let's just pick up a fucking book that has malice in the title. What could possibly go wrong?
Right.
Yeah.
Apparently, he is on the far spectrum of the Order Xenos. Anything non-human, even things like mutants, which is a different branch of the Inquisition, should be put to the torch.
Jesus. So he really is a Puritan.
He is a sanctioned psyker as well.
What the fuck does that mean?
Sanctioned psykers are psykers that the Imperium of Mankind allow to exist. They are approved psykers to be deployed in the armies of the Imperium. A couple notable examples are the station of Librarian, which is the most Space Marines have psykers that are of the Librarian rank. There are a few of them that don't. Most notably, the Dark Angels refuse to use any psykers, actually.
Why? Retech Control, by the way, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Sorry to speak over you, Money.
Oh, it's quite alright. The reason that they do is they've had a bad experience with psykers, and it basically just burned in them basically a chapter-wide hatred.
Of course. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. The Imperium is so fucked, dude. Like, it is such a hot mess. It's all fucked.
The other example of the most common psyker are the astropaths. These are psykers that
they're the ones who steer the ships. They keep control of the what's the fucking thing they call it? Oh my god. The thing that guides them, there's like a thing that they look for, and that's their guiding
Astronomicon.
Yeah, the Astronomicon.
That's something that they look for. The Astronomicon is literally the psychic essence of the Emperor.
Yeah.
So basically, in the warp, when they are traveling through it, the Emperor's psychic shadow is like blaring bright as a supernova.
Yeah.
And it basically just points them in the direction of where Terra is.
Nice. Yeah, because I've already read a little bit about astropaths in Dark Imperium. Roberto Gilliman meets the astropath on the Macragge's Honor.
Yeah.
Blind as a bat, right? No eyes, just obviously. Why would they? But incredible sense of their surroundings. Like,
yes,
he's walking on this metal floor, and the metal floor obviously has holes in it, right? And he has this cane, but he puts, he puts his cane on the bits with metal, never inside one of the holes. Like, how the fuck does he do that if he's blind?
The warp. Psychers just inherently have a sixth sense. I mean, it's what makes them psychers. So you could even think of him as basically Daredevil in a sense. He probably doesn't use echolocation for it, but it's the best example I can think of.
You can probably see, even though he can't see.
Yep.
I really want to buy this Chaos Gate. Oh, sorry, chat. I apologize for that. I think I should buy Chaos Gate. What do you guys think, chat? We're about to go into... Actually, I should probably change this. All right. Are we tweeting this out, chat? I barely ever tweet out that I'm going live. Alright, fuck it. Yeah, we'll tweet it out. Screw it. Alright? Go like this shit, you fucking assholes. I need the DJ Nation to start rising up and fucking liking shit like this. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Feels like someone is pumping flowers into my room. Delete the twatter? How dare you, sir? I need the DJ Nation to start fucking making us famous. What good is it to have an entire nation of degenerates if they're so fucking degenerate that they hang out on no places where degenerates are supposed to fucking hang out? Wait, what's the fucking point then, chat? Yeah, but okay, so if the DJ Nation doesn't believe in twatter, what do you guys believe in? We use Truth Social Media? Alright.
Oh god.
That is such an obnoxious name, by the way.
Ooh.
Like, I don't mind the fact that Trump made it, but I just hate the name. Like, it is such a fucking, like, moronic name whatsoever. Why the fuck would you call your social media place Truth Social? It's like, bro, fucking lies. I guarantee you most people on there aren't telling the truth. Like, oh my fuck, I hate that. Time Bandit, how you doing, brother?
Well, I mean, when you're basically your middle name is nepotism, you're going to name shit like that. I'm surprised he just didn't call it Donald Trump. Like he throws Trump on everything. I'm surprised he didn't call it like Trumper.
Trumper would actually have been a better name. I'm not gonna lie. Unironically. Or Trumpet. Yeah, fuck it. Missed a golden opportunity to call it Trumpet. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start. Yeah, I just called it Trump book. Okay. Fucking almonds, dude. I don't like almonds. I have to eat it because it's a good source of calcium. But I do not fucking like them. Okay. Chat, this is how it's gonna work. If you have any questions for me, you're gonna ask your questions in the Q&A section on Discord. You'll see it there. It's fucking live and in charge there. And then you're gonna jump into the voice channel below us. So directly below me and Morny, you're gonna jump in there. That way you can ask your question directly and also push back if I answer it wrongly or you disagree with something I say, or maybe you just want to have a discussion of some sort. Your questions can be gaming related. I would ask that you keep it as much as possible MMO related, but if you want to have some Warhammer discussions, I'm open to that as well. I am sort of looking at adding a Warhammer discussion session to our live stream. So one day a week where myself and maybe Morny and Apocalypse or someone, although getting Morny and Apocalypse is kind of redundant because they both are fucking fantasy plebs. They haven't seen the light yet. They don't know what the good Warhammer is yet. But that will be some discussions, Warhammer related, and probably also throw that open to you guys. So if you want to have some hardcore Warhammer discussions, that's going to be where that takes place. But yeah, this one is just Q&A. You can ask me whatever you want, whatever you feel like you want to know. I'm happy to discuss as much as possible. Where can I find info on this? Info on what? How's it going? Did you see the latest beta build? Gave lore, proving it was Yogg who was responsible for Galakron's corruption. Drug and Dust stuff? I have not seen that, but that is interesting.
I mean, it makes sense. He's the self-proclaimed old god of death. So, and what was Galakron doing but necromancy?
Dude, the fact that Yogg-Saron has necromancy, and Yogg-Saron was the one that made him this has some...
Yeah, that sounds like a podcast topic in and of itself.
Yep. Now that is a discussion worth having. Oh. All right. I like how this is starting, you motherfucker. Thanks. Abaddon, when do you apply? If you want to be a mod, you're more than welcome to apply. And we'll go through your chat logs. We'll go through your logs on Discord. And we'll see. I'm open to anyone being a mod. Just apply. All right. Do we already have people hanging out in... We don't have anyone in the Q&A lobby, but I'm assuming we do have a number of people. Actually, I should probably just let people on Discord know as well that the Q&A is about to start in case there's people that want to join. Okay. There we go. You and Apaka are going to be gods of moderators. That's fine. You're more than welcome. All right. I see we already have a few people just waiting down below. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Q&A. Really happy to have all of you here. As always, Morny, without you, we couldn't do this, so thank you so much for being here. Morny, of course, is the guy that runs the Q&A. He keeps track of all of the questions and makes sure that everyone gets their opportunity to ask and keeps the ball rolling, so really thank you for that. If you want to ask questions, remember to join the Discord. Ask your question in the Q&A section on Discord, and then jump into the Q&A lobby, where you will have your opportunity to ask whatever it is that you want to ask. With that said, Morny, who is first?
Right now, it looks like they are getting ready to submit their questions, but we do have a follow-up from last time.
Okay.
D-Rock wanted to follow up on their question.
All right.
So the follow-up question is, do you think they tried to make New Sylvanas and the Jailer, because the whole theme of I'm doing this for the greater, that they were trying to do this for the, I'm doing this for the whole greater good kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like initially was that their setup, that they wanted the Jailer's motivation to be for the greater good, and that was why Sylvanas joined them.
Well, okay, so very interesting question. Thank you for that. And the answer, short answer, is yes. And there's a number of things that actually prove this. So, just in the game, Sylvanas goes through this entire horse and pony show, right? Where she leads the Horde in this sort of holy crusade against the Alliance, beats the Alliance back, and then her final words to us as mortals, to first and foremost, her final words to sort of the whole Horde and the Alliance is that toy soldiers in tin plate howling at the moon, right? Howling for honor. Basically making it out as if you guys don't understand what is at stake here. You don't understand that all of these wars, all of this honor, all of this sort of, you know, grandiose ideas of what it means to be an honorable person means nothing in the grand scheme of things. It just, you don't understand how sort of stupid you look doing this, right? So that's the vibe that Sylvanas gives. Then she speaks to her loyalists, and her final words to us there is that, you know, do not when next you see me, you will understand. Which suggests, again, that we aren't seeing the fullness of the picture. Now, let's just examine the fullness of the picture, right? Because when I tell you, let's say I'm doing something. Let's say you walk in on me. So let's go outside of the game. Let's just use a real-world example. Let's say you walk in on me, and as you walk in, I have a bag over my shoulder, and you see a cash register completely fucking emptied out. You see a bank vault completely emptied out. And as I leave the building, I look back at you and I say, when next you see me, you will understand. Okay? In that context, what are you seeing? You're seeing a bank robbery go down. Right? It's not fucking hard. There's nothing to see. I am robbing the bank. It's as simple as that. But now let's imagine you do see me next time, and you learn next time that I wasn't robbing the bank. I actually stole money from a drug dealer that is selling drugs to children, right? So I wasn't robbing the bank. I was specifically robbing that person. That changes things, right? It changes things from what I used to believe to what I now believe, because what I did, or what it seemed like I was doing the first time around, is changed by the context of what I was actually doing, because I provided you with this context. So the words, when next you see me, you will understand, suggest that there is context missing. So what we're seeing is Sylvanas, this blood-hungry warrior that just wants to destroy the world and everyone in it, right? Just wants to kill all living. That's what we think we're seeing. Sylvanas then tells us, when next you see me, you will understand, suggests we're wrong about what we're seeing. But we aren't wrong. Because when you get into the Shadowlands, Sylvanas truly is just this blood-hungry general that just wants to see the world burn. She has no deeper motivations. There's no extra layer of context that is missing from the ultimate plan. Her plan was to cause war and kill everyone so that Zuvul could kill everyone and dominate everyone. And that is pretty much in line with what we originally thought she was doing already. So it seems like there was a mind shift change that took place. There was a plan for Sylvanas in Battle for Azeroth that did not reach its natural conclusion. Because somewhere along the line, Blizzard changed the natural conclusion. And there's more that the loyalists, the very fact that there is such a thing as loyalists, suggests that Blizzard had a much grander plan for what Sylvanas was ultimately meant to become, right? Just based on the fact that they had these loyalist positions, suggests to you that someone should have agreed with what she was doing. And in the end, no one was agreeing with what she was doing. And that makes it very difficult to sort of quote unquote swallow what Blizzard put in front of us. And then there's other things that I can point to that doesn't necessarily sort of point so hard at Sylvanas and the story being different for Sylvanas, but just that the story in general absolutely changed. And this, again, we sort of look at previous expansions. So if we pay attention to Battle for Azeroth, even Legion, all of those expansions saw a great many CGI cinematics, and Blizzard have said how they want to push more CGI cinematics, and we saw that build up. Legion had a couple, Battle for Azeroth had a great many, probably the most CGI cinematics we've ever had in a single expansion. And then Battle or Shadowlands had no CGI cinematics, like absolutely zero. The only CGI cinematic we got was the opening cinematic, where Sylvanas goes up and, destroys everything, and then screams, this world is a prison, and I'm gonna set us all free. Which, as it turns out, that's actually not what she wanted to do. She wasn't actually setting us free. And she was just trying to get Zuvul to win. But anyway, so, there's like the fact that they changed it. So here's what is important that you should know. CGI cinematics, and I know this because I've spoken literally to the guy at Blizzard that works on these CGI cinematics. I've spoken to Terran Gregory about this. For those of you that don't know, he is part of the cinematic team for Blizzard Entertainment and specifically working on World of Warcraft. A CGI cinematic takes anywhere from 12 to 18 months to finish. It's not something that they can do overnight. They can't do it in like a month or 2 months. He told me, at best, if it's a really short CGI cinematic, they can do it in maybe 12 months. But mostly it's sort of 18 months. That's usually what they aim for. So almost 2 years that it takes them. Now, this means that if the story changed very quickly from BFA into Shadowlands, Jay, how you doing, bro? Every time I watch your stream, it feels like a try not to come challenge, and you win every time, don't you, bro? And it's kind of like this. So if the story changed so quickly that there was no time for CGI cinematics to portray the new story, then that is, that would explain the lack of CGI cinematics, because all of the cinematics we got were in-game cinematics, or at least in-engine cinematics. And that makes sense because those take far shorter to make. I think Terran told us 4 to 6 months for those, especially with all the new technology they have. So I would say, all in all, I think there's more than enough information and evidence to suggest that there's definitely been a massive change in what Sylvanas was supposed to be and what Sylvanas ultimately became. And it's sad because if I read the story correctly from BFA to Shadowlands, I actually think Sylvanas' story originally would have been incredible. I think it would have been such a good story. So it is a little sad that Blizzard decided not to go with that story, but, you know, what are you going to do? It is what it is. So, D-Rocker, thanks for the follow-up question. I really appreciate that. Okay, so, Moni, who's next?
Up next is Drake. I am pulling them in now.
Drake, how you doing, bro? Drake, can you hear us?
Yo, what's happening?
Good on you, bro. Good on you.
I just changed my question.
That's fine, bro. What's your question, man?
With all the stuff going on that we've seen on the beta for the leadership of the Black Dragonflight, who really has the right to lead, and why is it Ebonhorn?
Wow, you're kind of painting me into a corner there, right? Okay, so I'm not entirely sure about all the stuff that's happening on the beta. I've stayed away from the beta very specifically this time around because I'm doing a little bit of an experiment with myself. Over the course of the last 5-6 years, I've been participating in every single beta and alpha event that Blizzard had. So I usually, by the time the expansion came out, the story was already spoiled for me, right? I already know the entire story back to front. I've seen everything there is to see, so I'm basically forced to play the game again, even though I've already played it. So this time around, I'm actively spending as little time as possible looking into spoilers and lore spoilers, because I want to see what the game is like when I start it fresh and get that sort of, you know, that first kick when everything is done and the way that it should be experienced. From what I know, and this is just sort of in the lore prior to Dragonflight even, there is a question about Rathian's legitimacy as the Black Dragonflight aspect. Just because the brood that asked the clutch that Rathian came from was a clutch where the Red Dragonflight had quite a lot sort of interfering with, right? They were trying to cleanse those eggs.
Yeah, there's the whole quest line where you cleanse that egg in Badlands.
Yeah, so the Red Dragonflight cleansed his clutch, or tried to cleanse his clutch, and he was the only one that survived. So we kind of have to take their word for it, that he is a pure Black Dragon, when in reality, he could be Black Dragon mixed with a little bit of Red, you know, to give the Red Dragonflight even more legitimacy, or maybe even just because the Red Dragonflight were scared that if it remained just a Black Dragon, because there's like a whole slew of really interesting things when, what's his name again? Fuck. The Titan that blessed, that blessed Neltharion.
Teal. Oh no,
oh my god, name just blanked.
Agramar?
No. It's not Agramar. It's is it Norganon?
Norgaron?
Is it Norganon or was it Kaskarath? Oh my god, which Titan fucking blazed?
was the Earthshaper.
Yeah. Norganon the Earthshaper was the one that blessed him. And Norganon told him that your blessing seems sort of the lowest of all of the blessings, but in reality, all strength comes from the earth. We all come from the earth, and therefore you will wield all of the strength. And as soon as that blessing was done, it could have been Kaskarath as well, but as soon as that blessing was done, the old gods immediately started talking to Neltharion. Like, he could instantly feel their presence.
Yeah, Titans in their hubris kind of fucked Neltharion over there.
Yeah, they literally gave him a ticking time bomb, didn't warn him that, hey, by the way, bro, just be careful of these guys. They're kind of fucked, right? It was Kaskarath. Okay, thank you so much, Abaddon. Yes, Kaskarath. I knew it was either Norganon or Kaskarath. I just couldn't fucking remember which one. But okay, so it could be that the Red Dragonflight was sort of afraid of letting a black dragon just roam free, and they may have fucked around a little bit. So you have those two. You have Ebonhorn and you have Nalfarian, both with a legitimate claim, I would say. Although I would actually argue that Ebonhorn's claim is much stronger than Rathian's. Because Ebonhorn, we know, is directly from a clutch that came from Nalfarian himself.
He was also cleansed with a Titan artifact.
Yeah. So he is probably the purest of all of the Black Dragons. He is the closest. Sibelian, true. Okay, so
Sibelian annoys me. He's been hiding on Outland this whole time, has done nothing for Azeroth. Whatever you have to say about Rathion's methods, he is the one who helped defeat N'Zoth. He has taken direct action in assisting, and Sibelian's like, oh yes, but I'm a direct descendant while you're only like a cousin, so you have no right. It's kind of like the shit going on in House of the Dragon, where it's like, oh yes, but that's direct descendant, even though he's a complete dick.
Well,
he's gonna lead and you don't.
So just based on seniority, and that's usually how aspects are chosen, Sibelian is probably the one with the biggest claim to the throne.
Wouldn't Ebonhorn then outrank him? Because we know he was born just after Deathwing's fall.
I don't know. Because, for one, Ebonhorn doesn't seem to want the Mantle of Aspect, right? So Ebonhorn would most likely, this is why I said Sibelian would have it, because Ebonhorn right now, at least based on the lore that I know of, unless something's changed, Ebonhorn doesn't want to be the Aspect. So Ebonhorn would abdicate his throne, even if it was given to him, right? So the true fight becomes between Sibelian and Rathian. And there, Sibelian outranks Rathian by quite a bit.
But then Rathion's done more, so if anything, he's earned it, where Sibelian has shown,
but
just like his father, he's kind of left the mortal races to their fates.
Maybe, but we also need to learn why Sibelian left. First and foremost, we know that there's a point where Nalfarian left through the gate to Outland. We don't quite know what he did there. We know he hid some eggs there. But Nalfarian may have known that his time is nigh. He may have known that he is going to die, he is going to fall to madness, and that clutch on Outland is the future of the Black Dragon of the Black Dragon flight. And that might be why Sibelian never came back, because Sibelian knew that as long as the old gods were still alive, if they came back, it's fucked. Because the old gods will just immediately sink their teeth straight back into him and just keep pulling and pulling and pulling until they've corrupted him too. So he stayed away, basically to protect Azeroth against the, penultimate corruption for the Black Dragons. There is another bit to this that's rather... I don't know how Blizzard is explaining this, because I don't think they are. I think Blizzard is just sort of accepting who gives a shit. Pillarsteak, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. But Black Dragons, all of them, just by virtue of having that placing within their bloodline, are supposed to have an incredibly hard time dealing with the old gods. And yet, Rathian saw only one vision ever of what the old god corruption would do. Sibelian shows no signs. Ebonhorn doesn't really show a lot of signs.
Ebonhorn was going mad in BFA, and we have to get the cure. And Rathion had spent a long time, including on alternate Draenor, figuring out a way to stop himself falling to that corruption.
Yeah, but you see, that's my problem.
Plus whatever
cure.
the Red Dragons did to pull it off.
Yeah, but you see, that's where my problem comes in. The cure. What cure? The old gods, you have a connection to Azeroth that is untethered. the only cure you could have is either breaking that connection or installing an incredibly powerful, like, filter, right, between that connection and you to stop the old gods. Because the old god corruption isn't, like, just random. It's 100% because the black dragonfly draws their strength from the earth. The old gods get to corrupt through that connection. So, you know, the cure stuff, it just feels like Blizzard didn't spend enough time thinking about how this corruption would affect each of the black dragons. And, you know, how the black dragons should have been, there should have been a bigger storyline around the black dragons and their sort of penultimate, like, issue with the old gods. Which sadly we didn't get.
I wonder if that's something we're gonna get.
Oh, I fucking hope so. That would be so cool.
Between, because
I really
was there
hope
any
they
lore to do with Sibelian for the Daggers quest, where Wrathion sends you out to get rid of the last black dragons?
Not that I remember.
No, he was basically considered a non-issue because he put the most distance between himself and Azeroth that he could. Wrathion sort of wrote him off as a non-competitor because he was.
But he's regretting that now.
Well, Wrathion is also a bit of a
Probably.
fucking scumbag, which is also the thing that scares me with Wrathion. It doesn't feel like the Black Dragons have very good choices, because, and this is where we get, like, it's true in real life as well, right? The guy you want as president is the guy that doesn't want to be president. And that's usually how it works. So the one good Black Dragon aspect that we could actually get would be Ebonhorn. But he's also coincidentally the one guy that doesn't fucking want it whatsoever, right? Which is just
If
annoying.
Blizzard follows previous trends,
yeah,
we have the expansion where Wrathion and Sibelian basically bitch at each other the whole time, and then Ebonhorn walks in and tells the children to shut up. He's home and he's the new daddy.
I can see. Sorry, Moni, yeah?
Oh, I was gonna say, I think that the real race is gonna be between Ebonhorn and Wrathion. I think I'm sorry, what was the other dragon?
Sibelian.
Thank you. I think Sibelian is going to be a foil to the race for aspect.
Yeah.
Because of let's just go ahead and assume that Ebonhorn and Wrathion are cleansed of the old gods. We know that Ebonhorn, the minute he walks off of away from High Mountain, he gets like attacked by them. But let's just start from that basis. They're the two pure black dragons. Sibelian is still a black dragon of Neltharion's bloodline post corruption. I think that right there is going to be the conflict. Sibelian is going to fall and become sort of a mini Deathwing, if you will, or just a minion of the old gods, and then the race is going to be stopping Sibelian from basically recreating the old god corrupted black dragonflight.
Yeah, but the problem you would have there is it depends on how alive or dead the old gods actually are. Because according to Blizzard, the old gods are completely dead. They're no longer an issue, at least not on Azeroth. They might still be an issue, like, cosmos-wide, but not on Azeroth.
The 4 aren't, but everyone's talking about the possible 5th and or Xal'atath, who, in my opinion, has to be an old god that they conspired to trap at least their soul in the blade.
Well, even then, so Xal'atath is a servant of the old gods. I don't think that Xal'atath is an old god. If Xal'atath was an old god at one point, she would have been absolutely in her infancy, which means they managed to corrupt her before she could ever gain any real power. She got completely fucked. Now, the fifth one, sort of very old. It's actually very old speculation because way back in Warcraft 3, I think it may have been Warcraft 2, but I think it was Warcraft 3's guide. They spoke about 5 old gods that came to Azeroth. And that's where the sort of 5 stuff come from. But I would say, at least reasonably speaking, we know of 4. 4 have been confirmed. And Blizzard have never really spoken up about the 5th. They've never really mentioned that there is a 5th. The Chronicles also only speak of the 4. It never mentions anything about a possible 5th. And even if Xal'atath is the 5th, Xal'atath's connection to Azeroth was broken just by design, right? Because they consumed her and placed her essence inside the knife. So Xal'atath would not be able to corrupt any of the Black Dragons. So this would make Sibelion safe-ish, maybe, because there's no more old gods to corrupt them. That, of course, we have to figure out how long corruption actually lasts.
Corruption?
Sorry?
Even without the corruption, though, he is still so arrogant and thinks it is his by rights and he doesn't need to earn it.
Well, yeah.
Which is why I'm like, there's no way I would side with him.
I would say that Sibelion was sort of introduced into the story just to make it more spicy. So you have this 3-way tie, and who's going to take it? And then maybe a 4th rises up to make it even more spicy. But 3 is probably enough. I don't think Sibelion has a chance in hell. I think there's going to be... there's a couple of reasons for that. First and foremost, I don't necessarily believe that his claim is as strong as they say. But more importantly, I think I would be very pissed off at Blizzard's writing if they decide to just bring a character in, like, from left field, let's be honest. Sibelion isn't mainstream lore, right? It's not like everyone knows who this is. And to bring this character in and then suddenly make them the Black Dragon aspect, it's just not going to go over well with the community. It's going to be another Zuvul nightmare, where players are just completely confused at what the fuck is going actually on here. So I would be surprised if Blizzard did that. I would far more prefer it if Blizzard went either between Ebonhorn and Rathian and had that sort of like the crowd favorites, and let's see where this goes, and keep Sibelion as sort of like the antagonist in a way, right? The one that creates some intrigue and sort of urgency, because everyone sees, oh my god, they're actually gonna do it. No, please, Rathian, Ebonhorn, come on, fucking do it. And then finally, the right... It's... so difficult though, because who is the right one? I guarantee you now, no matter which one Blizzard chooses for Black Dragon, one half of the community is going to be pissed the fuck off. Like, just guaranteed Blizzard have created a storyline here just waiting to be a complete and utter fucking nightmare. Right? Now, one of my mods, Andy here, did provide a little bit of something interesting. So this is Sibelion, right? You can see the golden eyes there. And then you have Rathian here with the red eyes. Now, I do think, Andy, if I'm not mistaken, are you trying to pull connections between the prophecies of the Night Elves, the original look of dragons, or are you just saying that, you know, Rathian is the rightful, or Sibelion is the rightful? What exactly are you saying? Palestek, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. And thank you so much for the support, man. It is always appreciated. Pre-end Cataclysm, Uncorrupted Eye Color. So are you making... Andy, why the fuck aren't you just in the voice chat, bro? Why am I supposed to have this conversation with you over text? I don't understand why I have to fucking do this. All of the mods have access to this channel. Why are we having this conversation like this? This makes no sense. Oh, you're taking a shit. Yeah, well, come talk to us while you're pooing, bro. We don't mind. All right. I can see the point that you're trying to make, although I think it was just aesthetic. I wouldn't look that deeply into it. Personally, I think it should be Ebonhorn, just because I do not trust Rathian. Not for 1 minute. Rathian 8 hearts. Like, Rathian is so hyped for power. Like, that's all he wants is power. Which, in my opinion, is never a good thing when it comes to leaders. Because any leader that just wants power is gonna spell fucking nightmares for everyone else.
Can I offer a thought that may make your mind explode?
Please.
They are setting up very heavily for the next expansion to be Light versus Void.
Yeah.
And for the Inquisition, the Light's Inquisition with Uriel to turn up.
Yeah. Why do you say that? I agree with you, but why do you
everyone's
say that?
been, just with the way they're setting it up, especially with Tyrellian on the throne and all of that sort of stuff that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
Have a think about this. What if Xal'atath turns up and is our ally against the Light's Inquisition, and Rathion has to work with Xal'atath?
That is going to be interesting. The problem is just who do the dragons actually join? Because the Light's Inquisition, many people would argue the Light's Inquisition is good. So it would be a
Except
very
they've
splitting
proven that it's join us or die.
Yeah. The problem
And
is
we
that
saw in Legion, with the way they kind of spun it with Illidan and Prophet Velen,
yeah,
that the Light's fanatical nature makes it dangerous.
yeah. Well, the issue is when you talk to community members, and believe me, you can look at the comment section on my videos. I've had this argument to hell and back. The community members will say, oh, you're just pointing out individuals that were fucking nuts following the Light. This is not the Light. This is not the Light's way. Even though it doesn't really matter, but never mind. I can see that. I can see that happening.
We are the peoples of Azeroth, as they are, because of not the Titans, but the old gods. We wouldn't be mortal without the curse of flesh.
True. But then at the same time, we wouldn't even be here without the Titans. So we are kind
Trolls were
of, in
here.
a way. Yeah, but
Trolls
there's
were here
also,
without the Titans.
just to be clear, there is an argument that I could make for the trolls showing, shall we say, fuckery by the old gods to create ultimately what the trolls is. And also the trolls were sort of the
latest
result
stuff
of...
makes it look like the trolls were connected via the elemental lords. They descend from the elemental planes.
Yeah, we're gonna get into some metaphysical fucking arguments here about what the origins of the universe look like. But even that throws us in the camp of Titan-esque beings, not necessarily Titans as we know them, but Titan-esque beings specifically. So it's all based on speculation because we don't actually know where the trolls come from, right? We have some inklings and some speculation theories and some game bits that kind of prevail, but even if we say, okay, well, the trolls did develop naturally, or, well, naturally is, well, fuck it, let's say they developed naturally. You still wouldn't have a lot of the other races, right? So you would definitely not have dwarfs, you'd definitely not have gnomes. You'd most likely not have goblins, although you could, but the goblins would be very stupid, because Azeroth is also a Titan, right? So without Azeroth's blood, the goblins would still be stupid fucking basically Murlocs, you know, so they wouldn't be anywhere near what we would consider quote unquote mortal races. So
You'd have the elves though.
you would, but then again, the elves is a result of a Titan, because it's due to the blood of Azeroth that the trolls sort of evolved into what would ultimately become the Night Elves. So again, you would have... You'd need a Titan, because without
Actually, wouldn't it be the blood of an old god, considering the Night Elves, or the Elves, evolved around the Well of Eternity, which was where they pulled Yasharaj from.
Just to interject, I would say that it could be either way. As it stands now, though, Akalon is the one that has the right of things. The Well of Eternity is said to be the lifeblood of Azeroth.
Yeah.
All magic as we know it on Azeroth is from the Titan soul in Azeroth. Yes, the Well of Eternity is the wound that was caused by ripping Yasharaj out, but as far as we know, that's the only thing Old God related to the well.
Yeah, it's not so the waters that filled the Well of Eternity, that was the blood of Azeroth that effectively filled that well. But it wasn't the blood of Yasharaj that did it. So again, the Night Elves wouldn't be here, and without the Night Elves, you don't get all of the other elves. So it would be trolls, and then maybe humans? Do we know where the humans come from? I've never actually read anything about it.
The humans are descended from the Vykrul.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The Kultirans are a result of man melding with Vykrul.
Yeah.
So going back lineage a bit.
Yeah, so you're sort of talking about a little bit of fuckery. And yeah, this is WoW lore. And some of it is like metaphysical WoW lore in a way. Like going really deep and balls deep into sort of origin lore, which sometimes in WoW can be a little bit spotty. But yeah, just to answer your original question, and then we'll move on, because I see there's even more people waiting. But I firmly believe that Ebonhorn is the rightful aspect. Firstly, because he is the only dragon that we know of that directly descended from Naltharian's brood, but then also remained on Azeroth, found ways to sort of make himself resistant to Old God corruption as much as possible, and also never turned his back on Azeroth, like you said yourself. He stayed. So I would argue Ebonhorn, and also because he doesn't actually want to be the aspect, which makes him probably the best to be aspect. Rathian, on the other hand,
end this,
I don't trust
him. I want to clarify the eye color thing that I wanted to do.
Yeah.
So, both Abyssion and Sibelian have golden eyes, just like Deathwing, but Rathian has red eyes. So I think they technically could claim stronger heritage than him, based on a character trait, which is not random. I don't think they would like explicitly force him to have different eye color if it didn't have any meaning. And because like, okay, you can say that he's a newer model than Deathwing was, right? That is a newer NPC and so on. They wanted to make him different. But why then is Ebonhorn and Sibelian, which are newer than him, with the same golden eye color?
Yeah, I can see that. Plus, we know that eye color.
Was the same time.
Sorry?
Deathwing's model was the same time as Rathion, because they both got humanoid forms and such in Cataclysm.
But Deathwing, we had sort of images of Deathwing long before Cataclysm, like artwork. And
but like
the
latest models where we got Deathwing's forms were Cataclysm, and I believe the same patch as Rathion was first introduced.
Yeah,
or the concept of Rathion.
And obviously, Deathwing has a cutscene in Dragonflight. and he has golden eyes too.
Yeah. Well, we know that eyes are important. We know this. There's prophecies about eyes and eye color and all that. So we just, by sheer nature, it's not accidental. That we can say with absolute certainty. Rathian's red eyes isn't accidental. The red could be a sign of red dragonflight influence on Rathian, and that's why his eyes are that different color. It's going to be interesting to see, because there is a world in which Alexstrasza very heavily very heavily supports Rathian for the aspect, because she
Alexstrasza
knows
also has golden eyes. Just so you know.
Yeah, but I'm talking more about the influence that they had because they cleansed the eggs from which Rathian was born. So not so much that there's a connection between them, just that whatever they did to those eggs maybe changed what Rathian is. So it sort of made him a merge of the two dragonflights. And that might be a stretch, to say the least, but it's still something to consider. And we'll have to wait and see.
Interesting to note.
Yeah.
The whole Yogg-Saron thing ties into this because Rathian was cleansed by the red dragonflight.
Yeah.
The ruby life pools are where all dragon eggs are meant to go to hatch.
Mm-hmm.
The ruby life pools were originally corrupted water that had been corrupted by Yogg-Saron that Galakrons drank from, and finding that the Titans used all of their technology to cleanse it, and more than that, used it to bolster their control over the flights and the flight support of the Titans. Direct quote from direct reference from the book that's turned up on the beta this patch.
Yeah. Blizzard is doing a lot of fucking rewriting of the story, it seems, in Dragonflight, but at least they're fucking around with some of the lore that was less established. So I do like that. I like that they're not fucking too much with established lore and sort of, you know, giving us a little bit more concrete evidence of lore that was less so.
Yeah, they're doing retcons the right way.
Yeah, this is how you should do retcons. Let's hope it continues. Anyways, Drake, thank you so much for the question. This was super fun. I love having these sort of metaphysical fucking deep lore conversations, especially about stuff that is quite unknown, just by virtue of, well, when like the only time we've ever had any real information was War of the Ancients, right? That was like the only real dragon focused lore that we ever got. Since then, it's been drips and drabs.
And Dawn of the Aspects.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so all of the aspects. Let's say the aspect series were like the only ones that really gave us some lore stuff for the dragons. Since then, it's been sort of here's a bit, there's a bit, you know, make whatever the fuck you want with it. So I'm happy to get more dragon stuff and have more discussions about dragons. So I appreciate the question, bro. Take care of yourself, man.
Yeah, man. Hit me up when you're gonna do your 40k Q&A because I got 20 plus years.
Oh shit!
Of time in 40k, so I'm more than happy to jump in there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thanks so much for the offer, man. Really appreciate it.
See you later.
All right, peace out, bro. All right, Morny, that was really fucking interesting.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, let's get who's next.
Sharky is. I'm pulling him up now.
Oh, nice. Sharky, how you doing, bro? Sharky is muted.
Oh. Yeah, you need to put it to push to talk.
All right. Yeah, there we go. Sharky, can you hear us?
Yeah.
All right, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. I was here last week, and I'd like to officially apologize for underestimating the ability for Fnatic to throw.
Oh yeah, you and me both, bro. You and me.
I'm
fucking
so
both.
mad that they've ruined my 0-18 dream.
Yeah, you and me both, bro. I woke up this morning with a song in my heart, and it was shattered within 10 minutes of waking up. I remember driving to the gym. I quickly pulled up the standings just to see where Fnatic is. And they didn't win one fucking game yesterday. Like, not one goddamn game. Even lost against C9. Like, how in the fuck does an EU team lose against an NA team? Dude, that was just dog shit. I haven't even watched the games. I refused.
They do have Hiliasung. He does love to go in no matter the gold.
You see,
or the champion.
But you see, I haven't watched the games yet. But I kind of... Did you watch the games?
I've seen highlight clips of it. He was on Soraka, and he still decided to 1v5 and flank.
Okay, so this
Which
makes
I will give him props for that. That takes some commitment and balls.
See, the problem is, I sort of knew that if there was one weakness in sort of Fnatic's armor, it was Hiliasung. Hiliasung is sometimes his own worst enemy. So I'm not sure. The other one that I think may have thrown it, I haven't watched the games yet, so I don't know. But it could also be Razork, because he's brand new, he's quite young, this is his first time on the world stage. I could see a world in which he gets so fucking stressed that he barely gets anything done. But anyways, yeah, Sharky, what's your question?
Yeah, so my question is not necessarily gaming related, though it might be tangentially.
Okay.
Do you have any books that you'd recommend people read?
Okay, so this is not gaming related, but I would suggest if you've never read it, 1984, probably one of the greatest books I've read. In at least, I'd say, the last 3 or 4 years. But I would probably put it in my top 5 of books ever. The other one would be The Lost Symbol from Dan Brown. Also, just an incredible read. And then a little bit gaming related would be the Dark Imperium stuff. I've been blown away by the way in which they're writing. And obviously, there's so many books that I could recommend, and there are so many good books. The Da Vinci Code is not. Dan Brown, by the way, is my favorite author. So any of these books would be good, I'd say. But I would say, in terms of special books that stand out to me as just being better than anything I've ever read, I would put The Dark Imperium, just because I've never actually read a book written that way. Like, the entirety of the book is basically just a series of monologues, dialogues, and internal monologues. That's it. Like, it must have been hell to fucking write, because nothing is ever sort of omnipresent, God-level narration. It's all done through the eyes of the character, through the mind of the character, through the words of the character, through the actions of the character. That's how the story is told. So I just think those are, like, just incredible. 50 Shades of Grey. No, I've never read it, so I can't really know. One Tree Hill, on the other hand, I've never read I didn't even know there was a novel, but I would say One Tree Hill as a series, one of the best series ever made. So I would highly recommend watching One Tree Hill if you have not already. Shocky, what's your favorite book? Oh, sorry, Moni, yeah?
Oh, I was going to say I'd recommend Belisarius Cull's book, The Great Work.
I actually do want to read that.
Because the Adeptus Mechanicus is probably one of my favorite factions in the Imperium, and Belisarius Cull is, of course, my favorite character.
Yeah, fucking heretic bastard. No, I personally have only really gotten into Belisarius Cull a little bit, and I have to say, very interesting character, albeit a little scary, but very interesting character. The other book that I sort of forgot about, I forget about this book quite often, but it would be Atlas Shrugged. It was just as good of a fucking book from Ayn Rand. Also very, very much worth a read, even if you don't care for the philosophy. The book itself is really good. Sharky, what's your favorite books?
Not gaming related. I would have to go with Neil Gaiman's The Ocean at the End of the Lane. But that holds a special place in my heart because I heard it on audiobook before I got the physical copy.
Uh-huh.
And he's, a really good narrator. He has, like, a really good voice for narration. And two, my grandma used to read to me, and, like, that just felt like I was being read to by her again.
Oh, nice.
So that holds a special place in my heart. I think my favorite book of all time, though, would probably be Thrawn by Timothy Zahn in the Star Wars. I don't know if it's an EU or not.
Yeah.
I'm not super sure because of Disney. But I just love the character of Thrawn, because he's like the only competent Star Wars villain.
Yes, I could talk we could probably have, like, hour-long conversations about Thrawn.
Like, it's just so interesting to see a villain who's really competent and they fail just because other people are fucking retarded. That I don't see that often in, like, you know, big blockbuster shit.
No, because these days they have to fail of some like high-level bullshit, right?
Yeah, it can't just be my plan would have gone exactly perfectly if this one fucker actually bothered to listen. We can't have that. That's too complicated.
No, it also...
if you want a 40K recommendation, Gaunt's Ghosts, the Eisenhorn... I've only read the first 2 books in the Eisenhorn trilogy. I never finished the 3rd one.
Yeah.
But man, book two with the demon, Morny, if you've read that, oh my god, that was... Oh.
Dude, I want to read the Eisenhorn sort of books, because everyone have told me it is such a good fucking read.
Yeah, Eisenhorn's great. Gaunt's Ghost is really good too, because it's just guard. It's just the guard.
Really?
I haven't run into a single Space Marine. It's Gaunt's Ghost or just guardsmen.
Bro, I would love that book, because my favorite.
It's a series.
My favorite bets right now in Dark Imperium is the parts with Varys. The guardsman.
I am a Necron lover, so I haven't read Dark Imperium.
Do yourself a favor, bro. It is a good fucking book. It's a series.
Does Dark Imperium take place after Gilliman's comeback, or does it start with Gilliman comeback?
So it takes place. The book starts with Gilliman's final battle against Fulgrim, his brother, right? Where Fulgrim basically fucking slaughters him, and then he wakes up 10,000 years later. The world is fucked. Everything's changed, and there's been at least a little bit of time that passed, because he does speak about time that he spent on Macragge, and he closed down the Great Library on Macragge because there's something in there that he doesn't want people to see. But it would be shortly after. So let's say maybe 2 or 3 years after he awakened. So basically from where he awakens right up until, like, whatever, when Dark Imperium finishes. But that's the time frame. The Eye of Terror is open. The Eye of Rukan is open. And it is just all out fucking war in the galaxy. Yeah. And Roberto Guilliman just goes around fighting.
I have wanted to read it, but I don't know if it's in the Codex or if it's in a White Dwarf magazine Wizard puts out. I think Wizard puts out White Dwarf. But there's a bit before Dark Imperium where it's like the battle leading up to Guilliman getting resurrected, and I don't know where that is.
I would have no idea. I don't know.
But I would also recommend, if you want something funny and Necrons, The Infinite End of the Divine, because having a Necron ask another Necron, do orcs need to breathe oxygen, is still one of the best lines I've ever read.
Wait, do orcs could just imagine they're breathing oxygen, right?
I mean, that question never got answered in the book, so maybe.
I mean, in theory, yeah, because whatever they believe is true, but they'd have to have more than one orc believe it to cause it to be.
I don't know if this is a legitimate story or not, but I do know there were This is a story of orcs working outside on the spaceship, and then some other orcs came by and said, "You guys can't be out there. You don't have any spacesuits. You're gonna die." And then everybody outside just immediately died. I don't know if that's a true story or not, but I believe it.
It just shows the power of the collective
belief,
psychic belief that the orcs have.
Yeah, so I don't know if orcs need oxygen to actually survive, but the Necrons sure found out.
Well, let's ask chat. Chat, do you guys believe that orcs require oxygen to breathe? Let's see what chat thinks. Sharky, I really appreciate the question, bro. It's always fun to answer questions that's a little bit removed from gaming. So I really appreciate that.
Yep, I'll be lurking in your Twitch chat under a different name.
Oh, shit. That's ominous as fuck.
Yep.
Sharky, take care of
Blink
yourself,
twice
brother.
when I'm behind you.
I really appreciate you, bro. Take care of yourself,
have a nice
brother.
night.
You too, man. All right. Let's see. Who is next, Morny?
Razkov is. I'm
Here we
bringing
go.
him in now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remember, if you have questions for us, ask your questions in the Q&A. Jump into the Q&A lobby so that you can join us in voice and ask your questions. Even if you don't want to join the voice chat, you're still absolutely welcome to ask your question in Q&A, and Morny will read your questions out. Just make sure to tell in your question, just at the end, tell them, could you please read this out? I'm shy or whatever. Raskov, how you doing, brother?
Hello. Long time since I watched the stream.
Yeah, it's been a fucking age.
Yeah. I always watch the VODs though, so
I appreciate it,
and
brother.
all the clips and stuff.
I appreciate it, bro.
So, yeah. So about my question, it involves me being an old-timer playing Guild Wars 2.
Okay.
And I no longer play it because I don't like the game anymore, and the people that I started to play with no longer play the game. But one thing that I really enjoyed in Guild Wars 2 was that we had armor dying. And I thought about this morning, if Blizzard has missed the chance to add some kind of gear dying system in Dragonflight, because we have 5 colors for each Dragonflight, and maybe it would have been nice to be able to choose the color for your gear from raids and stuff to be exactly like the Dragonflight you would want to be part of. And the gear from LFR to Mythic journey, it would only improve in the look.
Yeah.
And the amount of details the gear would have, like particles and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I'll first I just want to touch on something that you said right at the start before you asked your question. It's actually, in my opinion and in my experience, that's one of the #1 killers of MMO players is friends quitting the game. And this is why I said Blizzard needs to act very, very quickly. If they don't fix their shit and really come out with a banger, and I hope that Dragonflight bangs, but if they don't, you will soon start seeing friends quit. People are going to quit because people are collectively going to start having enough. They're not going to have fun anymore, and they're going to quit. And what ends up happening is, since one friend quits, another friend quits, another friend quits, another friend quits, and they just take, like, one person can easily take like 5 or 6 people with them, just based on a number of factors. So one guy quits and the guild can suddenly no longer raid, and because the guild can no longer raid, and another 2 guys quit because, you know, they're not interested in finding another guild, and that leads to more people quitting because, you know, they don't want to find other guilds, or maybe they're friends with these people that quit. So it can very quickly just get completely out of hand. So MMOs can actually die very, very fast if you don't fix your shit. So I really hope that Dragonflight bangs. But okay, to your question, so Blizzard's defense of not having dies is one of the stupidest defenses I've ever heard in my life. So according to Blizzard, when asked about this at BlizzCon, I believe this was BlizzCon 2019 or was it 2019? It may have been 2018 or even before that, but it was decently recently, let's say within the last 5 years. Blizzard was asked about dies, and their answer was that they don't use straight up colors on their armors. They use shading. and they can't make dyes available because the dyes wouldn't have the shading in it, and their armors are very specifically designed to be shaded. So that's why dyes can't be available in the game. And I remember thinking at the time, well, you could always just make the colors fucking shade automatically, right? So just make the armor, make like 20 different colors for that specific armor, and make the dyes available for those colors. It would be relatively fucking simple. I don't see why that would be such a big issue. More importantly, and this is perhaps the biggest part of it, so what if someone wants to look like an absolute knobhead? That's their right. That you see people running around with pink armor in the game. They look stupid as fuck. They don't look like a warrior that's about to save the world. But who gives a shit? That's their game. They want to look like a complete knobhead running around with purple fucking armor or pink armor. And they should absolutely have the right to fucking do that, right? So I've never liked this because it goes to a bigger problem within World of Warcraft. And that is that Blizzard, they sometimes take themselves way too seriously. Like just way too fucking seriously. Where they don't want players to have fun outside of a very prescribed area of fun, right? And it, on the one hand, you can understand this because it doesn't lead to like a whole list of degenerate shit happening in the game. But on the other hand, sometimes those things are what people crave. They want to be able to look like a complete dick. And, you know, that's just what they want to look like. Or they want to have fun in the most degenerate way humanly possible. And as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, it should be possible for you to have fun that way. So I don't fully understand Blizzard's sort of reasoning around dyes and why those dyes don't exist. I see people in chat sort of saying, well, Akalon, the dyes in World of Warcraft is normal, or LFR normal, heroic, and mythic gear. Even there, I'm going to say it still limits a person's freedom quite heavily, right? Because some people just have a specific theme. So you might love the way one armor looks, and it's going to look so cool with your favorite mount, but the colors are off. Your mount is gold, and the armor is fucking white, and it just doesn't look good together. And you would have loved to make your armor black, because that would have looked so good with your golden fucking mount. But you can't because there's no black armor that would also look good with this mount. You know, so it really limits what players can do aesthetically for their characters. And just based on that, I will always err on the side of giving the players more, especially when it's things that will not outright break the game. Players looking silly and stupid in-game will not break the game, right? Providing that there are ways to look really cool in the game, right?
And one thing, for me, it's not even going that far, as you said. It's just that I saw the last Taliesin video where he and his wife are looking into the sets.
Yeah.
Into the new sets for each class. And yeah, I understand we have LFR color, we have normal, but every set, it's not much of a difference between LFR and mythic gear. You just have some small lightning that's around you for the mythic version. And if you're a person that maybe you have the fantasy of being part of the black dragonflight and having a black dragon armor, something like that, you cannot get that only if you do mythic.
Yeah.
If you do the raid on mythic. So I'm not saying like you should be able to dye everything, like have purple pants, have a white chest and things like that. Maybe even preset colors by Blizzard, like they did with the mount in Mechagon, which you could dye to your preference.
Yeah.
And that's what I was thinking. Maybe they could have done something like that, where you can change between 5 colors, not a lot of colors, and they they do everything. You have everything everything being the preset. You
See,
cannot
but this
change
is-
it, just the color.
See, but this is where my first suggestion came from, is that so whenever an armor drops, you have a number of preset colors that people can choose from, and those colors are always just those colors are shaded and perfected for the specific armors and stuff, right? And you don't have unlimited dyes, but you at least have a number of dyes. And the way Blizzard could do this so that you still can't just do it at random, but that there's a little bit of interplay with actual RPG elements to it, you could have it so that a player needs to get, say, for every single type of shade that you want, there's a given amount of dyes that you need. So let's say, for example, you want to go for the black dye on your chest piece. Well, in order to dye your chest piece black, you need 1 black, 1 gray, and 1 white dye. And if you have all 3 of those dyes on your character, you can change your dye on your chest piece to the black shade, right? And yes, there's only 5 or 6 different colors, but they still have play within the game because you need the actual dyes that you collect from the game or buy from the auction house. And they're still shaded so Blizzard can make sure that they don't look stupid. I wish Blizzard will do this because I think it's something that not only like hardcore RPers care for. I think it's even something that a lot of raiders will care for, because for a lot of people, the way they look in game is important. My character looks like a fucking spastic moron most of the time because I wear whatever the fuck I get. And that's how I play. I play my game very realistically. My character isn't good enough to have a tier piece or tier set, so he doesn't have a tier set. Instead, he has a collection of things that drop for him throughout the entirety of the game. I once played for about 6 months on my Warlock, having a cloth robe and what looked like wooden shoulder pads. Right? It just looked like 2 sort of branches placed on top, or barks, tree barks placed on top of my shoulders. But that's all that dropped for me, so that's what my character wore. And, you know, that's how I play the game. I don't give a fuck about what I look like. Because, yeah, I just don't focus on that. But for a lot of people, it is important. I think for immersion, very specifically, it can be incredibly important. So I do hope that Blizzard will... Look, everything at its time. I don't want to put too much on Blizzard's plate. I do think that that is something that's important. But on the list of things that is important, I don't know if that's as high up there. Right now, let's just hope that Blizzard pulls off a banger of an expansion with Dragonflight, and it looks like they will. So far, everything I've heard and everything I've seen of Dragonflight, I love. I like where they're going. I can't wait to fucking play. So let's hope this one bangs. If it bangs, yes. I want to see housing at some point. I want Blizzard to give us housing. Even if it's not immediately, I want them to tell us that they're working on it. So we can get housing. I want to see dyes. There's a list of things. I'm not going to go through all of it again. I have videos out on everything that I want to see.
Yeah.
But those would be my main things. I just want a banger expansion. I want to go back to the days of knowing exactly what I'm going to stream. I'm going to stream WoW, right? I'm going to log on, I'm going to play WoW, and we're going to react to stuff because WoW is the perfect game for reactions. I can sit here and farm my fucking dailies and watch videos with chat. It would be perfect. So I really hope to go back to those days. So I'm really hoping for a banger expansion in Dragonflight.
Yeah, me too. And this time I'm going without any add-ons at all. I want to experience the game without add-ons.
Me too. I'm gonna install the game, and whatever I have in the game is what I have in the game, and we'll see how that fucking goes. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. I know that I'm gonna change my mind eventually. I'll probably eventually get something like a DBM or something to that effect, because the game is very unnecessarily difficult if you're playing without something like Bigwigs or DBM. But it can be done, and I have done it in the past. But since I don't do it hardcore anymore, there's no point for me to struggle to figure out how to raid without it. So I might just download if I raid. I don't know if I'll raid even. But yeah, I really appreciate the question, bro. Franske, was there anything else
Thank
you wanted
very
to add?
much. No, thank you very much for bringing me here. And yeah.
Thank you for the question. I really
I'm
appreciate it.
going to watch the next person.
Wow. Thank you very much, bro. Take care of yourself. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you for the stream. Have a nice weekend also.
Peace
Bye-bye.
out, bro. Peace. All right, another fun fucking question. Wow, you guys have really upped your game. I like this. Let's keep this level of questions going. I'm enjoying this shit. All right, am I correct in saying that East Village Heroic is next? Or is East Village just hanging out in Q&A lobby? East Village, how you doing, brother? East Village, can you hear us?
Yeah, pretty much. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing, bro?
Perfect. Let me just mute something on my end because it's coming double on my side.
No worries, bro. What's your question, man?
Perfect. Thank you for bringing me up, Paco. Like, I'm happy to catch you live, man. And since it's Friday, I just want to give you, a heads up. I recently went back and saw some of your old lore videos, like in BFA and stuff. And man, I gotta hand it to you. That 5 o'clock going to the gym thing, it's really paying off, brother. Like, I gotta give you for real. Like, keep it going, man. It's Friday. Happy to be here. So just wanted to say something nice to you. And bro, those lore speculations, man, they're no second monitor content. Really, when you start diving into it, like I actually need to stop what I'm doing and like actually pay attention because it can get.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to give a heads up. And all right, regarding the questions. Have a couple of ones. The first thing is like I'm quite curious on your opinion regarding special events in the game. Like usually it's events like around pre-patch and things like that. Like when I say special events, I kind of also include some rather weird open world things which. You kind of happen to stumble upon every once in a while. Like, for example, like just so I make it more clear, like I've had recently a bunch of really weird encounters which I really cannot explain. I guess it's like 15 years of development piling on in this game, World of Warcraft, and there are stuff which every once in a while happens which I really have no explanation about. So. One of the recent things was like I was going in a vanilla zone, like in Winterspring, and just farming on some old world mats and some treasure hunting for chests, Mog stuff and things like that. And in Winterspring, man, there is like a small kind of a cave area. I think it's called the hidden cave or hidden something like that, and. I just happened to come across, it says like a griffin's nest. It's clickable. So, I'm just there. I click on it. And out of nowhere, man, it spawns like a level 60 elite griffin, which totally got me out of guard. I wasn't prepared. I was just, farming all stuff in. It can actually put up a fight, I was like super surprised. So when I'm saying like special events or like weird kind of encounters in the world, I'm wondering if you had some similar experience like that, which made you wonder like, whoa, what the hell just happened, or what was that?
Yeah.
And I want to kind of tie it in also with the recent kind of drama which came up with the Wrath of the Lich King pre-patch event, like the zombie invasion thing. For me. It's kind of cool that we have events like that in the game. I mean, it is kind of like a world. It's called the World of Warcraft, and it can probably cause some inconvenience. Like it's chaos in the main cities. It's a little bit harder to to do stuff. But for me, that's kind of what makes it special. It's gonna be a bit of chaotic, and the community really got divided. Like some of the people really wanted the event to be over. Oh man, I cannot use the auction house. Like it's crazy, can't do anything in the main cities. But for me, like weird things like that really kind of creates the world, the environment, like the world atmosphere. Like so I wonder what's your opinion on this type of like weird events or things like that, and if you can remember something weird, some weird encounter which you had, or if you want to share and your general opinion on things like that.
The weirdest thing that ever happened to me was I was questing through the Ghostlands. I think it's the Ghostlands, just under Stormwind. Is it the Ghostlands? I think it's called the Ghostlands.
Ghostlands. That's the Blood Elf area up in the north.
Yeah. No. Yeah, sorry. What's it called again? Fuck. You have
Duskwood?
Yes, Duskwood. Thank you. Fuck. Yes, sorry. It's been an age since I've played any Alliance character, so not entirely sure. But I was like, this is years ago, right? Because my Warlock Akalon that I play now was a human Warlock first, because all my friends were Alliance, and so I was forced to go Alliance as well, and then eventually I managed to bully all of them into the Horde. So we all faction changed to Horde. But, so I was a human Warlock, and I remember running around there. Now, this is ages ago, and there's this sort of, I don't know if that world boss even exists anymore, but there's this sort of area that if you run into it, there's a giant fucking world boss right there that just if you're a low level, you get your shit handed to you on like a plate with like you get one shot, right? It's not even fucking close. And I remember like, and it's completely nondescript. It's not like it warns you that there's something there, or that, you know, you have to be careful there. You just run into this area. And as a newly dinged fucking Warlock that can basically tank everything in the game, I thought, fuck it, let's go, right? I've got this. I got one shot, and I remember going to my friend. I'm like, dude, how the fuck do I kill this thing? And he just burst out laughing. He's like, dude, that's not for you. Just leave that fucking shit alone. Don't go anywhere near it. So these were the other one that I can bring up was the Reavers, the Foul Reavers, all the way back in TBC. I remember the very first time I'm standing there, I'm minding my own fucking business. I'm just questing, you know, bro, like having the time of my life. And the next minute I hear this horn behind me. This I'm like, what the fuck? And the earth is shaking. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? And I turn around and there's this giant fucking Foul Reaver right there behind me, and I'm too close, so it's coming for me, and I'm just running for my fucking life because I know this thing's gonna watch me. Look how big it is. These were moments in the game that I find really helped build the character of the game to the what you just said there. It made the world feel incredibly alive. It made you want to be out in the world, because I remember as soon as I hit level 60 and I had some gear under me, I went back to Hellfire Peninsula and I fucked one of those Reavers up. It took a long time because I basically spent all of my time just healing my my Voidwalker, because he was taking a beating, but I eventually got it down. So, you know, very proud of myself. I did get help about halfway through from a bunch of people that just ran past, and they were like, dude, he looks like he's struggling to help him take down the Foul Reaver, right? So that was good fun, and it was something that I worked towards. Like, as soon as I saw that Foul Reaver, and I knew that this thing was going to kick my shit in, I was like, dude, as soon as I get max level, I'm coming back here, and I am going to punch you in the nuts. This is going to happen. And I had this reason for wanting to get max level. And in modern day World of Warcraft, that's obviously gone away, right? A lot of the game design now is designed around, let's make it as easy and as easily accessible as humanly possible to the player base. And I find that that accessibility actually ends up ruining the feeling of the world, because the world loses a lot of its character. And I'm very much looking forward to Dragonflight for specifically this reason. Ian and the team have spoken constantly about how much effort and time they're putting into making Dragonflight feel like a world again, making the world feel alive, giving you reasons to be out in the world. Now, the sad part of this, and I don't want to turn this video into a, shitting on the community, because that's not what I'm doing here. But the saddest part of all of this is that every single person is just going to look up a guide on how to get all of the stuff that they need from the world. There's going to be add-ons that tell you exactly where to go for every single quest. There's going to be add-ons that tell you exactly where all the treasures and all of the activities are within the game. Literally the minute that the game spawns, like the minute the game goes live, everyone's add-ons is going to update. If you have auto-update, your add-ons are just going to update and you're going to log in and everything's going to be solved by the time you get into the game. And I feel sorry for the developers there, because it is important for the developers to design a game that feels alive, that has a reason for you to want to be in that world. But I think it is also incredibly sort of disheartening, and it really destroys you as a developer when you know that half of what you're designing here will be solved without the player having to put any effort into it whatsoever. The player doesn't have to read your quest text, the player doesn't have to look at your map. All the player has to do is follow the little arrow on their screen and they will get what they need. Now, Mythhammer, I agree with you that add-ons should be removed from World of Warcraft. The saddest part is that not a lot of people agree with that. Like, a lot of people look at World of Warcraft and they refuse to let go of their add-ons. The question we're going to have to start asking ourselves is, the people that's threatening to quit, because I've seen that, right? People come into my chat and into my comment section and they're like, dude, if World of Warcraft removes add-ons, I'm done playing. I will never play again. Will they really? Does anyone in chat actually think that someone will quit if add-ons were made illegal in the game? If the game was designed in such a way that you didn't need add-ons, does anyone think that people would actually quit? I don't think so. The Grey, thanks for the 2 sub, did really appreciate that. 20 months, part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some might quit, but we do have to ask ourselves, will more people quit than people that might join exactly because add-ons have been removed from the game? And obviously the good that will do for the game, I think. East Village, what's your opinion on that?
Well, it's definitely a bit splitting again, because I started playing WoW like back in TBC and like late TBC and Rat, and I had no idea about add-ons. I was just checking ThoughtBot every once in a while, so I kind of got. I'm born and bred without add-ons at all, even for questing. For me, going into a dungeon, it was I totally took it like an adventure. I was like just happy that we are a group of 5 people and we're actually managing to pull off and finishing the dungeon. That was my thing. I never really understood WoW back in the day. Now, of course, like I have a bunch of add-ons and like I'm actually, as we're talking, I'm queuing in Mythic Plus. I'm trying to get KSM. I'm like
Nice.
50 rating from 2k total, getting really close there.
Nice.
So now, of course, it's turned a little bit more to a lobby game, but originally how I used to accept World of Warcraft was definitely more of a world type of feeling, adventure feeling.
Yeah.
So without ons, I would be totally fine. For me to be as good, if not even better, for sure. Like I want to do an experiment in Dragonflight. I think somebody mentioned it before me as well. Like there is this term called blind raiding, and it's basically like, just trying to pull off the raid without any add-ons at all.
Yeah.
I've never tried it because like back in the day I wasn't good enough to try raids. Like dungeons was pretty much the only thing I did. Now I have a better understanding of the game, and I'm super curious if it's actually doable, if it's actually possible, because normal, maybe you can pull it off.
Yeah.
But like on heroic, man, I mean, if they still keep that philosophy of one-shot mechanics. It's a 20 people raid, and like one guy just like fucks off on the other side of the room and does something which wipes the entire raid. It's really, really hard to read the mechanics. Like they just come out of nowhere. It's the same situation with the current tier. I mean, I tried it a couple of times, like doing the raids in Shadowlands, and like I just went back immediately to Mythic Plus. I mean, it's kind of hard without add-ons, but I really want to give it a go. Like, let's see how it goes. I mean, again, like coming from this point, I still try to accept the game as much more of a world experience instead of this like the world is just a lobby where we're just waiting for the queue to come up and like we log in. For example, even coming back to the original thing I was talking about, even the Shadowlands like pre-patch event had a couple of really, really cool moments. I mean, if you just kind of it's also up to the player, up to you to find your way around it, to find your kind of like your fun around it. For example, the Shadowlands pre-patch event, it was again something like a zombie invasion, and man, we made a group around like I think it was like probably 15-20 people. And if you remember, I don't know if you played Shadowlands pre-patch, but the event was at Nathanos' house in Eastern Plaguelands, I think.
Yeah, with Tyrande and
exactly. So there was a world quest there, like which you could basically do. I think it was like one time per week or daily. I can't really remember. And it dropped like a pretty decent weapon, a sword, high item level, and a very cool transmog. So a lot of people were going there to Nathanos' house. So we all of us like we got infected with the plague. We turned into zombies. We put a bunch of warlocks there close to Nathanos' house. We started summoning people, and basically both Horde and Alliance all got demolished from us, basically from the zombies. Dude, it was crazy. Like people were going inside Nathanos' house on the second floor, like hiding in the rooms and like hearting out, not being able to finish the quest and stuff.
I like it.
It was totally fun, man.
Fucking base, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's like, for me, this is you don't need add-ons for that. You don't need anything, bro. You can have fun with a rock if you use your imagination. A rock can be used for building. It can be used as a weapon. It can be used as in some kind of a game. So if you put your imagination, your creativity a little bit, even with the current state of the game, like being this kind of like lobby experience, every once in a while you can have fun, you can have organic fun, and you don't need add-ons, you don't need anything of that sort.
I fully agree with you. Let me just quickly say, you're American who love Trip. Thank you much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. And then of course Kadeem with the tier 1 sub, 5 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. So I agree with you, right? I think there is always ways to make things fun, but here's where I sort of draw the line, because it's the same thing that people said about Fallout 76. Like, people would constantly, when I made my video basically saying that Fallout 76 might be one of the worst games that ever launched, people would come back at me and say, dude, I had the time of my life. I'm still playing it. Me and my friends are logging in every day. It's so much fun. And I'm like, dude, you can sit in a barren room filled with nothing but chairs and you and your friends, and you can make that fun because you and your friends can shit talk each other. You can make jokes. You can discuss stuff. Friends make everything better. It doesn't matter how fucking like terrible something is. Friends can make it better.
True.
Just the argument of, oh, never mind, like I'm having fun because me and my friends are doing this, that, or the other. I'm so happy for you. And I really hope that Blizzard doesn't destroy that part of the game. And I don't think they are. They seem to be spending a lot of time making sure that that part of the game comes back even stronger. But at the same time, a game should be good even without friends. And if that game isn't good without friends, you have to start asking yourself, what are we doing wrong? And what can we do better? right? And it's not always a case of criticisms or a case of, oh my God, it's the end, even though, yes, as a YouTuber, I'm absolutely going to make a video that is over the top and say, oh my God, this is the end. Why? Because I want you to click. I want to clickbait the fuck out of you because I get paid every single time you watch my video. It's as simple as that, right? So I am going to blow it up. And I'm going to be like, oh my God, Blizzard is at the end. It's no more, Blizzard is bankrupt and all what. It's not true, but that's the world we live in. At the end of the day, I think World of Warcraft can go a very long way with minor changes. And one of the things we discussed just in this question is the fact that the world should become important again. There should be a reason for people to want to be in the world. And not just people that's doing, getting up to no good with their friends, but also just people like playing solo should have a reason to want to be there and have things that they can discover, things that's left to be discovered. And if Blizzard can nail that, if Blizzard can get that back, oh my God, there's nothing standing in World of Warcraft's way, because at a fundamental level, there isn't an MMO that does what WoW does as good as WoW does it. If you want to talk about gameplay, I still maintain that World of Warcraft is the best MMO on the market for gameplay. If you want the smoothness of character, the way the spells and the combat work, there's no comparison. So if you could add to that an incredibly fun gameplay loop, holy fuck.
True, man. Just what I'm thinking, like, how do you solve the issue with the other part of the community, which is much more, let's say, gameplay or goal oriented? Because, like, for me, a zombie invasion is pretty awesome. But you saw, for example, now with Rat Classic launching, you saw really a lot of people like complaining about. What is this? Like, I cannot play the game. This zombie invasion is like ruining everything. Like, people who are really just kind of like super sweaty gamer mode all the time. So how do you make those people happy as well and keep the world, the environment? Yeah.
By having things be as optional as humanly possible, right? In other words, if I don't want something, I don't have to do it. This is, using Shadowlands as a perfect example of this. Torghast should always have been optional. It should never have been tied to the legendary system. When they tied it to the legendary system, they broke Torghast forever. And it's going to go down in history as one of the worst systems in history because so many people fucking loathed what Torghast was. If Torghast just launched as a really fun side thing that you could do when you're in the mood, I think a lot of people would have absolutely loved it. Even people that ended up hating it may have ended up loving it because it's something to do when you have nothing else to do. So the answer to this is almost always to have things be as optional as possible. And that means that you don't do a zombie event that is just forever, right? If you do a zombie event, you do it for a week, maybe 2 weeks at most, if you really want to be punishing. But players must always know that there is a world waiting for them outside of this zombie event. So once the zombie event is over, the world is there for them to once again go and explore and once again live in. If there are things that you are going to force all players into, it has to have a time limit. It can't be just this is the way the expansion is going to work, right? Because then people don't like being forced. I myself, I'm one of those people that if you just let me be, I will do whatever the fuck I want. The second you tell me to do something, I will stop doing it, even if it's something that I like doing. I don't like being told what to do, right? And I will shoot myself in the fucking foot just to not do the thing that you're telling me to do. Because I don't want to. I don't want to give anyone the pleasure of knowing that they fucking informed me on how to live my life. In which case, I'll just make the opposite fucking decision. Just as long as I can say I did it my fucking way. I didn't do what the fuck you told me to do. So I hate when things are decided on my behalf. Let me make my own mistakes. And that's sort of the thing that Blizzard just needs to do. The only thing Blizzard really needs to do is get out of their own way. Blizzard so often shoot themselves in the foot because they're trying to tell the player, like, the game is good, it's fun, and then Blizzard steps in and go, oh, wait, we could probably give a bit of structure here just to make sure that everyone understands it. And now you've structured the fun to the point where you've kind of removed the fun. Because people don't have the freedom to do whatever the fuck they feel like doing. And that's a bad way to play. That's a bad way to do video games in general. So I hope that Blizzard learns that lesson, and in Dragonflight they get out of people's way and just allow people to have fun as long as it doesn't break the game. Who gives a shit, you know?
Yeah.
But East Village, I really appreciate the question. Like, holy shit, everyone's just been asking banger questions today. I don't think I've given a single answer at all today that's been under 20 minutes in terms of answer. Like,
thank you for that, man. Like, we're enjoying it as well. Thank you for taking the time.
Dude, it's my absolute pleasure to do so. And I mean, it's not even that I'm taking the time. All of this is content, so I love doing it.
All right. Keep it up, man.
I appreciate it, bro. Take care of yourself, brother.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Peace. You too, man. Peace out. All right. Is Morny... I see Morny being completely fucking... muted, so I'm not entirely sure. Have I seen Dev Hour? No, what the fuck is that? All right. Oh, devour these nuts. Sure, bro. Why not? Bring him here. Bring him here. In chat being absolutely mental. I love it. I don't know what the next question is because Moni is AFK. Chat, this is fucked. What do we do? What do we do? I'm so lost right now. One would think I would know what the next question is. I do not know what the next question is.
Well, while we wait, I have a kind of quick one, I guess.
All right, Andy with the
This is
question.
From Cesar. Why soldiers resurrected by Anduin in Battle for Lordaeron came back to life without being undead, and Kalia resurrected as well with the light is some kind of an undead lady.
All right, so first and foremost, it's been... Oh my god, it's... Okay, so this is very... weird. Okay, so the Anduin resurrection at Lordaeron, the question for anyone that didn't hear, Mr. Drumeria says you're very low, Andy. Okay, so the question for anyone that didn't hear, why is it that when Anduin resurrected the people at Lordaeron, they came back as just alive and normal human beings, but when Kalia got resurrected also by the light, she came back as undead? Okay, so first and foremost, lore-wise and established lore, Anduin didn't resurrect anyone. Anduin simply healed the soldiers. So those weren't fallen soldiers. Those were soldiers that purely couldn't keep fighting because they were wounded, and Anduin healed them. But even if, let's say we believe that he actually raised those soldiers, it speaks to the light and what the light wants. So Kalia Menethal's resurrection to undead rather than just being brought back to life, because we do know that that is possible. Just very quickly, resurrection. Okay, so again, gonna have to annoy a lot of people, but resurrection in World of Warcraft is actually incredibly difficult. It's something that only the most gifted of priests and druids, I believe, can do. Unless you have necromancy, but necromancy doesn't actually bring someone back to life. It just brings someone's soul back to a dead body and creates an undead. So you're not actually restoring life. You're basically subverting the rules of the cosmos in a way. So Resurrection is like the portal thing that we spoke about before. Teleporting in World of Warcraft is also an incredibly difficult thing. It takes a hell of a lot out of you, as is confirmed in Shadows Rising, the novel, where after Thalyssra. After Thalyssra teleported the soldiers of the Horde, she was completely spent. And she couldn't do it anymore. Like, it took so much out of her. So teleportation is an incredibly difficult spell. Resurrection is even harder, because with Resurrection, you are effectively reaching across the other side, bringing that soul back, and most of the time it is not successful. So you need an incredibly powerful priest in order to do so. With the light, on the other hand, the Kaalia Menethil one, there was a very specific reason. We don't know yet what that reason is, but the light clearly wants the Forsaken. Either it wants a foothold within the Forsaken, or it wants the whole of the Forsaken. But Kaalia was a very sort of quote-unquote political move, if you will. Even if the light could bring back Kaalia Menethil as a living being, they still would have chosen to bring her back as Forsaken because they want her. Now, in my opinion, the light wants Kaalia Menethil because they're preparing us for their ultimate invasion. They're trying to get as many of the tribes of Azeroth on their side so that when they finally invade Azeroth, most of the tribes of Azeroth will simply fall to their knees and convert to the light. The wind is getting fucking crazier, and will convert to the light. Will that work? I don't know, because there's almost guaranteed to be some level of pushback to that. What that pushback and where that pushback will come from, I don't quite know. But that's my theory at the moment. The light is preparing us. And I think that the next expansion, as we discussed earlier in the stream, I do believe that the next expansion for World of Warcraft is almost definitely going to be Light v Void. I'm almost convinced of that. I would be surprised if it isn't, just because all of the signs are there that Light versus Void is coming to a head. The Void Lords are almost definitely not just going to give up, especially now that we've killed their presence on Azeroth. I think they're going to come even harder than they've ever come before. Like, they're gonna bring their absolute best. And we may actually finally fucking meet an actual Void Lord at some point. Whatever they look like, they might actually just void the fuck out. So yeah, that is something that I'm really looking forward to. But yeah, the Kaalia Menethil resurrection was political. Whatever the light is planning, Kaalia Menethil is central to these plans, so much so that if my theory is correct, they sacrificed Anduin in order to do it. Remember what the Void told us. The Void told us that the light struck a bargain with the enemy of all. Now, the only bargain that we know of that the light could possibly have struck is the bringing back of Kaalia Menethil. Considering when Kaalia died, Kaalia's soul would have been in the Shadowlands. And more specifically, Kaalia's soul would have been... her soul would have been... her soul would have already been with Zuvul. Right? Because Argus died at the end of Legion. Argus took down the Arbiter. Kaalia Menethil died after the events of Legion, but before the events of Battle for Azeroth. So Kaalia Menethil would have been with Zuvul. The Void telling us that the light struck a bargain with the enemy of all almost certainly suggests that the light struck a bargain with Zuvul in order to bring Kaalia Menethil back to life, or at least to undeath. So this is why I believe when Anduin used the light inside the Maw, that's why Zuvul went interesting, because that was his deal. His deal was, you send me a champion of the light, and I will give you this champion back. And they did. And that's why Zuvul was happy to do the exchange. He got his champion of the light because Zuvul seems to be hard on for Champions of the Light. Every single one of the Lich Kings he's chosen have been of the Light. And before people go, what about Ner'zhul? Zuvul never chose Ner'zhul. Sargeras chose Ner'zhul. As soon as Zuvul could choose, he chose Arthas. And Arthas was a paladin. Right after Arthas, Bolvar, who was prepared for the role, also a paladin, and then ultimately Anduin, not a paladin, but a priest, close enough, also a champion of the light. Zuvul chooses champions of the light every single time. There must be a reason for that. I don't know exactly what that reason is, other than the light sort of works the same way when it comes to domination. The light dominates already. So it might just be that Zuvul prefers beings of the light because they're easier to manipulate. They're easier to control. Because they already believe in the light. They already believe in this fundamental truth. And all you need to do is subjugate that belief and turn it into something else, and they will absolutely follow you. No questions asked, because they're already used to that. So there is a chance there, but the light is definitely up to something, and that's where Kaalia Menethil comes from. I hope that clears things up at least a little bit. Yeah.
Yep. I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back. What's the next question? Andy, thanks so much for stepping in, bro.
We've got one from Mike, actually.
Oh, shit. Okay.
One of our own mods. Going forward, he's asking, going forward, how will the Forsaken continue on without Sylvanas leading them? And how will more be made?
Okay, so unless the light has some fuckery up their sleeve, I don't think more can actually be made. With the removal of Sylvanas from the chessboard, I don't think more Forsaken can be made. So the Forsaken is basically, as things stand, in terminal decline. It is a population that is rotting away. Now, technically speaking, Forsaken are immortal, but they're not invincible, so they can still die. They're not going to die of old age because they don't age, but war and strife will absolutely diminish their numbers, and because they can't actually replenish those numbers because they can't have children, well, that's a fuck up. The question becomes, can Kaalia Menethil make them whole? In other words, can Kaalia Menethil give them the youth and the sort of look that she has herself? In other words, can she stunt the rotting process? Because ultimately what eventually will happen to Forsaken is they will, if we can use a little bit of lore from Warhammer, if you pull World of Warcraft 10,000 years into the future, Forsaken will basically look like Necrons. Because they already do it now. Whenever they rot too much, they use metal and stuff to... This is why a lot of Forsaken have metal jaws, because the lower part of their jaw have rotted off. The muscles have rot to the point where the jaw can no longer be held in place. And so they just put a metal piece there to serve as their new jaw. And that's probably what would end up. They would probably become some machine race at some point, just because how else are they supposed to survive? But Kaalia Menethil obviously came back, and she was preserved, like Sylvanas and like what's his name, Nathanos. So there is a world in which Kaalia Menethil could offer them this. I don't know if the light can make more Forsaken, because I already think they spent all of their goodwill making this one, Kaalia Menethil, and they're not known for being capable of doing this en masse. So, yeah. Unless, of course, Bolvar has some tricks up his sleeve. There is a world in which Bolvar could perhaps create more Forsaken if he could be moved to do so. Also, we probably have to ask ourselves if Blizzard is even going to pay attention to that storyline. Like, sometimes Blizzard can slip on the smaller, nuanced storylines that require answers, but is perhaps not so high up on the totem pole. Or at least the type as we want it to be.
The only thing I could see that I could see them doing besides going with the light, because now Kalia is the sort of the Forsaken representative, is possibly mending ties with Odin and getting like actual Valkyr, not the Scourge variant of Valkyr, and maybe getting more Forsaken that way. It would also probably lead to more put together and intact Forsaken.
Yeah.
But given Odin's a greedy prick, so he's probably never going to make any deals with anything after what happened with Helia.
Yeah. So let me just quickly answer Rate here. Rate, I'm aware of the interaction. I played it myself, so I saw that interaction. The problem there is that Margrave was very specifically talking about Kalia. Kalia wanted to know how she was made by the light, considering that it's necromancy. And the Margrave explained that, well, light is just another form of magic, and any form of magic can use necromancy in order to bring beings back. Even if I was willing to accept that, which I'm not, but even if I was willing to accept that explanation, you run into another problem. Necromancy isn't easy. You can't do it en masse. There's no being in the universe that is strong enough, at least mortal being, that is strong enough to bring back thousands upon thousands every single day, which is kind of what the Forsaken would need right now, considering their numbers. They are by far the smallest faction on Azeroth, so it's not going to be enough to just bring back one or two. And considering the tremendous amount of time that you need in order to perform necromancy, it's just not plausible. This is why the Valkyr was so instrumental for Sylvanas, because they could bring back massive amounts of undead in one go, so they could do it literally with ease. Whereas a single mortal would be able to bring back a single undead, but it would take a while. It's probably going to take a couple of days of sorcery and sort of rituals in order to bring back that being. So you can't really scale it up. It's not scalable. And then Patlin, thank you so much, Steven Sub. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you. I don't know what that answer is. Moni, can you quickly repeat what you said? What you think the answer could be?
Yeah, I think that they could go a couple routes. The first one that came to mind is trying to mend the Forsaken's relationship with Odin, because of what Sylvanas did to Aegir while she was working with Helia, and maybe getting some actual Valkyr instead of the Scourge variant or the Mossworn variant or anything like that.
Yeah, Odin would fucking not do that.
Yeah, the other thing that comes to mind now that I've went through basically the Valkyr, even Odin's Valkyr aren't the original. It's the chosen of, or the ascended in Bastion. So maybe Kalia could go to the Archon and ask her for assistance. And then, like you said, with necromancy, it is difficult to do en masse. The problem I have with like using the light as a power source is that I don't believe that I believe that they could do necromancy. I don't believe they'd be able to actually pull the souls back into those bodies unless the souls that they are using are ones that already went to the light as we currently understand it. Like if you're sworn to a certain power, supposedly your soul goes to that realm upon death.
They can absolutely, like, we've seen this with the questions, although Blizzard may have changed that with Shadowlands. But no, the reason I reject the Margrave's claims, and even though people will point to it and say, oh, but dude, it's in the game, it must be canon. The Margrave wasn't speaking on this because the Margrave knew. The Margrave was sort of speculating on this, as far as I'm concerned, because it's obviously not true that any magic can perform necromancy. Unless, of course, Blizzard have changed what necromancy is in a fantasy sense, just because why not? Because fantasy-wise, necromancy is never a good form of magic. Fantasy-wise, necromancy has an incredibly high price. The ones who do wield it are, generally speaking, thrown out of whatever magic order exists in whichever fantasy genre you want to go into. They do not accept necromancy as a legitimate form of power because it is so corrupting. The power over life and death corrupts mages and makes mages do very horrible things. So, necromancy, as it were, right, is not supposed to be a magic that can be invoked by the light. Now, you could probably make an argument for it. I could make an argument for it that makes it stick. So maybe I'm wrong in this. I don't like it, but at the same time, you could make an argument that doesn't destroy it, right? That proves it. So maybe yeah. Maybe I choose to reject it because I think there's more interesting things that happen when that isn't true. So that's why I reject it. But I'm perfectly okay to take the owl there and say, okay, never mind. The light can also do necromancy. Why not? You know, I'll take that out if I have to. It's not something I'm married to. And he's not right now. Anyways, thanks for the question. I really appreciate that. All right, we have time, I think, for one more question. So, Moni, what is the final question for the day?
The final question for the day is, let's go with Awkward Lad. They're asking, do you think Warcraft is having war being slowly removed from it by the radical pacification of the Horde, their complex peace treaties with the Alliance, and then the somewhat kiddified art style and current writing? Basically, is World of Warcraft turning a little bit more neutral and less complex and interesting?
Yeah. Cool. Okay. It's all gonna depend. So, in a way, yes, the faction warfare is dead, but I think the faction warfare have been dead for a really long time. I don't think many people still sort of trust and believe in the factions anyway. Blizzard have kind of destroyed factions in their own right, just with us having to work together so often. So every single expansion, there's a moment where we come together and we help each other. And if it's not us doing it directly, it's our champions. So Jaina and Thrall working together or whatever, right? So there's always so much crossover between the two factions that we've reached the point now where if you try to sell the general player that, hey, these are your enemies, the general player goes, but why? I don't understand this war, especially people who didn't play Warcraft 2 or Warcraft 3. They will have no idea where this war comes from, right? Because the last time the war truly was in effect was in TBC. And that's obviously how many years ago. So since then we've had faction warfare, but there's always been a sort of working together behind the scenes sort of thing. So yeah, that sort of, in a way, yes, it is turning into World of Peacecraft because, well, the factions are dead. But I'm also not hating it. I used to hate it. I used to be very much against it. But the more I think about it, the more I like the idea of the factions pulling together, and instead we get a sort of For Azeroth vibe going, because this now creates so many future plot points for stories that the faction warfare would have made more difficult to go by or to go down. So you can now absolutely have cosmic level events happening that isn't cosmic scale. So you can have another planet invade Azeroth, and the Azerothian army, aka us, defend Azeroth against this army from another planet that is just coming to Azeroth for resources or whatever because they've destroyed their own planet, right? And it's gonna work as a storyline because we are Azeroth's champions. We defend our home together. And maybe we conquer other homes together, right? So that's something that we can absolutely do. And I kind of like the idea of that togetherness. And there's ways to get around the PvP. Someone in chat said war games. That's, in my opinion, the best way to deal with the PvP. You make Horde via Alliance. You make Horde and Alliance a completely cosmetic choice. So if you choose Alliance, you're going to get armors and gear that is very much centered around Alliance colors, Alliance thematics. Not human or dwarf thematics, but you choose a theme that really builds around what Alliance looks like. And this goes for pets and mounts and everything else. And for the Horde, you do the same thing. And players will choose their faction based on aesthetics and cosmetics. And then the fighting that they do isn't really war. They're not killing each other, they're just wounding each other. They're playing war games. And in these war games, we're keeping ourselves strong for the next battle, and that's why we're fighting each other. And that solves the entire PvP problem right there, right? It stops all of that nonsense in its tracks. It all depends on what Blizzard does next, because the ball currently lies solely in Blizzard's hands. Blizzard can absolutely screw this up to the point where the problems in World of Warcraft sort of continuously is very childish, and very sort of PG-13, which I think will have a detrimental effect to World of Warcraft when all of the problems are basically toddler level problems. Or we can continue to have some very serious issues that arise, and very cruel and evil things that arise that we can enjoy on the same level as what we've seen up until now. Because I don't know if I agree that World of Warcraft have, insofar as you stated, been kidified, at least yet. I can see elements of that, surely. It does seem like Blizzard is downplaying a lot of the violence consistently within World of Warcraft and sort of trying to maybe make things a little bit less jarring. But at the same time, that could just be a decision because they thought that would be cooler. And maybe they have some really fucked up stuff planned in the very near future for us. Right, Guy, by the way, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. Thank you. It all depends on Blizzard's decisions. Like, whatever happens next, I think is gonna inform my answer a lot more. What does Dragonflight look like? Are we getting some adult problems that we need to solve? Or are we getting some, like, toddler level problems to solve? I don't know what that answer is. Moni, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think that like you said, the Horde v Alliance thing is over with.
Yeah.
I still think that that it's definitely still World of Warcraft. It's just now it's turned into Azeroth against cosmic level events, or Azeroth against the, like, ancient enemies thought to have been locked away, like the incarnates that we're going to see, and Galakrond for Dragonflight.
Yeah.
I think that it would benefit Blizzard to go away from trying to put artificial tension in the Horde. By all means, still have, some people not trust them, like Tyrande and Greymane and all that kind of jazz. But I really think that they need to stop focusing on causing random political strife just to claim that we had another war, because I mean, look at BFA. Would you actually call that the Great Fourth War of Azeroth?
No.
Yeah. I mean, it was all. It was like two skirmishes. We lost cities on both sides of the continents, and then it was just we were attacking each other on different islands between Kultiris and Zandalar, and then all of a sudden N'Zoth shows up. That doesn't sound like a Horde v Alliance war to me.
No, but I think I'm also very influenced by my Warhammer 40k endeavors, because I would love a grimdark World of Warcraft. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I think grimdark WoW would be so fucking phenomenal, because it works. It would work so well in the Warcraft context. So maybe I'm influenced there. Maybe for a lot of people, they don't care about that grimdark stuff. They actually prefer that World of Warcraft is a little bit more on the lighter side of life. And if that's the case, then hey, you know, let's hope for a 40k MMO at some point, because motherfucker would I play the shit out of that. If that ever came to fruition, like, oh my god. Anyways, I appreciate the question. Thank you so much for that. And of course, I appreciate all of the questions that we got today. We got some real bangers today. So I really appreciate each and every one of you for coming out and for spending some time with us as we go through the Q&A stuff. I mean, it's Elden Ring. That would also be cool. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do have more shows planned. I'm not sure when they'll start, but I do have a Warhammer thing that I want to get off the ground, like a Warhammer quote-unquote podcast, quote-unquote Q&A sort of thing that I really want to get into. So that's planned. Maybe we'll call it like Warhammer Book Club, because we'll discuss the books that I'm currently reading. For anyone, been to work, came home, went to shop, cooked some food, had a shit place. Allison, hey, happy to be here, bro. Whenever I do get to stream, we at least get to stream for about 6-7 hours, right? So that's decent, at least. Yeah, I'm so sorry to everyone that comes in every single day hoping that the stream is going to go live and then the stream isn't live. It's not on purpose. It's my fucking country. It feels like everything's transpiring against me. Like, no one wants me to stream. If it's not my electricity, it's my fucking internet. Everything is just a ball ache. But yeah, I promise I have a lot of things planned. Things that I really want to fucking do. So hopefully we get that stuff. I want to do a call-in show for some real-world political stuff at some point, but I'll warn you guys well ahead of time. So if you don't care about politics that day, you can stay the fuck away. And you don't have to waste your time with that. But I really want to get some political opinions and stuff going, because I always like discussing stuff like that. I was able to play some Witcher 3 and then come here. Risotto. I've been playing some Witcher 1 for the first time ever. I decided to bite the bullet. What a horrible game. Brilliant story, but horrible fucking game. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the fuck out of all of you. Thank you so much, DJ Nation, for all of your support, your continued support, your love. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go. It is the start of my weekend as much as it is the start of yours. If you're in America, fuck you. You don't have weekend yet. You have to wait. You're still halfway through. For us in South Africa, we've done it, right? It's time for the weekend. This weekend, I'm gonna be reading a lot because I have some reading work to catch up on. I want to finish the Dark Imperium because I have some videos planned for the Dark Imperium. I'm really looking forward to those. That's gonna be fucking neat, doing videos for the Dark Imperium. And then I have some WoW videos and stuff planned as well that I have to work on. I will see all of you back here on Monday. To all of the, if everything goes well, right? Don't take my word for it. Right now, the plan is Monday, but things can fucking change, as most of you know. But right now, the plan is Monday, and on Monday, we will also do the next Q&A. Or maybe we should just do Q&As on Friday. I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see how I feel on Monday. But what we're definitely doing on Monday is the podcast for Twitch subs, YouTube members, and patrons. So if you want to watch the podcast, remember to be one of those 3 things so that you can get access to the podcast. DJ, did you... Oh, you lost everything. Fucking feels bad, bro. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the shit out of all of you. Thank you so much for spending your morning, your afternoon, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, I love you, DJs. Peace.